We're going to go ahead and get started. All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our council retreat for 2025. Thank you very much to everyone for making it out this morning. Thank you very much to staff for all the time that you put into this. Tim, thank you very much. Tim, Liz, for all the work that went into this. Nick, we're looking forward to another year of this retreat and getting us on the right path. We put together a quick agenda on what we plan on doing here this morning. So just we're going through the overview right now. We're going to go ahead and for 20 minutes basically review the past concepts and principles. We have a couple of icebreakers. We're going to set the first one up. We're running a couple minutes late, so we'll probably start off around 9:30 or so. We'll take a quick break. We'll then go to the 10 habits of effective governing bodies. We got a couple of look backs scheduled in between lunch. Just depending on how we do on the look backs, we may make this a working lunch, may not. We'll just see how that goes. We'll just basically prepare for it based on how the first look back for 2024 starts off like. We'll then go through some possible modifications to the strategic plan. I heard that many of us did put in some changes that we potentially want to see for the strategic plan. So we'll be going through those for the right after lunch, and then basically have another break and continue on with the strategic plan revisions or prioritization exercise. So any questions before we get started from anyone? Nope. All right. So Nick, I guess I'll pass it over to you to kick off the meeting. Good morning again.
Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Hey, it's a warm day. Welcome. Glad to be here on a Saturday and doing this with you all. It's fun. This is my 4th year with you all, and I'm really excited to be back. So thanks for that honor and that opportunity. And again, thank you to staff for getting us all here together, and thank you for you all for your time. So really hope we have some great discussion today. We're a little behind schedule. I'm going to try and get us a little bit back on schedule. Hopefully we'll have some great discussions during the course of the day. I'm confident that we will. And the nice part is I know you don't want to be outside today. So the nice part is I'm not holding you back from anything, which is always a place I like to be here. So with that said, this is a little bit about me for those who don't know me. I spent 15 years working in local governments, wrote the book Sustainability. I'm the CEO of the company with that. I worked actually this last year with NASA, as well as now my 100th local government. So that's pretty exciting. And I've got a Texas tour coming up here where I do 6 strategic planning retreats with councils in 7 days. So that is going to be really exciting, and I'm pumped to have that opportunity. But you all are my favorite. So let me just be clear about that. Okay? That's right. Hey, and if you think I'm just buttering you up, that's true. I am. I am just completely, absolutely going to do that. With that said, I want to run through this. We have run through this before, so I'm going to spend just a little bit of time so we can review these principles very briefly. I've introduced this before, but this is some of the things that I called sort of the 4 forces that we're constantly sort of bumping up against. We've had some discussion about this before. I don't want to belabor the point, but I just want to see that these are some of the struggles that we have to make choices about as council members and as staff. It's the balancing of efficiency and responsiveness. And I remember last year we had a really great discussion about the role that each of those plays and kind of where we are on that spectrum. We can do both, efficiency and responsiveness. That's just incredibly expensive. So lots of times we're having to make those determinations about which one is maybe more important or less important in any given specific situation. The other one we're trying to balance out, which is always a challenge too, is individual rights versus public good, and kind of where we weigh on that. Obviously we're trying to find those good balances, but let's recognize that these are counterbalancing forces at times, and it does create a struggle for us to make decisions as well as for staff to be able to enact those decisions as well. So these are one of those things that I just like to introduce because these become counterbalancing forces, and we can do both, but it's just an expensive endeavor in general to be able to do that. We also talked about this. This is the Eisenhower model. Again, I cannot recall why Eisenhower got the credit for this model. He actually didn't have anything to do with this model. We just gave it to Dwight D because I guess we love the man. You know what I mean? So this is the Eisenhower model. Basically what it has though is it has the space of sort of urgent and important and understanding where something falls on that scale. So the difference between is something urgent versus not urgent, is something important versus not important, and then how we direct staff. Recognizing that as leaders of the organization, as elected leaders, anytime you say something to staff, it comes with the weight of being important and probably urgent. So it probably falls under both categories. So it's just one of those things to be mindful of. If you say, hey, can you look into this? That might be viewed as drop everything and look into this. just by virtue of your roles in the organization as elected leaders. And that can be a challenge, so it's really important that we clarify, hey, this is the time frame I could use that looked into versus everything being urgent. You know, is a pothole on a day like today urgent and important? Maybe not today. You know, we've got snow to deal with, we've got strategic planning going on, so it's just one thing to be mindful of as we kind of look at how we show up, because you say it, staff's going to be like, better get on it immediately. And with so many voices here, that can mean a lot of staff time going into things that you might have. So we just want to be mindful as we weigh that out. And when we come to that, basically, if something's important and urgent, we want to do it immediately. And that's kind of where staff's going to land is, let's get it done. They're asking for this. This is urgent and important. Whereas when something's not urgent and not important, maybe that's not something that we need to do. Now, that's obviously not the direction you're going to be giving, but that's also something that managerially we have to weigh in on and recognize. When it comes to the space of not important, but it's urgent, that's something that staff's going to take the time to maybe delegate down to somebody else on their team. That way they can get that response back. And then, of course, if it's important and not urgent, we need to decide how we're going to handle that. Because it might be that it's something that we need to devote resources to quickly. It might be something that we don't need to devote resources to as quickly. So with those kinds of things, I just want you to understand that that model is also sort of in a constant state of understanding for staff, and recognize that your voices, because of your elected positions, carry an automatic weight with it. So it's really important to get that clarity around, is this urgent? Is this important? Is this one or the other? Or is this neither? So just wanted to do that. Any comments or questions around this? Again, we ran through both of these before, but just in case you wanted to weigh in and just clarify for everybody that everything you say is urgent and important, I can understand that as well.
I would say that this council has really done that in the last year. Like I said, okay, this is not an urgent or it's the way we facilitate. So they've given a lot more parameters in my opinion.
Well, that's great. I think that's what we're after too, right? It's just that understanding. One of the other things I encourage, and sort of when I work with groups, one of the things that we don't always do is, and this happens in email all the time, and I just put it out there, is saying something along the lines of soon, urgent, ASAP. Those aren't actual time frames. And that becomes a real challenge to interpret what you mean, because if I were to ask, Tim, if I said, get this to me soon, what does soon mean to you?
I think I would have to know the context of it. Like if it was a project that I know already had a deadline, I would view soon as maybe by the end of the week or in a day or two. If it was something that was more of a long range project, I think we'd view it, in a whole week, so it wasn't like a hard deadline for it.
Okay. Commissioner Russell, if you were, Councilman Russell, if you were to say soon, what does soon mean to you?
Depends on the context.
Okay. and I think that's it, right? That's the point I'm trying to get at. So when we say words like soon or urgent or ASAP, and if I was to say urgent, what does urgent mean? Is that an hour?
No.
Now. That means drop everything, get it done now. Does anybody disagree with that? Is that what urgent means? Get it done now? Or do you have a time frame? End of the day? Is end of the day urgent?
I think you have to be specific on what it is. Hey, this is an urgent situation. I need information on this now. Other situations, and I try to be sorry, I haven't had enough coffee. My tongue's tied. If it's something that's urgent, I'll pick up the phone and call and say, hey, or a message on Teams. If it's an email, that's not something where you drop everything and do it right now. You're looking for information type of thing, in my opinion.
Love it. I think that's the important thing to kind of gather here is that urgent is meaning something, and it seems like we have a very similar definition of this, but maybe the mechanism by which, Councilmember Wright's not going to go ahead and send an email on something that's urgent. Maybe somebody else might. They're going to pick up the phone. Teams might be a mechanism for communication, but let's just recognize the word soon and urgent could mean different things to different people. And so, end of the day might not be what somebody's interpreting as, but it might be what somebody else is. So, if we can be specific about time frames, close the business today, as soon as you possibly can, within the hour. Those times, by the end of the week. Those kinds of things at least allow staff to prioritize things that might be coming in the door. And again, just because everything that you say carries so much weight. it's important for them to be able to discern that. So,
And I think that needs to be the same way coming to us also.
okay.
We have very busy schedules, a lot of people work and stuff, so when the staff sends things to us, the expectations, even if it's given a week on something that's big, those are short timeframes for us because of what we do. We're not just here on Monday or for boards and commission liaison or even a voting member. Those are short timeframes, and those expectations, I think, need to be expanded and thought about. We need to have a calendar, especially if we know it's something that's coming forward. I think that's something that needs to be discussed also.
Love it. And what an important clarification too, which is this is a two-way street. So when we're communicating staff to council, let's be clear about that as well and say this is the time frame we need it in, because that's important so that we're all managing our time appropriately. I just see organizations get wrapped around the axle because one person says soon, and soon has so much variability in interpretation, and then the next thing you know, it's not soon enough. Or everybody's dropping everything to get something done, and it's like, look, just get it to me by the end of the week is what I mean. So let's just be clear about those timeframes. Love it. Onward. One of the things that I used to do with my teams that they absolutely hated, and I only found out later, was if I was belaboring a point or I knew where you were going with something, I would say, yep. And then I just kind of move along, I get the point of what you're saying. And then I did it to my wife, and I found out how dismissive that was and got in real trouble for that one. And so what I do now is I say to people, you have permission to yep me. If you get the point and you're belaboring it, you just want me to move on, let's just hear you do it for a second. Yep. All right, that's all I'm asking for. So yep me if I'm, dragging it on too long, friends, okay? We can keep moving. All right. With that said, council governance guidelines, we kind of talked about this a little bit too. This is the Carver governance model, a variation of the Carver governance model. This is used to run a lot of councils as well as nonprofits. But the goal of this is for the council to focus on the end. What is it you would like to see accomplished, where the organization's role and staff's role is to focus on how we get there. So you're setting the goals and saying, this is what we, on behalf of the community, would like to see you accomplish. And staff's coming back and saying, here's how we would go about accomplishing that goal for you. Part of that is making sure that you're representing the ownership. That's what you are, is a downward extension of the ownership. And so the ownership being the residents and the citizens of this community, we want to make sure that their representation is sitting right here in front of us. And that's what you are, is that representation. Staff's role is to go ahead and enact the policies that you create and to make sure that those are enacted in an appropriate way. Proper empowerment of the organization by defining that to be achieved by the organization. That is what we're doing today. That is part of what we're after today, is making sure that we have a clear understanding of what you want to accomplish, and then staff's going to say, here's how we can go about accomplishing it. And then having seen some of the feedback that you've provided, you have some of those that are very specific in terms of the means you'd like to see, but again, the majority of it is, hey, here's where we'd like you to go, and I really love that you all do such a great job of communicating that. This is the other one, right? What is unacceptable in terms of ethics and prudence? And that's a really important role, is creating the guide rails of expectations for the organization. So how do we expect staff to behave under different circumstances? And that's an important part of this too. Making sure that they know, this is what we consider ethically important, this is what we consider prudence to look like, these are the guidelines by which we want staff to operate, and creating some clear guidelines related to that. Again, council delegates those responsibilities to the city manager to go ahead and enact and carry out, and then we hold the city manager rigorously accountable, love that word rigorously accountable for achieving those ends. And so that's also part of your role, is saying, hey, this is what we asked you to do, how do you accomplish these ends? We'd like to talk about how those ends are being accomplished and holding Sean accountable for that. So that's a little bit of that. I just want to pause there for station identification, have a moment of discussion, perhaps deep confessions. I don't know where the conversation will go. So, but any thoughts, feelings, or reactions related to this? Again, something we've talked about a little bit here, but don't know whether anybody's got strong feelings or strong objections or yeah.
I want to say, I think, me personally, this is my fourth year of this, and this is something that I think I've improved in personally, is understanding what the proper role, not being employees. As a council, we probably have some collective room for improvement still. I think sometimes we are still too, at the tactical level, we are kind of involved in how staff is executing things, especially with where people are in our meetings. And I think this is a good reminder for us to kind of really recommit to where we're supposed to be.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Other comments, thoughts? Do you have any questions? I appreciate this. This is a hard balancing act to do. It really can be a very hard balancing act to do. I find that successful communities do their best to find their way to navigate through this. And I find that in communities that are struggling with strategic actions, one, they don't have strategic plans. Typically, their mission, vision, values are missing. But they also muddle those roles, and it becomes really difficult for staff to execute because you're worried about this thing, whereas the goal is to worry about this thing. And that's what we're after. We're after the betterment of the goal, and that's what we're really after. So thank you for that comment. And moving right along. You've seen this before. Do we call this the airplane model? Is that what we call this? The airplane page? Okay. You're familiar with the airplane page. So again, this is what a fun graphic. I really like this. But again, purpose and vision and strategic goals, right? This is where we're kind of living at right now, and that's what we're after. The next part is our plan was 22 to 25, so this is our last year of enacting the current strategic plan. And so again, the goal next year, we've got big changes coming in the fall in terms of how that looks. So when it comes to this, our goal for next year will be, our goal for this year is kind of finishing strong and completion of a strong strategic plan. 25 was the end of our sort of the life of this strategic plan. So this is about finishing this, making some adjustments. Next year is what I would refer to, and again, shout me down if I'm wrong here, but it's basically the overhaul. Next year is let's start from scratch, let's take a look at what we've got, and let's actually do the whole thing and look for the next few years and how we're doing that. So that's the difference between what we'll be doing, what will be done next year versus what's being done this year. So our goal this year, let's finish strong and find those opportunities to do that, recognizing that next year we're talking overhaul, we're talking major changes to the plan, we're talking the opportunity to weigh in and really create the next few years strategic planning efforts. So again, the different levels here, projects and initiatives, planning and oversight, that's more getting into the staff level and kind of where staff is living at. And then of course the day-to-day work. It was fun to walk around and see the cubicles here in this building, which is just fantastic. I love the teamwork that's already going on. People have written on each other's boards in this building. Hey, welcome, and all this kind of stuff. They got a team puzzle going over there too. Like, it's nice to see that kind of thing, but these are the folks doing the day-to-day work. So the folks running this plant, that's where they live at, getting this kind of work done for us here. And that's really important as well. So again, really clear, definitive council role, really clear, definitive staff role when it comes to this. Thoughts or comments? It seems like a model you're predominantly familiar with, but feeling okay about it. It's kind of the levels that we're operating at. Hey, silence is essentially my world, so I will take that as a yes, Nick. I love it.
Still early.
Still early. I know. I had my third cup of coffee, so I am clearly wired on a higher level. Yep, I know. And I'm just going to bring this up. If it doesn't work, I'm going to open a window in here. We're going to get some cold air out here, get some of that going. So, but yeah, I just noticed the windows are sealed, so that's like, how do you tell if a window is open? So maybe not the best technique, We'll work on it. We'll work on it. And this is the other one I kind of talked about. This is going to be important for our discussion today as well. I know we talked a lot about the term consensus. It's a word that a lot of people like. I am not a believer in the concept of consensus overall because it's virtually impossible for us to get on any given topic. If I asked a room full of people, if I had 100 people, and I said, is the earth flat? I would find somebody who said the earth is flat in that room. So I can't even get consensus on that. Because consensus means agreement or accord, which is a virtually impossible thing to get today. What we're after is informed consent, which means no significant objection. So hey, look, if this is something you're willing to absolutely say does not work for me, we don't have your informed consent. But if you're like, you know what, I can live with it. I don't have a significant objection to this. That's informed consent. And that means that we can proceed and move forward. And in a group with a governing body like this, let's face it, majority rules. And that is how democracy is set up, and so that's what we have to recognize as well. We can have spirited discussion. At the end of the day, we have to find a direction that allows staff to move forward and execute based on the majority of the opinion here. My goal is that we have more than that, but that's not always the reality. So we're not always after consensus, but what we're after is that informed consent. That informed consent. Thoughts, comments, feelings about this?
I agree.
Okay.
Maybe that's the word you
It's a great one. What I'll say is for projects, it's really a helpful thing too, because when you go for consensus, we build overly long input processes and those kinds of things. And I would imagine there's been a topic that has come before council this last year, where if you were after consensus, you would have never gotten it. And I'm sure that probably happens once every other week. So that's the kind of thing where it's like, hey, let's go after informed consent. We understand the issue, we understand the topic. I have an opinion, but it's not a strong opinion. I will capitulate to the greater voice in this, and that's how it works. So, okay. Moving along. Let's do some ice breaking and team building. I think I got through that, and I won't say record time, but we're getting closer to back on track. I think we're only 5 minutes behind now, and I feel really solid about that. But let's have some fun. Do a little getting to know each other here. I like this one, so here's what I'm going to ask: is we're going to skip the part where we write it down on paper, and I just want you to partner up with somebody. Partner up with somebody maybe that you don't know as well, or somebody that you'd like to get to know better. And here's what I'd like for us to do. I want you to find 2 answers. 2 questions. That's what I want you to do. Identify any 2 of these questions that you would like to answer and partner up with somebody to share. You do not have to share answers to the same question. So, Daniel, you might decide that your question is what song must be played at your funeral, and you might decide what was just a phase for you. I know somebody in this room had an emo phase. I don't think it was you, but somebody in this room had an emo phase, and I don't know who's going to confess it, but it's out there. Okay? It wasn't. Are you sure of that? Are you sure? You might shock us, and I'm excited to find out. Okay? So let's do this for a second. Partner up with somebody. We're just going to take a couple minutes to get to know each other. Sure. Okay. All right. So let's do it. 2 of these questions. Answer 2 of these questions for the neighbor. Okay?
All right.
You're going to run down your
All right, let's see here.
Mix it up. Anybody learn anything new? Oh, I hope so. I hope so. Well, let's take a moment to get to know each other a little bit here, okay? We answered some questions, so I'd just like to share maybe a little larger with the group so we all get to know each other a little bit better. Let me ask this. Anybody answer the song, what song must be played at your funeral? Anybody answer that question? What was the question, what was the answer to that question? Purple Rain. Okay. God loves Prince. Yeah.
It always has to have a Prince component somewhere.
I did. Oh, I love that.
Good to know. Not for your funeral.
One Fine Day by David Burns, his Broadway show, American Utopia. It's a great song.
Love it. Love it. One Fine Day. What'd you have?
Oh no, but I didn't answer that one, but there's a Hailstorm song called Back from the Dead. That's pretty funny.
Yeah. It's not Another One Bites the Dust. Did anybody? No, okay. Nobody went with that one. Love it, okay. Anybody do this one? What have you tried once that you never want to try again? Anybody try that one? What did you do?
Yeah, so I'm not a heights or roller coaster person, so won't be doing roller coasters again, and then my wife got me to go up the St. Louis Arch on any day. That thing was just swaying in the wind.
It's like, what would you rather do? Go up in the arch or just drive through East St. Louis?
Definitely drive through East St. Louis.
Drive through East St. Louis. We set the bar low. Okay, but no more arches and no more, yeah, okay. Anybody else with that one? Yeah.
Yeah, for me it was skiing. I went one time, ski lift challenge. Spent the day falling down and expanding my vocabulary.
I'm going to take a guess at what side of your vocabulary got expanded out of. I'm telling you, it wasn't the kinder words.
Exactly.
No more skiing though? Okay. So this right here, you're like, who cares? Who cares about that now? Oh, what about you makes the least sense? Did anybody try and tackle that one? Nobody. Yeah. What'd you go for?
I just talked about like being largely a more progressive-minded, forward-thinking person, but I have some things that I'm really, really old school about, and I think that throws people off.
Okay. Would it be too much to ask one of the more old school things? Is that?
I think sometimes like some parenting styles and just kind of wanting kids nowadays that are so tender to buck up a little bit.
I got a 7 and an 18-year-old, and I would agree with you 100% on that. So I am definitely the hey, buck up kids guy. In fact, I think I said that to my son last night, buck up. So.
I said it yesterday.
Did you? High five on that one. Yeah. Let's see here. Who had the face? Did anybody in here have a face?
I'm gonna out Peter on this one.
Yeah.
So end of high school all the way through college, my hair most closely represented Stephanie's. It was like that for.
I see a picture of this, Peter.
I actually have a picture of me with that long hair backstage with the band Fish in 1990.
Fish is a good band too.
You just look at me and it's like I'm this little kid.
How old were you?
I was 19.
Wow, so you were full fish out with the hair.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Did you have a VW van too for it, or?
I did not.
Okay.
I didn't go that far.
Okay.
I don't know how to picture of fish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
Are you still a fish fan?
So yeah, I did this last weekend. I bought a vinyl of a Fish album that I had many years ago because I'm rebuying vinyl because that's what you do now.
Yeah.
Was it voice?
That was actually Ripped.
Okay.
That was the tour that I saw them on.
I was at the last Grateful Dead show in Chicago. So I toured with the Dead for a year. And was at the last Grateful Dead show in Chicago. And then I tried to follow Fish, and then my grades tanked, and that all. Then it changed my life. Is what I'll say about that.
Oh yeah, that was in 95 Soldier Field.
Yes, it was. That's where I was at.
Was that where Sting opened?
No, Sting didn't open for that one. I'm going to say I don't recall. Unrelated. It's completely unrelated.
That was Vegas in that year, it was Sting opened in Vegas.
It was, okay.
So Dave's rating.
Thank you, Mark.
Dave, you had something. What you got?
Coincidentally, the exact same thing. Not fish. Not fish. Hair. So like as a kid, I had stuff shaved in my head. And like a number or something like that. And so I had all of that. And then in high school, I had a mullet. Not the long hair, but just a good mullet.
Okay.
I can actually see you with a moment.
It was just long enough that you could get it in a ponytail, which I never did. And then
Bring it back, Dave.
except for when I was undercover, I told my wife and kids I'm going to grow my hair out because I'm an undercover now, and it probably was about as long as Sean's or something like that. And I said, look at this, it's really getting long, and they just made fun of me. It's been about this short for most of my adult life. And on break, I will tell you about the time I met and hung out and was on stage with Prince.
Wow. Okay.
That was pretty cool.
Yeah.
I love it. Just purple rain, right? What about this one? What life experience, or what do you wish you didn't like? Anybody got that one?
And when I said bourbon barrel aged beer.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's like
$12 a bottle and about that much percent alcohol too. It's so good, but it's not. No.
Oh, no, that's probably
Building bridges, baby. Building bridges. But join it over some
I'm your man.
bourbon aged barrels.
And Chris said that he wished he did not like golf so much.
Oh, I want to like it because I really like it. But I like it a little too much. I think it takes away from other things I could be doing.
It's a long day.
Yeah.
It's a long day.
And it's expensive.
It's good exercise though.
It is exercise.
You know someone here
Yeah,
that
for your
is
elbows.
kind of in charge of the golf course.
That's why I try to stay away.
I'm an active disc golfer, and I play disc golf everywhere I go, and I play all the time. And one of the things people ask me, you play golf? You play disc? Do you ever play golf? And I say, I don't want to pay feel bad about myself. I'd rather You know what I mean? And like Stephanie, she's on the right track or whatever. It's 12-ounce curls that you get plenty of on the way there, so that's a lot of that activity. Yeah. What about this one? Life experience that drastically changed your thinking on something. Anybody toss that one out there?
I did. So for me, it's like taking it to a more serious, but when my dad passed away. So my dad was just a workaholic. Like I remember him working just Christmas, just every single holiday. He was always just gone and just working, so that kind of thing. So when he passed away, what was that, like 6 years ago? It made me just rethink, because I kind of took a lot of tricks too. So I work all the time, I take my computer on vacations. So I'm still working on this piece of it, but it made me realize that, yeah, I gotta take a step back and certain things.
Does anybody else find themselves in that track too occasionally? I've been close. You too, Sean? Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I think it's a really important message, though, which is, this is the stuff that life's what it's actually about, and put the computer down and plug into the things that are actually happening in front of us, right? What's the most difficult thing you've ever done? Anybody try that one? Golf. That's why you gotta get back out there. Come on now. Golf. What's the most difficult thing you've ever done? Golf was our answer. Okay, sweet. Correct answer.
All right, I'll go.
Yeah, please.
Years ago, I was the primary witness of an attempted murder case, and that was the most difficult thing I ever did, because I saw one of the accused people. He knew exactly that he was caught, that I witnessed. The person I testified against, I didn't see, but I had enough information. So it was scary because he would see me, and if he got out, the fear of him coming after me. So, and because the victim sustained, I got the word right now, brain damage from the attack, he was the secondary witness because of his injuries. So that was a scary thing. And luckily they did find him guilty, so that fear, went to the back of my head. But that was the most difficult thing I ever had to do. So.
Thank you for your courage to share that, and thank you for your courage to do that. And that is, I can't imagine how difficult that was. But thank you. These are interesting things to learn and hard things to share sometimes, but it's important. We're a team, What's your greatest accomplishment? Anybody go with their greatest accomplishment?
Actually, Sean.
Sean's greatest accomplishment?
And it's really not my greatest accomplishment, but my most interesting project in municipal government was the oldest log cabin in Walker County, north of Houston, where I was the Main Street manager, the downtown manager, was deteriorating in a cow pasture, and we took university students from St. Lucie State and a history class, had them gather up all the logs, disassemble the mark on them. No, we kept it in one piece at that time. We strapped it down, we got a house mover, we moved it to the square, and then there was no money to get it done. The city manager gave me $5,000 in the capital budget, and that all went to feeding inmates, because it was Huntsville, 8 prisons within the city limits. Inmates that restored every log, took it apart, restored every log, put it back together, cut 14,000 shakes, which were shingles made out of actual logs, and assembled it, and then me and the inmate guard were like the project managers on site with the inmates, and I had to feed them, find lunch for them every day, and then we got 3 groups, quilters, spinners and weavers, and some other group, and we put they were all women, put them together, and they manned it as a little indigenous craft shop when we got it open. So
wow,
it was super cool.
Yeah. What a difficult set of challenges. $5,000 is just going to happen.
Yeah.
And here's some prison labor.
Probably could never do it today.
Yeah, exactly. Things you couldn't do today.
But some of those prisoners then learned some skills that once they were released, would be able to use those for.
Well, with 8,000 people in prison, 8 prisons and thousands of people in them, the skill set in prisons is incredible. A lot of them were carpenters, or all kinds of things.
Wow. So, follow-up question to that, was it easy?
No. Super stressful. Because the downtown merchants were saying, what is this stupid box sitting in the middle of our downtown?
Right.
I was like, go get it done, I promise. And the city manager saved me. Some funding.
Just a little bit of funding and a lot of hard work. And I bring that up, it wasn't easy, because when we talk about our greatest accomplishments, lots of times, if I asked any one person in the room, what's your greatest accomplishment, and then I asked you the follow-up question, was it easy? Your answer would be no. Of course it wasn't easy. But yet it's funny, because when we're faced with major challenges in our lives, usually we complain about the major challenge, as opposed to recognizing that it's a prerequisite condition for greatness. Just maybe a way to reframe it next time you're encountering something that maybe seems overwhelming. It might just be the moment for greatness. Maybe you can find the labor skills that you need and, a little bit of money on the side in order to go ahead and get it done. Love it. Thanks for sharing that. All right. Lesson you learned the hard way.
I did that one.
Yeah, okay, what you got?
So to be meticulous and approach things, slow and consistent. The example is replacing the thermostat on my car, rushed it, broke the bolt off, and the engine went hot. And so learn to take my time on projects to make sure you have backup plans and approach it on.
Okay. Love it. Be methodical about that approach. Take your time, do it right, do it once, right?
Yep.
Absolutely. Love it. That's the right answer out of the public works director, by the way. Anybody with a frivolous hill? A frivolous hill they're willing to die. Oh, we got 3 of these. This is going to get good. Let's do some conspiracy. What do we got over here?
All right, so this is a hill that started when I was in college, but it is that September is the worst month. I know, hot take. But so I went to college, or grew up in the Midwest, went to college in the Midwest, and so think of it this way: you had summer break, you were hot all summer long. You had fun, but it was really hot. You go to school, August, everything's really exciting, you have new classes, everything's new and exciting. September comes, you know your professors, you know your teachers, you kind of settle into it, all your tests are coming up, it's still so hot. So, September is the worst month.
September is the worst month. You heard it here first, friends. If you're not a believer, we've got somebody here to convince you.
And I have more evidence, but I'll leave it.
I like it. On a break, feel free to come up, talk to her, get that evidence, get that going. We got some back here too, right? What would you have, Chris?
Mine is grammar.
Okay.
Yeah, and you'll see it in the Inglewood magazine where.
Our communication director? What
side are you on this one?
We have a style guide that
Yeah.
tells you in MMP whether to use periods or not, or you will never see in Inglewood magazine, like Inglewood has a population of over 30,000 people. It is more than, it is not over. So you will see Inglewood has a population of more than 30,000. Little things like that, and I will have that.
Okay. The grammatical hill, and we all know there, like, get it right. What else? Who else has got that frivolous? So again, your director can right answer.
Not frivolous, very important.
Actually, on that line, ashore, inshore, and insure.
Okay.
The misuse of those, I see it every time I read it. And it like sticks out like a blinking red light.
Or maybe it's not frivolous.
I was going to say, Chris, it's not a valid one.
I don't think it's frivolous at all, Chris.
They teach it in school, you know what I mean? Like but no, I appreciate it though. Like I think there's the law starts sort of proper, especially punctuation. What do you fall on an Oxford comma?
We don't use it.
Cool.
It's in our style guide.
Anybody else on a frivolous hill? I think there was one more person who had their frivolous hill.
Mine was the Oxford comma that everyone uses.
You use the Oxford comma?
It's in our style
I do
guide.
too.
What about the double space after a period?
Oh.
No longer needed. You gotta double space after a period.
And that was the most confusing thing when I started learning law.
I am now dangerously concerned about what's Let's start the last one. What scares people but shouldn't? What scares people but shouldn't? Anybody go for that?
The dentist.
The dentist. Don't be scared of the dentist. Anybody?
You won't have beautiful teeth if you don't go to the dentist.
That's right. Let's take a good smile. Let's go. Well, maybe we're off the rails a little bit with that one. I appreciate it. Stephen, flying is yours? Okay. Yeah. No, it is. It scares people. I actually was on a flight, it's like maybe a month and a half ago, and I was next to somebody who was absolutely petrified. And they'd been on a number of flights, and I guess that to me was a more fascinating part, because they'd flown several times. And I was like, your success rate's pretty high.
If you fly as fast and you're not dying or way less.
I don't think it's the flying. I think it's the fear of dying from flying is what scared people.
Yeah.
The turbulence, that type of thing.
They're far worse than that.
I agree. Because it'd be quick.
And now we're devolving into a discussion. And I don't want to leave this down here, so I'll say, I just want to say thanks to everybody for sharing. I think it's a fun way to get to know. And it's also interesting to think about what questions you answered out of these. Because when I do this with groups that, and sometimes I have a longer list of questions, I've limited it for us, but when I have a group that really knows each other well, they're not necessarily afraid to dive into what I'll call some of the deeper questions. And a couple of you answered a couple of those deeper questions. And when we have groups that don't know each other well, they'll stick with Frivolous Hills, or they'll stick with, Song at the Funeral. What's also interesting is when you do Song at the Funeral, it's an age range that has thought of this question, and there's a younger age range that hasn't put a thought into that at all. But it's an interesting one because there's certain things you can tell about a lot of folks with this, and I find this to be a really fun, interesting activity. So anyway, hopefully you had a little fun, got to know each other a little bit. Purple rain on the break. Let's do it. We got some fish in the house. We got some folks with formerly long hair. Right? We got somebody who knows how to run prison labor over here.
Andy's our boss.
Andy's our boss. I don't want to dig too deep into that in 2-7, but we're going to do one more exercise, and then we're going to get into a little more stuff here. And the last one exercise I want to do with you here is this one, 4 corners. We did this a little bit last year, so I just want to explain the rules. We have different questions, different statements than we did last year. So I just want to explore this for a little bit. 4 corners of the room. If you strongly agree with the statement that I made, come on over here. If you agree with the statement, back over there. If you disagree with the statement, it's over there. And if you strongly disagree with the statement, over here. That's all there is to it. So just move to the side of the room that you feel is appropriate. So here's what I'll start us off with. Cake is overrated. Pie is better. Cake is overrated. Pie is better. Strongly agree? Agree? Disagree? Strongly disagree.
And what if you just don't care?
If you don't care,
can I just stand right here?
Yeah, if you want to, you can. Talk amongst yourselves. Talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Why are you so right? Why are you so right?
I don't care.
I don't like cake. Oh, really? One thing.
Strongly disagree.
I would agree with that.
Okay.
Maybe I have to come up with something different.
I know, I gotta change these on the fly or whatever here.
My wife had a friend that ran a fair.
All right, let's talk about it for a second here. Let's start with my agrees over here. My agree category. Why do we agree with that statement? Why do we agree with the statement? And the statement's not up here anymore. Let's see. Cake is overrated. Pie is better. Why do we agree with that?
More options for pie.
Doesn't matter.
Say it for me.
Wider variety with pie.
There's a wider variety with pie.
Oh, you guys are crazy.
You gotta be careful. We're gonna get over here,
I just don't like cake that much, so pies will. I'm not strongly agree because I don't love pie either, but I really don't like cake. Is not my thing.
Okay.
You know there's a we just don't care island right here.
Usually I don't allow that. Usually I don't allow that. Okay.
I want to eat it. I'm not.
What about with my strongly disagrees over here? Why do we strongly disagree with this? Cake is overrated, pie is better.
You're giving me the choice between 2 good things. Why would I need to choose?
False equivalency. This is a lie. Why are you even challenging it? By the way, if you believe what somebody else believes, if they convince you, you can move over. And if somebody moves or migrates to a different team, we applaud for him, okay? So if he's got that compelling argument, this is a false narrative. Right?
Yep.
Are we feeling it? Oh, we're not quite there. How about we strongly agrees over here? Cake is overrated, pie is better. Strongly agrees. Where are we at? Oh, okay. Because pie's not empty calories at all. It's got fruit filling in it, right?
The other thing about pie that's cool is you can have savory pie, right? So how many of you have great memories of like a cold winter day and eating shepherd's pie or chicken pot pie, but not chicken pot cake?
Alright, I'm going Tim convinced him, that's pie, I'm all in.
We got it, all right. We got it, let's get some applause. I love it. Compelling argument. You've never heard of shepherd meat cake. That's the argument. How about my disagrees, guys? Why do we disagree with this statement?
Made like a trifold meat and jam. That was really the hell out of it.
You could move with Cam Marina or move over with Steve's group. Yeah, we just, there's an ability.
It depends on the pie. Too many circumstances.
Yeah.
I would agree with it, depending on the age of pie.
Chicken pot pie, come on over.
I'm stuck on the brilliance of the shepherd's pie thing.
I know.
I feel like I need to go.
All right. You got me over two. We got 2 more. All right. I love it. I love it. Thank you for your open-mindedness about this and a really compelling case on cakes versus pies. Let's try this one. Social media does more harm than good. Strongly agree, disagree, strongly disagree. Social media does more harm than good.
Where's disagree?
Disagree is right over there.
Personally or?
Talk amongst yourselves for a minute. Why are you so right? Social media does more harm than good.
The way people use it, I think.
Chat amongst yourselves. Why are you so right?
When I'm on social media and my attention, and when I'm off it and like able to think positively about other things, and also my self-talk is way worse. But I also think I'm on the wrong side of social media.
I've noticed that.
Yeah, it's time management too.
I noticed that since I deleted my Facebook like 3 months ago, and I like feel so much better mentally. I feel like I'm not wasting time.
I don't love it.
I agree, but not strongly.
I mean, I'm still on like LinkedIn,
All right. I want to talk with our largest group over here. You agree with this statement. You don't strongly agree. You don't disagree. We agree with this statement over here. What's your different
I'd like to make a caveat. I think for individuals, where we aware that it's detrimental to our well-being and our relationships. That said, I am very proud of the city of Inglewood social media, and doing an excellent job, and I'm glad we have it. This is not personal, so I want to say that.
Okay. So on a personal level, it's detrimental maybe to us.
It's societal.
It just gets overused, yeah. Yep. Okay. So we have like maybe a societal sort of basis on this, but from a professional perspective, it seems like maybe there's some value. Is that a statement?
I think that because we live in a world where we have it, we should use it well, but if I were to choose from the beginning, I would not.
And there's a reason why I'm not on the struggling.
Right.
And that reason is because of
There is some value. There is some value, but it can be overused.
Okay.
Well, did I respond to that?
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, let's come on over here.
I think the mayor's statement is, I agree with that, but the question is a simple, yes or no question. Does it do more harm than good? And it sounds like you guys actually agree with that.
There's always a right. That's why we're here. It's always
That's probably a
Do you think it maybe does a little more good than harm? Because that's where I would agree. But like it's absolutely without question, social media is just a tool. You can misuse it, and you can use it well. There's nothing wrong with either one of them. But obviously, it doesn't want to do it because people are depressed or miserable because of their social media is causing massive harm to our society, even though it can be used for good. So the statement is factually 100% true.
So it's a binary statement, it doesn't do this, and the answer is yes. So to strongly agree, that's a statement.
But also depends on the person. So some people can misuse it. That's part of the reason why I'm not moving over that way, because it's not universal.
Okay, a compelling case, but we didn't convince you. Had a comment, yes.
So personally, the reason that I'm in the agree and not the strongly agree is because I do think that there's a sense of community that can be built on social media that wouldn't necessarily be able to build for people who don't have access to go out. And that's what pulls me here versus strongly agree. I do agree with what you're saying, but that's my why I'm here.
Stephanie and I found out that we actually live in the same neighborhood as virtue of social media because she's seen me commenting on things in the neighborhood. We live in the same neighborhood until today, as a matter of fact.
We have
she's not on a total troll.
a Facebook group, and it's really interesting. And I was like, Nick Kittle.
Don't worry, I'm not an internet troll. We're good. You know what I mean? I post pretty pictures. That's what. How about my disagrees over here? Why are we in that category?
I think it's odd to condemn the tool for the way people use it.
Okay.
That's more of a philosophical question, but that's what I heard my friend Joe over there.
No, I didn't. I did not
Oh,
the tool. I just said the
Ken's moving over. He likes it.
Can we get this statement up?
It's there, the second one. The second one.
To clarify, I did not mean to condemn the tool. I just used the tool. I don't think there's anything wrong with the tool. But the statement stands true.
Does it do more harm?
Does it do more harm than good?
And is it the tool that does the harm or the people?
Now it's social media, not internet.
I know that's like the
It's much more likely to hear about the harm it does than the good it does.
Right. We're more likely to hear about it. So is that a fair representation of we have one person, a brave soul over here, an island unto himself. Tell us about why do you struggle?
Everybody's been making the argument for why you should go over here.
Okay, why?
Because the statement is about social media, not what people do with social media. It's about social media itself. So social versus antisocial is positive, right? So positive. Media as a whole is a positive thing. So social media in and of itself is positive. What people do with it, which is what all these discussions are, is what determines whether it does more harm or good.
Okay.
And that's true, you're right.
Well, come on over.
All right.
All right.
Right.
So Peter, you're arguing the media is good?
Popcorn is your new best friend.
He's saying it's the tool, it's not the people.
Right.
It's what the people do with it is what causes the harm, but people also do the positive. Like Chelsea said, look at what Inglewood does with social media and how positive it is and what the impact they've had. So the tool itself is not bad, it's what people do with it.
Okay. I want to argue with that because these social media companies have an army of positive scientists that are actively trying to craft an app that will get the brains of teenage girls addicted and therefore depressed ultimately. I mean, the tool itself has bad things built into it for the explicit purpose of getting people sucked into it so that they can make more money on advertisers and all that. The outcome is negative, and that is directly related to the creation of social media.
But you're dealing with teenage girls. Who is responsible for those teenage girls? The parents on monitoring the usage and keeping them off those phones.
But the data has shown us that this is not a willpower thing. The algorithms are intentionally manipulative for people with all of the knowledge. Yes. Like, this is not a neutral tool. It's designed in a very specific way to have a very specific outcome. And their profit is our attention.
I love it. I'm gonna hit the pause button here because we got a few more of these to go through. I'll give you one more thought, one more closing argument.
It's an outside conversation because I'm interested in those tools and stuff and those apps because they're just like research for themselves. So it's an additional conversation.
I think they make compelling arguments.
Okay.
I agree, all of them.
These are really.
They had something to say.
No.
I would like to hear.
Not enough to make me move, but
Not enough to make me move.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, one more
Along
thing,
with
yeah.
Just to say, I would like to proactively acknowledge my hypocrisy, because in 4 short hours, I'm going to convince you all that we are expanding our social media.
I did not know that.
Maybe it's a different quadrant.
Facilitator fail there to not know that was coming up later, so my bad.
that's a very,
My bad.
excellent point.
Here we go, let's go to the next one. Work-life balance is a myth.
Or strongly.
Work-life balance is a myth. Strongly disagrees right over here. Strongly agrees over here. Strongly agree, disagree, strongly disagree. Work-life balance, it's a myth. Remember, talk amongst yourselves. Who agree with you? And I know that you are the most right.
It's all about time management. Remember?
Work-life balance is a myth. Strongly agree, disagree, strongly disagree. There's no neutrality.
That's my only argument. Just
When you said that even when we're not working,
you're working.
It's on your mind. It's like you never get away from it.
If you're that most higher that you're out and about, you see people go, oh, that'd be a great team building. It's still.
But I'm neutral. Yeah. Let's come on over to the strongly I'm going to start off with my strongly agrees. They're the smallest group over here. Let's start off and hear their compelling argument. Let's make it for us. What do you got?
It's been taught that work-life balance doesn't exist. All you have is life, and work is part of it. But eventually, something that's competing for your attention and your balance, work is just a part of your life naturally. So you gotta focus on your life and figure out where work is in that.
Ooh. And then when we're on the academic studies going, it's going away from the false equivalency between these two. And the either or of these two to they're calling it work-life integration, because it just becomes something that's integrated into your aspect of your overall life. So work-life balance is a myth because it's work-life integration.
Okay. So something about the terms themselves as well as sort of a philosophy of how we look at work. Motto over lives. Making some really interesting cases over here. Not feeling the migration yet?
Philosophically, I want to be over there, but reality of where we're still at today, in the dichotomy of that and how a lot of us were raised over the years of our life, I can't.
Then tell us more about that.
Come
on, tell us more about that. You're saying the actual real world doesn't function that way. Is that, yeah.
We're just not there yet. We haven't made that shift yet. And so, I mean, I'm really good about putting the computer away. I would never take my computer away. When I'm off from work, I'm off from work. I don't think about it. I don't care about it. But I'm off from council. As you're making notice. I'm completely off from council. I don't worry about it. Like when we have a break, I take a break. But I just don't think, I think there are so many ingrained thoughts and strategies within the systems that we work in that we're just not at the place where we can take that.
Okay. So Nick, I think I would be more like in the middle here. Because I think it's just the compromises that you're willing to make in order to achieve that work-life balance. So the profession that I choose kind of forces me to be available all the time. So trying to take a step back from that is what I want to do, but the company that I work for is not really allowed for that. So again, it's just like, can I really take a step back when my employer is saying, no, this is your priority as, you know, if you're going to be employed by us, this is what the requirement is. And so I think it just depends exactly where you're at. So I think I should be more in the middle. Okay. But this is where I would prefer, but based on the statement, I believe that there is a way that you can do it, but you just have to make the sacrifice.
Usually a little more this way.
Okay.
And either one can consume your life.
Yes.
And so there
has to be a balance, because there are times when your life consumes you, and then there are times when your work consumes you, and so there is a balance.
Okay. Let's recognize we have 4 of our council members over here. Just putting that out there. It's an interesting thing too, right? What about over here? We've got folks in the different categories, but what about over here? We try strongly disagree with the statement. Why do you strongly disagree with this?
Because I think the mindset has changed. When I was in the workforce, it was, what is that saying? Work to live, not live to work. I lived to work. I worked so many hours. I was on call all the time. And we were just talking about this working 90 hours a week, on call all the time. And I do think the mindset's trying to change and stuff. Even with council, if someone calls emails, even on a break, unless I am 100% dedicated with my family, I respond because it's been ingrained with me. And I do believe that the mindset has to change, where yes, you do have to shut down, you do have to walk away, you have to put family first, and you have to work to live, to strive, to provide, but you have to have that balance. And that, for me, and I don't know how it is for everybody else, but I think that's what you have to do, and that's why I disagree with this, because we have to change that mindset. So that people, like, okay, we can be in that middle, and employers have to recognize that. I try, for staff, I try to be mindful that if it's a true emergency, I contact after hours and that type of stuff. So, and I don't know what others think here, so.
Yeah, let's hear from someone. I love that. Great, interesting point. I love that. You know, this is part of that Eisenhower model, right? Urgent versus important is what you're talking about. If it's maybe it's not that thing that's urgent and important. Maybe it's something that can be handled at another time. Does it require that level of urgency in order for something to do it? What else are we doing over here?
This might be the case where the two extremes of the spectrum are so similar that it kind of wraps around and meets.
Yes.
These people agree with the statement because they've managed to find work that they have passion for that doesn't seem to separate from life as work normally would. And I think these people are where we are because we managed to find a way to make our work serve our life, as opposed to doing the other way around. So both people have managed to work effectively in a way that integrates with their life, but in different manners.
I heard that we really love our jobs.
That's basically what I said.
Okay.
They're able to balance.
Let's talk to the warden over here. No, just kidding. So what do you think about this? You're in the agree category. Why do you agree with this?
Actually, I think Chelsea has.
Chelsea, that's the first we got.
I would say, I don't have work-life balance, but I do have work-life boundaries. And it's just a series of trade-offs. Nothing is ever perfectly in balance. This idea of like this equilibrium that we'll always be having the same amount of time for our work as our personal lives isn't true. Sometimes it's more on work, sometimes it's more on personal. You're constantly negotiating those trade-offs, how the real world works. And seeking this kind of like idealistic balance, I think, is a waste of our energy. Life is integrated and we're constantly reacting to it. And then setting boundaries to make sure that we have time for the things that are the most important to us. So that's why I think that the idea of this perfect balance is met.
It's mythical. Okay. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go ahead and call the last question and say, you know what, we're going to skip this one. I'm going to skip this last question in the interest of time and discussions and follow-up. Because I'm wise. And I know not to tell. But I'd like for us to have this. You're welcome to sit down if you want to sit down. I just want to be able to do this. Thank you for those of you with the open-mindedness to change your minds and the willingness to have that discussion.
This Saturday.
Because it's a trade-off, Chelsea. She comes back and it's a trade-off. That's right. We make difficult choices in the real world. Got it. I love it. I love it. So just a little bit of follow-up on this. What are some observations you had about this? One, who did you like talking with more? The people you agreed with, or the people you disagreed with?
Disagree.
It's an interesting space to think about though, right? I mean, here it was, and I just want to point out a couple things. As you talked, and in fact, you drew the parallel here, which is the strongly agree and the strongly disagree were actually closer together on some of these than maybe we give them credit. It was just a viewpoint shift. It was a little bit of a lens shift, and next thing you know, the strongly agrees and the strongly disagrees were not too far off. That I thought was a really interesting thing, and on almost every except for pie. The other two, we have strong cake and pie. But when it comes to this space, when we talk about disagreeing with people, when we talk about agreeing with people, let's recognize that if I categorized you and said, "Oh, you're a strongly agree," and you're a strongly disagree, we think just by nature of those labels that we are polar opposites of each other, and there's no middle ground for us to negotiate or discuss or talk. When in reality, we actually might be closer together than we think. And that's this crazy space that we operate in all the time, which is labels doing us massive amounts of disservice when it comes to actual critical thought. Because you made a point, I think it's a continuum here, actually. I think we're closer together. And that actually was on two of the questions. I think we were actually relative to social media. I thought the arguments being made on social media were not too dissimilar, which was, I just view it as a tool. That's why I'm over here. Whereas I can see some of the benefits that get created out of it over here. So it wasn't a very dissimilar argument. It was just a lens shift. So the danger of labels with that. Other observations as you kind of had these discussions about these topics. What else did you observe about this? We were in a space of disagreement. How did you show up? How did you disagree with others? Do you feel like I showed up the way I wanted to? It's one of those moments of pause, notice, choose. I'm a big fan of that. Let's take a moment to reflect on a second. Did it fire you up when somebody disagreed with you? Did anybody's argument get you pretty fired up? Or were you more in the space of, you know what? That was a reasoned argument. I can hear what you're saying.
I think the overall benefit of an exercise like that is watching everyone have some humor as they wade through the conversation. And just having that reminder when you are in strong disagreement to take it down a notch or two and try to actually listen and use some of those softer skills that we have to try to make purpose.
I love that observation.
It's interesting though that most of the things that we discussed, we probably all could have gone either way. You took the one out that may have been much more difficult.
I agree. I did take that out. I could have done that. The question is, would you have carried over a degree of civility into the discussion? And I think the three conversations you did have centered around civility and humor being the way to diffuse sort of moments of, abject tension there. But we said, you know what, I'm capable of hearing your viewpoint, disagreeing with your viewpoint, making my viewpoint, and we had, council members in different corners on every single thing. We would have on that one as well. The question is, can we bring the civility into the discussion to continue even when we have vehement opposition? And I know we would have had it because we had a little bit of discussion on that last year. I also just know that from a timing perspective and the devolution of our engagement with each other perspective, I didn't want to run that risk. I'm much more, let's go have a bagel, so, Mary, what are you thinking?
No, well,
Great comment.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, I was gonna, so with any of the questions that came up, I could have easily been in any corner. Just depending on how specific or how down in the weeds you want to get about, like what type of pie you prefer, what type of cake you prefer. Like, but for that example, I'm just a pie fan, so it doesn't really matter what kind of pie you put in front of me. But even for the other ones, I was kind of like on the fence, like social media is like, where exactly do I fit within that model? I could have easily been in any corner. So, and then just the fact that the conversation did stay civil, right? We could have easily had like a very strong opinion that could have easily just brought that conversation to a point where we would have just, civility would have lost. So I think in terms of just the way that we were able to converse about it, just because it was, no one became in control in that situation that kind of prevented thought or speech from occurring on a specific topic. So that's what I was thinking of at the moment.
Love it.
Can I just add that I think so much many of these types of conversations, we're on the spectrum between idealism and pragmatism. And so, you know, the social media one is such an example, and then coming from Chief, like, yeah, in an ideal world, we would not have this thing that leads across the pond to our minds. And pragmatically, it's a tool that the world uses, and so we should figure out how to use it well for our purposes. And I think that applies to so many of our policy challenges. And sometimes there's a very strong perspective of how we would like things to happen. And sometimes half of it is better than nothing at all. How can we compromise and be more pragmatic in the moment? And so I think that that's a takeaway for a lot of us.
I think one of the things you pointed out is to put it out for you kept pointing out the fact that it's situational and depends. It's situational and depends. There are times where the work is required to do more. Well, it depends on what I'm doing with the social media. Am I doing this with the social media? Am I doing this? You know, so it depends, and that's the nature of sort of what I call intentionally binary conversations that I introduce here. People are like, well, I would be neutral. You know, I would rather be in the middle of that work-life balance conversation. And when we allow neutrality in the middle of it, we find that we're able to gravitate toward the middle space because there is nuance to every single one of those discussions. But in reality, you have to vote up or down, right? So that becomes a difficult thing because you have binary decision making in a world that is full of gray. And we have to make difficult choices in there. So it becomes this really fascinating thing. How civil can we remain? How open can we remain? The fact that we aren't actually as far apart maybe as we believe ourselves to be by virtue of the labels that we assign to each other and to ourselves. Because as soon as we decide who them is, we also decide who us is. And that's a very dangerous world for all of us to live in my experience. But I love this. So really, what were your thoughts related to observations on that?
I was thinking of the last question in particular, and the pot pies is what comes to mind here. You know, we're all thinking about sweet desserts, and then Tim comes along and turns it on its head.
Yeah.
Dinner.
Random idea that came to me, but weirdly, I love shepherd's pie. I actually don't like chicken pot pie, but I feel like most people do. And so that's why I figured it was good.
Yeah, you are the outlier.
And maybe that's the power of innovation right there. You know, the thought process that everybody is sweet, until someone says, what about savory? And then all of a sudden, wait a second, we actually had probably the most migration of any of the questions on that particular comment right there. I was like, wait a second, I love chicken. And next thing you know, we got folks over here, people are moving from disagree, over to strongly agree because of your chicken pot pie comment. Power of innovation, power of thinking differently about how you're framing out a problem. So I think that's our pause moment here. Let's take a break. Let's take a break on this, and we'll go ahead and come back. And let's call it 10 minutes. I see 30 on that clock. Ignore the time on this clock. 30 minutes, we'll come back 40 minutes, and we'll kick it back off, okay? So, hopefully I had a little fun this morning, we had some conversation. I want to get us a little bit again back on track here with the 10 habits of effective governing body. So this is a really great set of guidelines written by Carl New and June. I should not forget the June, because I'm sure Senior would be upset if I got the June card. There it is. So I want to lay these out for you, but these are basically what it takes to kind of be effective as a governing body. So I want to run through what these look like, and I think, again, it's a really great set of guidelines here. But I want to get your perspective. As we go through this, what I'd like you to think about is, you know, what are we doing well as a governing body? What are we struggling with as a governing body? And just have a little bit of discussion about that, you know. And then again, also, what is it we can commit to in the next year? That is this team, is this governing body, what of these can we commit to that say, you know what, we're going to move this forward, and this is going to be important to us. So I'm going to walk through these real quick here. These are some of the things described here. Think and act strategically, right? Focus on shaping the community's future through vision and long-term goals. Obviously, that's the kind of effort we're engaged with today. We have to know where we're going in order for staff to be able to execute on your vision. So this is a huge part of us being successful, is making sure that we focus on that sort of long-term vision. And again, we talked about this, you know, it's not about these short-term little things, it's about these big things and how we're heading out there on those big things. Respect the shared constituencies. We have overlapping constituencies. And that's something that we can get in trouble with each other about, is our constituencies overlap. So if you're representing one way, somebody else is representing another way, it can confuse folks who might be a shared constituency amongst you. Anybody think of maybe what one of those shared constituencies might be? What might be an example of a shared constituency amongst several of you or multiple members? Any thoughts going to pop into your head on that one?
Well, we have members who represent specific districts, and we have 3 at-large members. That's probably the most common interconnection.
Would be those at-large members overlapping with district.
Yep.
Okay, a really easy, sort of very kind of high level, obvious example. Absolutely, love that. Other examples where you could think maybe there is a shared constituency that's beyond just sort of district versus at large.
This little, it's a joint venture between two cities.
Right. These things that happen at jurisdictional boundaries, maybe, right? So it might not even just us in this room, but what might be shared constituencies with other jurisdictions as well, where we have shared responsibility with other jurisdictions. So there's also that part we have to be effective in governing. Understanding and demonstrating teamwork, easier said than done sometimes, important nonetheless. But again, operate as a team with clear goals, trust, and defined roles. And so we have that. You know, I work with organizations that have nothing but at-large members. You know, that's really difficult because they don't have sometimes those defined sort of, but we have both. We have at-large, we have district representation. So again, those create those things. But where do we find those collaborative moments? How do those show up? What opportunities are there for us to collaborate as this larger group? And they don't always exist. But when we can find them, we can demonstrate that a willingness and that ability to collaborate. Small group decision making. Use interpersonal tasks and rational skills to make effective decisions in small groups. Active listening, constructive dialogue, prioritizing issues, and informed consent. Again, back to that comment of informed consent. What might this look like? Where are these small group decisions coming from? What might that look like? What about like subcommittees? There you go. Yep. Boards and commissions might be that. You know, how do we set them up for success? What roles do they play? Do we have that well defined so that we're creating those opportunities for them? And again, that brings into the next one, which is clearly defined roles and responsibilities. So again, that's not just the roles and responsibilities between council and staff, but what are our boards and commissions? What are their roles and responsibilities? Are they an advising body? Are they a deciding body? Well, those can create a lot of confusion. If you've got a parks board who thinks their role is to run the park, well, that's different than, you know, maybe what their role might be, which is an advisory board. You know, you make recommendations and you ultimately make those decisions. You get those land use decisions, those kinds of things. So that might be another opportunity for us to recognize those clearly defined roles and responsibilities. Are there any areas that you think of that we don't have that, where we're just not really clear about the roles and responsibilities, or where we bump up against that buzzsaw from time to time, where maybe we have that challenge? Anything come to mind on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Honor the board staff partnership. Spend some time talking about this, but again, sort of that roles and responsibilities, whose role is what, talked about that. Downward extension of ownership, upward extension of management, kind of where the roles and responsibilities are on that. But again, policy and implementation are interconnected. So as you pass policies, there are ramifications for how staff has to operate, and there's interconnectedness related to those. So it is a balance between the two entities in general to create sort of that seamless integration. Because as you pass policy, do we have the staffing to be able to do it? Do we have the ability to go ahead and bring the ideas forward and have the support there? Allocate the time and energy appropriately. Again, balancing the time for goal setting, analysis, decision making, and community engagement. Those are all things that we have to do in order to be successful. Maybe we balance our time effectively. Maybe it's inappropriate. Maybe we spend, I've worked with councils and commissions that basically, some of them have, what is less than a 1 hour meeting. That's it. And I personally worked for organizations where 6 to 8 hour meetings were the norm. Is that an effective use of time? I imagine there's something in the middle. The way that I would end those meetings, by the way, is I would order pizza. And then I would just let it sit in the lobby and the smell would waft in, and then people would get hungry and then they would adjourn. That was the way to do that. So, half joking, half serious, I actually did order pizza, but in this case though, where do you put your balance of your time? Is it in the policy side of the equation? Is it in the goal setting side? That's obviously the kind of thing we're doing today, right? Are we analyzing? Are we analyzing too much? I work with Las Cruces, New Mexico, and I work with Los Alamos, New Mexico. They're radically different. Los Alamos, New Mexico, because they have so many physicists, nuclear physicists retired there, they spend painstaking amounts of time doing analysis, and they are virtually stuck as a community because analysis paralysis is absolutely the guiding force on that. There's always a better, more right answer. So they're really stuck heavily in the analysis, and they don't get around to the actual doing sometimes because of that. So are we stuck somewhere? Or are we really pretty well balanced in terms of how we show up on that? It's a question, it's not a statement, it's just a question. Rules and procedures for board meetings. Do we have rules related to decorum? Do we have rules related to how we operate and show up? Again, what are we doing when it comes to this right here? Do we all fully understand that? Or does one of us violate those rules? Are we constantly in a space of having to regulate one or two people related to this? Or is it because we don't have rules and procedures and regulatory processes that we get wrapped around the axle of each other? Having clear rules and regulations allow us, and maybe not even with this group, maybe you all operate fine together. Maybe the problem is with the next one, or the one after that, where the rules get confused. I've worked with councils that don't have clear rules of engagement with each other. That can become a real challenge. I work with one group in Texas, they carry their guns to the meetings. Every single one of our council members is strapped. And that's part of their understanding of each other. It also makes it really weird when things get contentious. Conduct systemic assessments, right? Regularly evaluate policy outcomes, public concerns, and board performance for continuous improvement. I saw some of these comments and they're related to sort of how are we benchmarking? Let's talk about measurements and some of those kinds of things, you know. Part of the goal is, can you set a baseline? Do we even have a baseline? So that's part of what you have to do before you kind of get into, are we even effective at this? I know that we've got those baselines now, but again, are we effective? And if you remember talking about that Carver governance model, it was holding people rigorously accountable for the results that are being achieved. So that's absolutely within your purview. Now the question becomes, do we do those assessments and do we have the ability to do those assessments? And I think you're moving into that space now as I see it. So we're really seeing some success there. But again, how do we know? And are we open to continuous improvement, or do we like the way we've always done it? Everybody loves the way we've always done it, don't you? Right? WWE, yeah? No? Okay. And continuous personal and collective learning. How do we engage in our own personal learning as well as our collective learning? You know, what are we doing as a group to go ahead and actually become a better team? You know, hopefully little moments like our team building today and those kinds of things create these micro moments and these micro opportunities to get to know each other. But again, what are we doing to enhance our skill sets and our governance skills? Not just sort of our interpersonal and our personal skills, but those as well. Those are the 10 things that he described as sort of the effective, the 10 habits of highly effective governing bodies. And so I just want to ask this question for you. 2 questions, right? Which of these is most important to you? I'm sorry, 3. Which of these is most challenging, and which of these should you prioritize this year? So let's try this one out. Which of these habits would be maybe the most important to you? Just personal. No right or wrong answer, just a curiosity question. Do one of these kind of stick out amongst?
Well, the one that's most important to me is number 1. That's the most important to me. I think that's the way that coming out to council, that's the way I saw my role. But depends on what it is. I guess the second question, or which one is the, where we are as a council, I think we're doing that really well. I think thinking that strategically, we're doing well. I think we're doing number 2 well as well. There's some other ones like, what was it, 6 and 7, I think is where we probably need improvement. Okay. That, to me, they're intertwined. It's, I think Chelsea brought it up earlier, that we kind of get into the weeds a little bit too much, and I think that's where there's room for improvement. 8 and 9, I think, is room for improvement as well. But yeah, so as a council, I think the one that's most important. That's reading that.
I agree with you in general, because you go back to the police side where it has a discussion, number 1, and focus on the future and less on reacting to immediate problems. I don't think you do that excellently currently. I think our staff are pushing us there on a regular basis. But I would like to see us collectively think more about the long-term case. Some of us feel very beholden to immediate sentiments that is holds us back from thinking in a more future long-term. But I agree that the plan is important.
Okay. So we have some agreement. Anybody think differently about most important? It seems like one has got some support in terms of most important. Is that feel like an okay sentiment for others in the group as well? Like we like thinking act strategically is a really important priority?
I can't pick the most important.
Okay.
I think a couple of them are important.
Well, what's most important?
Which corner of the room?
All of the above. I would like to see us be better at the teamwork piece of it.
I do think how we interact with one another, especially from the dais, makes a huge difference in modeling the tone of the conversation that we want to see in the community. And I think sometimes how we speak to each other is not super effective. Sometimes, all of us sometimes can get a little preachy in where we're coming from. Sometimes we can get condescending, sometimes we can get really pointed. And I think that if we were to take a deep breath and think about our tone and how we're expressing ourselves and our differences of opinions a little bit better, that would have a broader impact in the community and the types of public comment coming to us, or the tone of the public comment, with the exception of probably one or two specific. Maybe three.
Tom and Betty know. Right? No, thank you for that. I think really great and thoughtful comments there. So you're talking, you kind of answered all three there, like which of these would you focus on then? If that was the kind of thing you said they kind of all fall under the importance category, but maybe we're struggling a little bit with sort of the tone and the nature of the conversation. Is there one of these that sticks out to you as, if we were going to prioritize something, which of these would you prioritize?
Understand and demonstrate teamwork.
Understand and demonstrate teamwork. Number three falls in
I think that we could focus on that a little bit more. And that's not only like how we're talking to one another in the meetings, but that's also when you come into a conversation and perhaps the end result is not what you would have wanted individually or what your strongest voices in your constituency are, and a different decision is made. Somehow finding a way to both maintain your personal voice, but support the group decision. When I was on the school board, that was a conversation that we had a lot. Like, you may feel really strongly individually, but once the decision is made, the best result for the community is to stick behind that decision. And so how are we striking the right balance on that? And I think that comes down to the teamwork piece. Like, there are going to be things, there are decisions that we've made that I personally was not a fan of, but once the decision is made, how am I going to talk to constituents about it if someone comes up and asks me about it? I think that carries a lot of weight.
Great, really appreciate it. She's suggesting that understand and demonstrate teamwork is maybe the area where if I was to say, hey, this year, we're going to tackle one of these and say we're going to do our best to improve. Again, not drawing any conclusions about how you are showing up, just asking the question about how would you like to show up better.
I really agree with Tina, and I feel compelled. And I would also, I think I'm curious in your experience maybe. In the past, sometimes I called a council member and said like, hey, can we stand together on this? And the answer is, hey, I'm duly elected independently, and I don't have any responsibility to stand with you on this. And they're not wrong. And so we are all here elected separately, but then expected to act together. And I do think there's like a challenge. And I think some people really want that collaboration. I think some others have said like, I don't really care about the rest of you. And so I don't know how we do that well, candidly.
In my experience, when it comes to, civility being top of the list, okay? I'm just going to put it there. Civility is top of the list. The way that you talk with each other becomes a really important driver for every other interaction that happens within the community. It just quite frankly does. And you can have vehement disagreements, and I appreciate that. However, direction to staff can't be based on that, and that becomes the mechanism by which you enact a lot of these things are through staff. So it's like, as long as the mechanism to staff becomes, hey, it's a 4-3 split, that means you got to get, even if you're not on board, you're not supportive, you didn't agree with it, you've got to recognize that that is the direction that staff has received as a collective whole. You don't agree with it. That's understood, and that's okay too, right? Recognizing that disagreement's just fine. It's okay for us to disagree with each other. It also just can't be that the people who are receiving the instruction to go carry it out continue to receive dissonant voices related to that sort of thing, right? So like, you disagree, but at a certain point in time, you got to recognize it was 4-3. It was 5-2, 6-1, whatever it was. Staff's got to go carry that out for you. And if the one continues to be that fly in the ointment and continues, I disagree with this, I disagree with this, the decision was made, and that's part of democracy. And so that is the upside of democracy, which is majority rules, and tyranny of the minority ends up becoming a really dangerous thing in some communities I deal with when a lack of civility becomes the way that you interact with each other as a board and a governing body. Because it really does signal to others that that is an acceptable outcome, and the public takes those cues from you. And they take that cue towards your staff as well. You know, if you're able to be incivil with each other, then it's okay for them, and they have permission to be incivil with staff. And that sort of bleeds through. It does not mean that vociferous disagreement is not acceptable. It should be, as long as it's in service of the community. It's okay for that, and different viewpoints are okay. But it's a balancing act, as you described. It is a balancing act on that. But to the point of civility being the top of that list, it's like, okay, the ones that I see flail and function, like, I mean, I got brought in to go fix Dallas, and if you've seen what's going on with Dallas, they called me up and they said, we either need a therapist or a divorce lawyer. And I said, I'm both, so we're good. And then they got so angry about it with each other that they refused to hire anybody to deal with it, because 2 recalcitrant members of that refused to deal with anybody else on that, and they are absolutely stuck in the mud as a result of that. The people who are now being elected to replace them, as they got kicked out of office, are also stuck in the mud on that, right? So it just breeds one to the other, and Dallas is stuck in the mud as an organization. They've had a massive exodus of people who are talented staff members who went to other places. So there's repercussions for these that civility ends up becoming the driving factor for. I'll step off my soapbox and say that that's my experience, is that as long as that exists there and we have an understanding of that expectation with each other, pretty much anything else can be worked through. But again, being a disagreement is a normal part of that. Then there's the part of like, hey, staff's been directed, we got to get on board with that, with the direction we gave staff, even if you disagree with it. And that's okay. And that's okay. But again, it's your thoughts. It's your thoughts. Where up here, if there was one thing, what would be the one thing that you would like to see the team work on, maybe for this year?
To be real honest with you, at least what I feel, and I'm probably more the one that brings up the opposing viewpoint. The majority of council goes a certain way. Once we vote, the vote has been taken. And I'm okay with that. But my job isn't to act as a team player here. It is to represent my citizens and do what my citizens want to tell me. Now, that doesn't mean I don't treat the other council members with dignity and respect, but I don't have to be part of the team because they're not my team. It's the constituents that I support that put me in this position. And somebody called me this last week and sent me a picture of the organizational chart. And the citizens are the boss. If we accept that, now there are different levels of interpreting that. I mean, the citizens can be the boss, but we're a corporate body. We act as a corporate body. And so when the vote goes down 4-3 or 5-2 or 6-1, the will prevailed. But that, I totally agree. We can disagree with each other, but as long as we are civil with each other, I don't think that's a problem. And I do agree that there are times when we all probably are condescending at some point or another because emotions do get involved in it. But after the meeting's over, we go home. Next week's a new week.
Okay. So is there one up here that resonates with you most about, hey, next year, I think, or in the coming year, this would be the one of these that I think we should focus our efforts on, or do any of these resonate with you? As that would be a need that I see.
I probably think that thinking and acting strategically is probably the most important thing. The rest of them may fall in place or they may not. And I agree that once staff has been given direction by the majority of council, that's what needs to happen. We shouldn't be giving them different direction to do different things.
Okay. No, it's great.
I want to warmly challenge for this. Something that you just said. You just said really strongly that we're not your team. And I want to challenge you to look at that a little differently. I mean, maybe sometimes 80 to 90% of the time, you and I might vote differently on something, but I very much view you as part of this team. I view you that way because we're in it. We're doing the work. We are the elected officials, and while you might have a particular constituency's voice that you're representing a little more, you're very direct in how you represent it sometimes, and that's okay. And we all have some of that. But we are the ones that are a team getting this work done together. And how we do that together makes a huge difference and has a huge impact on the staff. So while I respect kind of your viewpoint that maybe this isn't your team as far as, you know, how we take our votes, etc., and your team is really the constituents, you do have to work with us to get this work done. So I just wanted to challenge that just a little bit in like perspective and how you think about that word teamwork.
Well, and see, it's how you're defining team. It's not that I don't value you or the input of everyone here, but I don't represent you in.
You're not large council member, right? You do. Well, not really. I mean, you don't all call me and tell me how you want to vote. We're independent. We independently represent. If you weren't on council, absolutely. But you're on council, you have constituents. I'm not saying that I don't value you. A lot of times, if I am not a feeling person. Feelings do not bother me at all. But if I were, I probably would be the odd man out most of the time. And I can do that because of the people that I'm representing out there. And people call me. And I have a lot of constituents. So it's not that I don't value this. Yes, I do believe that we're working together to come to a common decision. Do I believe every one of us is doing what they think is best for the city? Absolutely. How we get to that, probably each of us differ on. So I'm not disagreeing with you, but I'm not going to back down on that either.
I think there's a fairness to the discussion here, and I'd offer a couple things up, which is, you are Team Inglewood. This is, regardless of where you come from, you're Team Inglewood, and that's what the constituents want from everybody here, is they want Inglewood to function properly. And you're all in one business. You're not in a different business, you're in the same business, and the business is quality of life. Every single person in this room, whether you agree or disagree with how that mechanism gets accomplished, quality of life is what you're after, and improving the quality of life of the residents, every single person in here is about that. It's just a mechanism by which you choose to achieve it. So you're representing the quality of life in the way that you see best and fit, and every single person here is doing that. So we do have a collective goal, and I would just offer that up. It's just the mechanisms by which we achieve the quality of life for the residents of the community or the people who visit the community. I just offer that up because, you know, that was part of what the Four Corners is about as well, is can we have vociferous disagreement about things and at the same time find, you know, respectful ways to disagree with each other while accomplishing what is the collective shared goal of the quality of life of people of this community. And we disagree about how that might be accomplished. That's okay. But I don't think anybody in here is like, I want to ruin the lives of the people that live in this community. So that we agree on. And we have small basis for agreement, but that's a starting point for a collective discussion. So I just wanted to temper in a middle space here because I think it is an important thing for us to acknowledge and at least have a discussion about. And these are fine discussions to have.
I brought it up because I think Rita and I's conversation that we just had is a good example of two people that are very different, and I have deep respect for Rita. I've had constituents call me on issues and I said, call Rita and get a different perspective. And they ended up walking away from that conversation with a very different view of who you are and how you listen. And that made a huge difference to that person in our community. So I just think that this is what teamwork looks like, having differences of opinions and being willing to like have the safer space, if you want to choose a word to use for it, to have that conversation and to say, like, I hear what you're saying, but I view it differently, and this is why. We need to do more.
Yeah. the disagreements had in this kind of a context and the way that you're civilly discussing are the things that help you be successful in the long run. It's not about you all agreeing with each other. There's no point in that. That's not the point, right? But the point is the way that you disagree with each other or the mechanisms by which you view it. Again, I'm going to harken back to Tim saying chicken pot pie. All of a sudden, it was like, wait a second, I disagreed with what I just thought before, and now I completely switched my viewpoint, right? And it's like, can we frame or reframe things to actually help us be more successful? I want to move on with the discussion because we have a lot of other things to cover today. When it came to this, it seemed like there's some elements of think and act strategically that we might be able to improve upon because it is so important to us. And when we talked about that definition, focus on the future, less on reacting to immediate problems, there was some discussion that that might be an opportunity for focus. Understand and demonstrate teamwork obviously had some good discussion, but I would just ask you to take the time to review these 10 principles, because I think it's worth taking a look at some point in the future too, and saying, you know what, these are roadmaps for good, effective governance. The question is, are there areas where we're not doing so well? Anytime you have ill-defined things, that's a really easy area, I think, for you to be able to kind of weigh in. So it's like, you know what, our boards and commissions don't know how to operate, or when we get into multi-jurisdictional things like this, how are we playing? You know, if those are areas where you have disagreement, that's defining clearly who does what. That's a much easier space to operate in. Some of these things require a lot more nuance to them.
Can I highlight one other one that popped out to me? Is number 9, conduct systematic assessments. I really appreciated what we did recently when we went back and we looked at the results of the CIP.
Yeah.
And so like, where are we at? And so I think staff are excellent at the strategic plan and the dashboards and some of those things. But I think like stepping back on some of the broader, like our master plans, like, the master plans that have been put forward, like are they producing the outcomes we want, or our downtown plan, like there's some of those things that I just wonder some of those big picture assessments might be helpful for council, because the strategic plans sometimes can feel very like specific and easy, and we're hitting all of our benchmarks, but it might be missing the forest for the trees sometimes. I think that's a good allocation for council to do that. I'd love to support that issue.
Love it. I agree. Very productive comment, and leading right into, I think, our next discussion. If I'm not mistaken, that's lunch. Great. Yeah, well, lunch isn't here yet. But we had a 2024 look back that we were going to do, which I think is going to maybe help give us some updates on where some of these items are at and some of that. So I will very gratefully hand this over to you.
Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to go through a 2024 look back. So this is going to be just a brief orientation to the strategic plan, which you all have seen numerous times. So it was developed in 2020, revised in 2022, 2023, 2024, and we're going to revise it again this year before we overhaul it for next year. So as you all know, the outcome areas, we have 8 of them. Each of those are the goals, which are really high level. And then underneath each of the goals, we have key projects in development, which are projects that are being explored, performance metrics, and then plug-in plans, which are kind of like those master plan, more department level strategic plans that we added into the strategic plan. So here you can see how all of those are laid out. And then some new components that we added in 2024 was in integration of the plug-in plans. So those plans weren't just kind of floating out in the atmosphere. Another thing that we added was the expected delivery date for each project. We gave you a quarter when we expected it to be done. And because of this, you're going to see the projects today either being completed or delayed. And that's because if we didn't complete it by when we told you we were going to, we marked it as delayed. That's not to say that they're not in progress or still happening. It just means that they weren't completed by when we told you they were going to be completed. And then we also added a purpose statement for each project to give a little bit more information of why the project was being included. And then also you guys got a presentation on this a few weeks ago, the community satisfaction survey. This is one of those, these are a part of the performance metrics we add in every year. We'll be updating it this year with the new information collected this summer. And these key findings, which have been included in your packet, help to give you all direction from your constituents in the strategic plan. And it also helps us to track whether outcomes are being achieved or not.
I want to give Liz a big shout out. I'm not quite sure how I did this for 2 years without her help. So having her for this year and last year has been really phenomenal. I also want to thank council. You've had some phenomenal ideas on the structure of the plan. It's linear but also iterative, so we really appreciate suggestions that you've brought over the past couple of years, like having projects in development, having more performance metrics, So I want to talk a little bit about performance metrics. Some of you did have comments about these in your sheets. This is something we continue to grow and get better at as an organization. This year, for the first time in 2025, where we've done a baselining project where we've been baselining these metrics for the last couple of years. And so we've set targets towards most of them. So when you see updates every quarter, and also when you see the budget for 2026, you're going to see not just the data, but you're going to see how we're doing towards targets. That's a piece of feedback that we've gotten from you very strongly last year. We've gotten it over the years. We've worked with directors and their teams. We have a team of data champions now across the department. So this just shows you a sampling. This is on our website. Anyone of your constituents, anyone in the community can go on. I just gave a sampling of 4 different metrics to give you kind of a taste of what it's looking like. But again, we're going to now start setting targets in here, so you'll be able to measure our data against targets. It's a really important part of the budget process. It'll help us understand areas for intervention. Hopefully it will help inform you as the folks in the community, the elected individuals who make decisions about the budget. You'll be able to see performance and ask questions related to performance. So we're very happy we've gotten to this point. I also wanted to just do a quick overview of the strategic plan by the numbers. So we have 180 projects that were in the plan this year. You may be wondering why you're not seeing in progress, which is something you've seen in the past. One of the things that we added based on feedback last year is we set a specific quarter as a deliverable date for every project. So all of these projects we hope to have done by the end of the year. So we've completed 100, 77 of them are delayed, and then 3 are on hold for various reasons. What we're going to be doing now is we're going to be going through each of the outcome areas. Just a couple quick reminders for the directors who are doing this. One director will be doing a quick overview of the area. And then each director will, not every director, but most directors will be doing one slide on particular projects. We wanted to highlight some of the main projects that we've worked on for you this year. Also, in addition to our successes, we want to show a few projects to you where we're struggling a bit, where maybe we don't have the right resources, where maybe it would be helpful to get more direction from you. So what I would ask is, so in this case, infrastructure for Peter and Christina to come up. To stand together, one of you will do the overview, and then when we're done going through the section, directors who are up here for this section, please pause. If there's questions, we'll take them at that time, and then we'll move on to the next section. So,
thank you, Tim. Okay, from an infrastructure perspective, so these are largely this is the non-transportation infrastructure that's throughout the city, and so if you look in general, we're at about just over a 50% completion rate on the projects that are identified. You can see 15 versus 12 versus 1 on hold, of the total 28. I think the thing I was noticing here is if you're thinking of the evolution of how projects, where we were 5 or so years ago when this all started, at that point in time, we're in that identification of deferred maintenance. So we're doing planning, we're trying to figure out what are the problems. And then we moved into understanding designs. If you look at the list here, a number of these are related to securing financing, funding, and money. And so by being able to move into where now we've identified the need, now we're finding the funding for the need and getting that funding in place, then we can move on into the actual physical infrastructure that needs to be completed. So I'm going to turn this over to Victor to talk about one of those projects.
Yeah, thank you, Peter. Thank you, council. So as you know from recognition, last Monday, which we appreciate, Public Works was pursuing FEMA reimbursement funding for the sinkhole and the damage at Rotolo Park. Dedication of staff, particularly in finance, Public Works, and coordinating with the county, we were able to successfully get the maximum amount of dollars to reimburse the city for funds that we spent via our on-call contractor to make those repairs. So, over $850,000 were recovered and returned to the stormwater fund, which did fund those repairs. Okay, lead service lines. I'm sure you've all heard of this project. So this one is well underway. We started it last July. We are right now, I think we're right around 500 replacements completed. We're still in the process of fully identifying every project or every house pre-1960, and anticipate that we're generally figuring that we're going to come in somewhere between 2,500 and 3,000. So we're on a good pace. We're on good track. The weather kind of slows us down. But overall, this is where we brought in all that. We brought in that $10 million worth of grant funding. We brought in the federal funding and the loans to be able to execute what was an unfunded project 5 years ago, and now we are going to complete in the next 2 or 3 years.
For this project, so this is the South Inglewood Flood Reduction Project, which we've been broadcasting recently on social media for a positive impact. We had tunnel breakthrough. The large stretch is now complete. They're pivoting and going to head north up towards Rotolo Park when it comes to building that. But the goal here, again, is to control that 25-year rain event and have the appropriate detention in there, which will provide additional capacity to our systems. In addition, providing future capacity. The pipe that we're tunneling holds more than the 25-year event. So the project is well underway, and we anticipate significant completion in the end of Q1, and then buttoning things up in Q2 of this year.
Thank you. And this is a project in need of support for Broken T Golf Course. We recently completed the action plan for Broken T, identifying the majority of capital projects needed at the course, whether it be on the course itself or within the pro shop. Staff is obviously asking that council continue to support the efforts Broken T is making to enhance the course itself as well as the pro shop. We're currently doing an audit of all buildings on the course, on the property, to ensure that they're sustainable, and identifying additional projects. This year we are looking at replacing the front 9 pump station. That will happen this fall, as well as making improvements to the clubhouse. And the audit we're doing currently will impact the clubhouse costs. And so revenues last year were up 21%. Over 400,000 was brought in. So golf is definitely doing very well, thanks to Chris and his support of the golf course. But ultimately, this may be coming back to you later this year, depending on how costs come in. But we'd love to keep that golf course relevant, up and running, and doing great things for the community.
All right, so in transportation, we have 27 total.
I just wanted to pause and see if
Sure.
any questions on the infrastructure before we move on.
So the only question there, or the support they need from us, is just financial support?
It would just be financial support, yes. It'd be a loan. We've done this before, I believe, Peter's with the 1% back to the city. But again, we don't have the full cost yet. We know what things do, but not the actual amount.
I have one question for Peter with the lead line. And it's only because I've received a couple of calls with this, for rigs and stuff. People that have lead lines, they're breaking currently, and it's not in the areas that you're doing replacements. So if they're having underground freezes that are lead lines or galvanized pipe that the city would be replacing, can they call the city and have those replaced if it's not in the zone now because of freeze breaks? Or how is the city handling that?
Yeah, so we have had a couple of those where a line has broken and it's determined that is a lead line, at which point we've had AGL go over and just do that one-off replacement as they're still moving through the zone. So if you have situations like that, please let us know, because we don't want to be, if we identify a broken service line, we want to fix it, and it is part of the program. We will take care of that. So just let us know.
Okay, so just have them contact.
Just let us know.
Okay.
Yep, we'll get someone over there.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Any others?
So I'm just asking a question about the impact on the lead service lines. It says at no cost to users. Ultimately, everybody in the city will be paying a $5 lead fee, correct?
Yeah, and so what we mean by no cost to users is what we're doing is we're utilizing that grant funding to pay for the homeowner's side of the line, so basically from the curb stop or the meter to the house, so that we can eliminate the health hazard. That $10 million of grant funding more than covers that amount. And so
The remaining piece of the funding, which is low interest loan, is designated from that curb stop to the main, which is actually part of the city system. So at that point in time, the residents are paying as part of just maintenance of the distribution system as a whole. So what we mean by that, at no cost to residents, is we're dedicating that grant funding for what they would have had to taken care of, what they would have had to replace on their own, so that they have no cost for that. Because that could be a $5,000 or $6,000 impact that a lot of people just don't have in their budgets.
Absolutely, and I do appreciate that, because I know that a lot of the people would be totally shocked and their budget couldn't handle that.
Sure.
But then if we're doing that, if we're using all grant money, and a lead fee is coming to everybody's bill.
That's right.
So then, even though we've used grant money, if grant money paid for all of it, why do we have to charge a $5 fee for the lead?
Because grant money doesn't pay for all of it. Grant money pays for that component of the line between that's basically under the person's yard. The more costly part of the lead service line is actually the part that's under the road that connects to the actual pipe in the street. And so based on the way we define ownership, which is to the point of the meter or the point of the curb stop, that's actually part of the distribution system. And so that funding is the low interest loan piece of that, and the $5 lead charge, which we've delayed, which was approved last year. We've delayed the timing of the implementation of that because of the rolling project. So we're going to implement that later in the year, give our customers a little bit of a break. But what we'll end up doing is that piece is actually funded through that debt service, and that $5 creates $660,000 a year, and the debt service amount is about $1.8 million. So it takes care of about a third of that new debt service to fully take that hazard out of our distribution system.
Isn't it a required match?
In terms of what?
660 is a required match for that low interest loan, right?
Well, the 660 is what makes it so we can afford it. Right. I mean, that's basically what it is. And so if we didn't put in that $5 fee, so I think when I talked about this before, we have rates and fees that we utilize the blend of those rates and fees to execute the complete suite of projects that are necessary to modernize and keep the water system up to date. So we balance those, and when we can truly identify a fee to a specific project, and then that, like I said, that's a 30-year fee, and once it's done, it goes away. But that's there to pay for this aspect of removing that hazard out of the distribution system as a whole, which is about a quarter of our customers.
I appreciate that explanation. And so, are there lead connections under the street where people don't necessarily have lead lines into their house?
Yeah, so that's what's determined how we're looking for those. Is when we originally started, we were looking on either side of the meter pit or the curb stop, and what we changed to is actually why you see the holes in the street is we're testing it right at where it connects to the main. Because what may have happened in maybe in the 80s, the homeowner replaced the line to their house, but left this 8 or 10 foot piece of lead still on their line, and so we're testing it right at where it connects and where it goes onto their property to ensure that we're removing all those small pieces of lead plus the whole lead as a whole.
I appreciate that. So the $5 lead fee really is spread across the city because almost every connection could have that.
Yeah, anybody who's pre-1960 has the potential for that connection, and so that's where we still think it's somewhere around 2,500 to 3,000, but it is considered part of the distribution system, which is part of the network of the whole system.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Yep.
Any other questions? All right, jump into transportation. So 27 total projects, 8 completed, 18 delayed, and 1 on hold. Highlights of projects completed, the updated snow plan for 2023-2024. We received feedback from council, thank you for that, on when we file locals. We've been implementing that. Looking at street sweeping twice a year, and then working on the Vision Zero, getting that established and the committee up and running. Partnering with Inglewood Schools, we did that twice this year on walk and roll. very good events, engaging with the public through public events, neighborhood nights, utilizing crash data, coordinating with PD to see where we have hotspots, and creating a culture of transportation safety, and looking at marketing, again, a little bit of social media and things of that nature, and then fully implementing the employee green commute program via Ingle Guide. Project highlights, Dartmouth Bridge, right out the window over here. Well underway. We have the south side of Dartmouth that needs to be completed, and then we'll pave and be well underway. So we're very close. The weather has been a little bit of a hindrance lately, so we're going to keep moving that forward. Another one, Broadway and Old Hampton Complete Streets. So both of those are in the design phase. We'll be coming to council for a study session in the very near future for updates to provide those to you. These are grant-funded projects via Dr. Cog, and will improve connectivity on both corridors, ADA, bus stops, and things of that nature. Traffic calming, and specifically in this case, the roundabouts on Dartmouth. Looking at the 3 E's, accident data, how we advance those. And again, touching Vision Zero a little bit, thank you for approval of the 2025 budget, which included traffic calming. We'll be going out for an RFP shortly to have a consultant help us with advancing that and developing the program, engaging with council and engaging with the community to get that done. Any questions?
Can you speak more about what you're not getting from council now on the support you need with the transportation comments? I mean, we are very eager and very vocal about our desire. So what are you not getting from us meeting?
So specific to traffic calming, I think we were kind of stuck on budget, and that's been approved. So I don't think there's really anything there. As we continue to develop the program, just having that communication to make sure that we're developing the right program for our community that takes data input, and then we're actually implementing solutions into the community to address specific issues. So I think that's the dialogue. Now, you saw a number of projects that were delayed, and we're doing a deeper dive in public works. There could be a, Dr. Cog and those grants have their own processes that we have to follow, so that's part of it. Another part that we're anticipating could be staffing resources and how we get that done. We did get the traffic engineer position approved in the 2024 budget. Again, thank you for that. And what we've discovered is there is a plethora, as I'm sure is probably a shock to no one, of traffic things going on between managing operations and maintenance, projects, Vision Zero, capital projects, development review, and so really trying to focus that. But there could be some staffing and resource challenges there that will help us accommodate that, and we'll have those discussions as we move through the 2026 budget discussions this year. Yes, sir.
Just a feedback on that, so all of that falls under the umbrella of the traffic operator or?
Traffic manager.
Traffic manager.
The traffic manager wears a high number of hats. We do have a consultant that we are utilizing to help with a lot of that as well. But there is I'll call it a substantial amount of things in the hopper. And so it comes down to prioritizing those and making sure we're hitting those.
So if we are going out for an RFP on the traffic calming, has the study been completed? I mean, there was, seems like we had contracted out to get a report on the public input along Dartmouth.
So we've done a number of things. So the traffic calming program hasn't been fully developed, and that's what RFP will be. It's for consultants to help us do that. In the meantime, staff are working with residents that come in through the Q alert system, phone calls, things of that nature to collect data, see what the data is telling us. There could be what I'll call some quick strike solutions, but ultimately we're looking to take that data and run it through the traffic calming campaign program once it's fully stood up, but we are not putting things to the side of the lane.
So what about right-of-way studies on those corners where you intend to put mini roundabouts?
So specific to the Dartmouth intersections, we are working with RTD on some feedback and looking at design changes to make sure everything is accommodated. And there are anticipated construction easements that are going to be needed. There could be a permanent easement that's also needed, and that's being worked on right now through the design process.
So will there be any property acquisitions on the corner of people's property, like at Logan and?
I don't think we have that information yet. It is likely that a permanent easement at a minimum will be required, and it's possible a small sliver of right-of-way might be needed in the corner. It kind of changes because the properties come to a sharp corner. In modern design practices, usually there's a radius there, and those radiuses don't exist given the age of the lots in the intersection design. So to answer your question directly, we don't know yet. We do anticipate, like I said, either an easement or maybe a small right-of-way acquisition once the updated design is completed.
Okay, thank you. And then just one other question about, I thought Dartmouth was supposed to be done by December of 2024. Is there a reason that we're behind schedule?
On the bridge?
On the bridge, well, really, also, the section of the street from the bridge to Santa Fe was supposed to be done also, and we can't do that until the bridge is finished?
Correct, yeah, we want to make sure we mill and pave at the appropriate time when asphalt's available, and we get it so that the joints are set correctly. The widening on the south side has delayed that. The project as a whole ran into a couple of snags. Xcel Energy, notably, on the north side of the bridge, they took overhead lines and put them underground into conduits. And without getting too far into the weeds, their design didn't work for their own wiring and resulted in some delays.
So how much, did we go over budget on Dartmouth Bridge because of the widening of the road also?
No, I don't believe the widening of the road impacted the budget. The Xcel delays did impact a little bit of the budget.
Okay.
Because the contractor wasn't able to do things in the sequence they had originally proposed.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a more kind of general, broad question around the transportation section. So for those of us that are newer on council and haven't seen like the lifespan of these projects, it seems like there's a lower percentage of projects that we've completed under this area and a higher percentage that are delayed. And so with like the continuing conversations that we're having at council around transportation and all of the improvements that we're working on, how do we answer to our constituents when they're seeing stats like that, but they're also hearing us like have these regular conversations like, why do we have such a higher percentage that's delayed versus completed? Are we making headway? Are we comfortable with the headway that we're making to be able to kind of round out a lot of what's been put in place and is in process by the end of next year?
Yeah, great question. I think it's these conversations and then myself and staff coming back with a proposed solution to why we're delayed and how we adjust to get back into on target, I'll call, for these projects. Each project, the vast majority have an engaged page. So I would say if constituents have a specific question about a specific project, we try and keep those project web pages updated on a monthly basis so you can go in and see what's going on the project, what's the schedule, where are we in the process, and those kinds of things.
Would you say that this area is an area that has a higher percentage of newer projects? So, I mean, I feel like some of the projects that you highlighted have really started and taken life since I've been on council, and so, you know, I wonder if that's a piece of it too. We've got a 5-year plan, but some of the things that we're working on actively and some of the delays are relatively newer projects.
I would generally agree with that. They are newer projects in multiple avenues. So some around traffic, you know, we just got the traffic engineer on board last year. Some of them are grant projects, which are spinning up. The grant projects have their own nuances that staff are working through, the federalization and the requirements around those. So I think that is part of it, but we are looking at a deeper dive to see if there's opportunity, like I mentioned, to get back on target.
But being newer wouldn't actually delay the project.
It's in process.
It was expected to be done by the end of the year, and regardless of whether it was newer or older, it still didn't meet the target.
So the target might have been off based on that.
Victor, do you feel like you have what you need to accomplish the delayed projects by the end of the year? Is that still your target?
It depends on the project. I do think, as I mentioned earlier, there can be some staff and resource challenges, or maybe supplementing with consultants on a few of them to get there. From a funding perspective, I believe we're good. Staff haven't really raised too many flags. Although on the flip side of that, Broadway Bridge over 285 is an example where the gap was just too large. So, to answer your question, I'd say yes and no, and we'll come back with more specifics as we work through the 2026.
I think
just one point of overall feedback, I know we move on, but to the manager, is like, I feel a little bit like a black box of understanding, are things delayed because we have needs associated from us, and how can we help, or how are we making decisions about which projects are getting done versus which ones are we delaying, and kind of thinking about our understanding of where things are. And if we're not on track to accomplish something, it'd be great for us to know, like, well, why? And do we need to make different priority decisions and have a different discussion? Versus, I think you guys are really good at just kind of like elevating the outcomes to us and trying not bringing us the problems. But I think some of this level of like saying these are the projects that have problems is really helpful.
Yeah, and what I will say is that, particularly on this one, on traffic calming, I think there's a sense from multiple council members I've talked to that council puts a higher priority on it than staff. And so I think it's a good conversation to kind of understand, what your priorities are.
Yeah, I was going to note to Marin and Kim that this past year was the first year that we've tracked projects based on specific deliverable dates, which I think is helpful because I think it's kind of pointing out areas we need to work. I think we also are trying to get better about framing projects so that they have discrete deliverable dates, because some of them were not as specific. So I think one of the underlying stories here too is some of these are long-term projects. I think we need to reframe so we have specific deliverables we're accomplishing. The last thing I want to point out too, specific to transportation, as you recall, I think it was 2 years ago in the budget, we made a strong case for the addition of a traffic engineer because council was seeing that we had 15 projects in transportation safety that really weren't moving. And so this past year was the first full year that we had that position. So we've made some good progress, but definitely it is an area where I think staff believes that we could use some additional kind of focus too.
And I think even the time budget requests more strongly to the strategic plan, like these projects will not have that if we do not, like drawings could be helpful in some of the prioritization conversations.
I have an odd question. Are there any projects going on that are not on the strategic plan that are more urgent or higher priority that we may not look on? We voted on something, but it's not part of the strategic plan that we don't get regular updates on, but it's being worked on.
None that I can think of. I think, remember, right, in past years, we would bring more, as things come up, we try to bring them when we do the quarterly updates for council to consider adding them. We didn't really do that much this year, and I think part of it is I think we've gotten better about kind of adding projects earlier in the year as part of this process that really kind of capture several different things that we expect to come up. So that is something we should definitely continue to look at though for this year, is if you ask us to do something that isn't part of our plan, we do want to bring it back to you kind of the next check-in to make sure that you feel that you want us to prioritize this so that we're keeping this as a document of record.
And I'm just thinking, we're not bogging and saying, okay, this is all you're doing when your pile's this big, not this big.
It is kind of a balancing act because we've got lots of routine things that we must do that aren't represented in the strategic plan. I think we've gotten better about adding the most critical ones in, but really the strategic plan represents council's priorities. And that's what we want it to be. And so we're not gonna have everything, but on the project side, yes, I think we've got all of our transportation projects, I believe, are listed.
Yeah, it's the programs that aren't listed.
Right.
It's the things like the annual paving and concrete and those
Snow
kinds of
removal and stuff like that. Yeah, and I'm just thinking, I sometimes think we forget about the daily, I don't want to call it
the mundane,
it's the most, the
that's
most
the way I
important stuff, where some of the projects, I know we hire outside contractors quite often, but you're still managing those projects, and when your daily things are your highest priority, because if you don't take care of the basics, there can become a big problem, and I just think we need to be mindful of that.
One thing I would just add on that, number, right, is that's really, in 2022, we added performance metrics exactly for that reason. So the metrics really are, and we need to get better, of course, about how we do it, but the metrics are intended to measure how well we're doing more routine things, the programs and things like that, so that's really where those come in.
And I don't want to add more work, but maybe if we just had one little box, daily stuff and just a brief synopsis that, communications, everything, magazines and social media and all the platforms and blah, blah, blah. just something little, don't forget, this is what we do every single day. And just, especially if you have new members every, 2 years, and you don't realize what you're doing, so, I don't know.
That's kind of how we've tried to use the Friday report, is really reporting out on those, you know,
And that's true. That's
activities.
true.
But yeah, it's a great one.
Yeah, you're right, okay.
I'm sure,
Thank you.
sorry. I'm sure police won't draw any questions whatsoever, so we'll be able to fly through this one. And we had 15 total projects, 15 total projects, 10 were delayed, or five were delayed, 10 we did. Just to kind of go through this quickly, I think that you'll see kind of a common theme of two common themes here. One is technology, and that was something that came up in my interview here. I remember Joe asking me about technology. Technology in policing is really expanding. I think that there is a lot to be said about the cameras, camera integration. I know that you've asked about block cameras sometimes at the city council meetings, or CCTVs and recording, and then how does that also play into drone technology, and all of what I really like to do, where I don't necessarily have the technical wherewithal, is how to integrate all of those things together so that they're acting efficiently and effectively. But I do think that the technology, the drones, the cameras, increasing that, becoming a little bit more mobile, of how we do that, either with a mobile platform or with drones moving forward. And then, as we kind of talked about earlier, kind of comically, a little bit about how do we communicate all of the things that we're doing with the public. So those are kind of overall views of where our projects are. Tim, were you going to talk about the safety project highlight? I thought that you were.
Oh, no.
Okay.
Oh, wait, sorry, the safety committee.
Yes. Sorry.
Well, we said,
you guys were about ready to see some really.
The committee is mine. Sorry, I was framing words differently. Yes, this is something I think that City Manager Lewis has updated council on. But we had some staff members come to us with feelings and actual events that made them feel unsafe, and so we created a safety committee that was meeting monthly. Now it meets quarterly, and really it does a whole host of things. A lot of organizations have safety committees that focus on the risk management component. Ours is kind of moving in that direction. But we also did some major projects like this year, like a CEPTED audit, which is crime prevention through environmental analysis of, or environmental design, of all of our different facilities, including parks. And I really do want to kind of point out that impact statement where I think 50% of employees in our satisfaction survey said they feel safe at work all of the time. And that's up from 20% last year. So that's a 30% more, I think a considerable jump. And so this has been a big area of focus for us. And again, as I mentioned, next year it's going to shift to more of the risk management component.
One of the things that where the drone technology is going is a program that you may have heard of Drone as a First Responder, and I'm not introducing that as necessarily, but it kind of also gets into officer safety and overall safety, and one of the ways that we could use drones moving forward is to deploy them from a static platform, like on top of a building or from police headquarters, and cover the city with drones. And so like if a call for service came out about a shoplifter at the Walmart, we could put a drone overhead, see if we could find the subject or a suspect, and follow that person with the drone as the officers are getting there to make it a little bit more. And then, again, this technology piece of how are those cameras so that the officers can access that right away. And so that's kind of the direction that some of these drones are going, of course, on some of our SWAT call-outs and just to an established scene and get real-time footage on those. But drones are no doubt expanding in the police realm. There are some the technology pieces are already there. One of the things that we were waiting on, quite frankly, is that have recently been established or is FAA regulations that allow us to fly in certain areas and altitudes, things like that. So that is kind of the direction that we're going with increasing the drones. It does help an awful lot with officer safety. Anytime we can avoid physical contact between the police and a suspect or a subject, or make a more specific response to a suspect, the better that outcome should be. Flock cameras, we were just talking about flock cameras, kind of in the same. Right now what they do is take still license plate pictures. We would like to expand that to what you may have seen in at a Walmart parking lot or something with the mobile platforms. Block makes a rendition of that, where we could put that in a park, or we could put that at a concert venue, or we could move that to a hotspot area and get recordings of those incidents. Those are important evidentiary reasons, but also for crime prevention. When people see those, they are less likely to commit crime. So one of the things, we just hired Stacy Durbin, who is helping with communication, and there's a lot of things about communication. One of the things that the city manager and I worked on when I first got here was a SOP about how do we communicate things that are going on right now up to his level and then out to you all about significant events that are going on. And then how could that be done in a little bit more real time, probably that through social media. So kind of that discussion that we were having earlier about social media can be great and social media can have its challenges. But I do think that it is a good way to communicate in real time situations that may be unfolding. All of these things have kind of a pro and a con, because if you put some information out, some people may fill in some of the blanks on what's going on, and we may not know right away. So those things do kind of unfold, and just kind of being strategic about how we communicate. Social media being, like I said, Stacy Durbin is here. We kind of started on this, well, she started a week after me. It was kind of established. What I would like to do is put that under the chief's office. Right now, she reports kind of up through a chain. I'd like to put that more under the chief's office so we could be a little bit more timely in our communications and be a little bit more strategic, frankly, about what we are communicating. Right now, if you go to our social media, you'll see events that we're holding. I think the next big one is Cocoa with the Popo. Kind of some of these outreach type programs. The other thing that we're doing is we should be, let's see, on the 30th, I think it closes. It's not just officers, also some of our professional staff have wanted to be part of the community response officer initiative that we're doing, where we're going to establish about 10 or 15 employees that could go to various community events, concerts, adult night at the water park, and some of these other places where there's going to be crowds of people, and we can just get out and person to person kind of break down some barriers that sometimes exist between law enforcement and the community.
Questions? Chief, can you qualify the first one, the 50%, the employee satisfaction survey where say 50% feel safe at work? That still seems low to me, but are these things that we can't control, or
Yeah, so sorry, Mayor, so that's, so it's basically a scale, so that's the highest, that's 50% of employees saying they feel safe all the time. Then when you add I think most of the time, it gets to about 86%, so 86% either feel safe all the time or most of the time, and I want to point out that project is obviously specific to staff safety, but of course it means safety of all of our facilities for anyone who uses them, including community members.
Yeah. Well, just the way that I was thinking about it is like, going to work, I've never felt unsafe. So for someone to say some of the time or most of the time, that's, just trying to figure out what we can do better there.
And I was thinking the same, is it was just one building, there are people from this building, and Mountain Center and Pirates Cove. And then you have City Center where you bring people in that work in the library who would have a totally different opinion. So I think that it's depending on what building you're working on, how safe, and the ratio of people. And that was my first question.
I'm glad you asked that question, Member Wright, because the safety committee is going to meet again in March, and that's actually already on our agenda, is to do a safety-specific survey in the late spring, early summer. And that's one of the things we want to look at is safety by facility. So thank you for bringing that up.
And I will say, I was at the library on Thursday, and Task Force called in no sheltering, and HQAD was shut down also. So I guess this would go to Christina. The library staff is absolutely phenomenal. They have a little thing where people are walking up and asking for something to eat and water and stuff like that. They treated, there's probably 15, 20 homeless people in the library. They were helping them get on computers and stuff. My heart, if I was at Branch, it was a beautiful sight, and I just want to compliment everybody and all the staff in the library that was working. Can't remember their names I asked, but it was great. So my question, about the drones, and I know more and more cities are using them and stuff like that. With the person that's operating the drones, is it an officer trained, or is it a drone operator where the civilian hire that would be doing that and then allow the officers to do their jobs and take an officer out there?
That's a great question, and thank you for that. The answer is right now, a police officer flies that and right now kind of where we're at more with regulation than we are with technology is that's line of sight. So an officer might drive to a location, get out and deploy the drone, or frankly, on a SWAT type situation where we put a drone into a house before we make entry, something like that. That's a police officer. What the technology is there to do, we're working through is a scenario. When we talk about drones as first responders, they're more automated flight. And so they would be maybe, let's just use police headquarters as an example, that they are tethered there, and that the dispatcher, when a call comes in, they can program in the location, and they're more automated in their flight, and they are autonomous, I think maybe is the right way to say that, thank you. To fly and then hover and then download the video in real time.
So no robotic dog in the works, huh?
I've seen some of those robots. As a matter of fact, just within the last few weeks, Denver, I think actually bought one, or they had one on T&E, and some of our folks went over there.
They have one, and I believe they have a second now.
It's kind of,
it's scary.
It's a little bit, yeah.
I don't think we're ready for that, so, all right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Oh, yes.
So how are we going to make sure we're protecting people's constitutional rights as we increase the flock camera systems?
Yeah. So it's a good question. I think that one of the bigger issues about individual rights is some of the challenges we've had in the last several years on facial recognition, and right now that's not really in the plan. Public spaces, public areas are not protected for individual necessarily, and that would be my answer. Would be like internal going into a house or something like that. We would need a warrant, so that's how we would protect something like that.
Okay, thank you. And then you may not be able to answer this question because this is on the list of completed projects. It says the complete police substation in the Civic Center. Is that completed, and are we using it?
That is, and we are using it. Already paying some works out of the Civic Center. Thank you for that.
We have not talked about that much, getting that done, and it's a lot of cleaning out and getting staff in there. But
so if the SWAT team is there, if there happens to be an incident or something at City Center, would they be accessible?
So just to clarify, it's the impact team that works out of there as opposed to the SWAT team.
Right.
And I think theoretically, yes, because that would be a place where they could go to write their reports and things like that. It would be my encouragement for our impact team and my, what I want them to be doing. My expectation is that they're actually not in the station very often at all, and they're out actually doing police work. So yes, that would be a tether point for them. And I do think that coming and going, I do think that we've gotten some feedback from staff that makes them feel a little bit safer in addition to some of the security that's there. But yeah, that's kind of one of the reasons it's kind of a dual effort there.
And so I'm assuming that the police department is working closely with Allied Security because there are certain things that Allied Security cannot do and they have to call on the police department, correct?
Absolutely, yeah. And to be as specific, I will say that we don't necessarily, we don't oversee that contract of how they do things, but definitely we're there and some of our impact people or zone people, or if they need us, they call us, and that's not an issue.
Okay. That may be all that I have for right now. Thank you.
I'm gonna walk, or I'm gonna run, not walk. To get off of
And Mayor, yeah, come on, Nick. Mayor, to answer your question a little more, on the safety of employees, I understand it. It's been shocking to us how low that number has been, but it's a 30-point jump between last year and this year. And so, obviously we still have some work to do, but we, really recognize that employee safety is public safety and community member safety. So we really want to make sure we're, keeping that as a focus.
Appreciate it. We're going to take a small pause because I think it's lunchtime. We're going to come back here at 12:15 and continue. So that gives us about 15 minutes, grab lunch, grab a little food, then kick these presentations back up. I believe Brad's next. Speaking of economic development, development services, there we are. We're working on it here. Brad, you want to take us out?
Well, I think between the discussion of pot pies, brunch, burgers, fries, we've proven the adage that food really does bring people together. Just a really brief overview of the economic portion of the development strategic plan. We did have 16 projects in 2024. We made good progress on the vast majority of them. And I wanted to highlight one from each of these pages. And the first one is really the work that we did with RTD to set up the future and the reinvention of the Inglewood Shuttle, now known as BIRD. You've probably noticed that the hours have been expanded, new vehicles are out on the street. Well, actually, this coming week, the snow's not helping, but this coming week, we'll actually have new wraps and graphics, and we're actually going to work with communications and do a grand opening on that, hopefully in the early part of February. So just wanted to reflect about that kind of public-public partnership that we did around that specific service. It's really going to stand the community in good stead going forward. And then the highlight on this one is the last one. We really still try to partner with various groups in the community to do other economic development efforts. So we try to leverage what we do with other folks who are doing other things. So like Arapahoe County, Arapahoe Douglas Works, Arapahoe Community College. We did 2 job fairs last year at our campus in Inglewood, and they were wildly successful. We had a little bit of a downturn when we did job fairs where the economy was really humming, but the last couple that we've done were really well populated with job seekers and employers. So I just wanted to highlight the fact that we're really trying to partner with people in the region and bring people to Inglewood to hopefully develop their next job and explore their skills. A couple of project highlights is the Explore and Rewards Network app that launched in August. I just checked yesterday, we checked the impact statement's already out of date. We upped the rebate amount to 10% over the holidays as an experiment. And we now have around 785 users. We've distributed just under $6,000 in rewards. And the thing that's really interesting about that is for every rewards dollar that goes back, that represents an additional $14 in spending that people actually spend at the business. So this has been really successful, even under a year of implementation. So we're really looking forward to continuing that in the new year. I want to commend you all for 2022 when you gave us the strategic direction for our economic development program through our economic development strategic plan. We've kind of come off the early implementation measures of the plan. We're now kind of in that big category. And what we're really, again, trying to concentrate on is working with the other groups in the community and the region that are providing the services so that we can leverage them to provide as much impact as we can. One of the things that we're excited about this year is we just got news this week that one of our federal partners, the Small Business Administration, is thinking about returning to Englewood late this summer and fall for one of their major business development and skills development training programs, which is about a 13-week program. So we were really anxious to try to work with them to get that back in our community. They were last year about 5 years ago.
How long ago? 25?
No, they were here about 5 years ago. Yeah. They tend to move around the region, but we think we'll put our best foot forward and hopefully we can fit that. Obviously, you're all very much aware of there was finally a transaction at City Center on the ground lease, consortium or a joint venture of two local companies for the joint venture called Neighborhood LLC. We are starting to have our initial discussions with them. You obviously had the opportunity to meet them late last year before they closed on the property. We're planning to bring them back so we can start the discussions around what direction the council wants to take relative to the redevelopment of City Center. One of the things that we encourage them to do now that they have control of the ground lease is start to put together their thoughts around how they would approach the redevelopment of the property and reposition it for future generations. So they're still doing some of that early visioning, but we do plan to return to you in the very near future with additional discussions on the direction the City Center redevelopment could take. And then, Tim, this actually is the last one.
Not Tim's ready for this one. I am ready for this one. Brad pulled me aside. I didn't forget. Yeah, this is actually an offshoot of the safety committee that I mentioned previously. About 7 or 8 months ago, the executive director of the Englewood Downtown Development Authority came to me and said that when they worked in Denver, particularly in the Colfax neighborhood area, that they had meetings with the city to kind of discuss hotspots. And so we created this downtown police safety subcommittee that meets on a monthly basis. It's an internal meeting, so it includes several city departments, including Parks, Rec, Randolph, our office, Public Works Department, as well as EDDA. And we focus a lot of our efforts so far on the Englewood Marketplace and the duck pond. And so we basically go through challenges in community development's a part of it too. In those areas, and we talk through solutions, and then we track progress on those. So things like improved lighting, doing SEPTED type works, which includes lighting, but also includes things like removing shrubbery and things like that. And so it's been a success so far. And we right now don't have a specific ask of council, but just I wanted to let council be aware that that's happening. But also as you are kind of engaged in our community, we'd love to hear if you have specific concerns that you'd like to share, knowing that we now have this working group for us to work on. So please feel free to reach out to me with those concerns. Any questions?
Question for Brad. One of my pieces of feedback in my worksheet was wanting to see a greater focus put on recruitment of new businesses to Englewood. When we discussed this in the past, it feels like it's kind of organic, and if people are looking for space and say, hey, we can connect to we have business owners. Are we being aggressive enough, and how would you say this last year has gone in recruitment? And is there other things we can do there?
I think the recruitment is really a challenging one because there's just not a lot of kind of corporate entities that would be looking at Englewood for a lot of office space, that type of thing. So what we've really done is concentrate on the smaller to mid-sized companies. And there have been a few that are looking here, but I agree. I think we could be, I think we're doing really well at our service level of recruitment and supporting those businesses, welcoming them to the city. But anything that brings us jobs, that's what we really want to try to focus on and expand on. And I think one of the things that we could do this year and in coming years is really start to think about where is our sweet spot. Healthcare might be one, manufacturing might be one. It's really fascinating to just drive through the Hill neighborhood, the industrial portion of it, and just think about the hundreds of companies that are there doing what they do. What can we do to support their expansion? And we've done a lot of that. What we tend to do is not attract new companies, we try to support their expansion of the ones that are already here. And so if they're adding people, if they're adding equipment, we have our grants around that. We have some of our training programs that some of our companies are taking advantage of. So what we're really trying to do is grow those jobs largely from within versus trying to compete with everybody else in the metro area for that same limited pot of employers and grow our own base. But there's always more that we can do. We'll continue to look for those opportunities. I think that's one of the things we want to do. I don't want to belabor the point, that's what we really want to try to do with our partners. Darren Hollingsworth is really networked in the region and works with the Denver Chamber on prospect activity and that type of thing. One of the things that we have is just, it's very difficult to find very specific space for somebody who's looking for something very specific, because surprisingly, even especially in industrial, our vacancy rates are trending right around where the metro area is, so they're fairly low right now. So the competition for space and the right kind of space is something that some of our real estate struggles with.
I think that's really helpful context. And I think the industrial piece and the office building piece, or the medical kind of space, is really helpful. And I think what I enjoy really hearing from our retail businesses or our restaurants is, with so many vacancies in the downtown corridor, foot traffic is just really hard for them to sustain what they're doing right now. And so I know you guys are doing a lot of thought, good work, our particular as well, but I don't know if where we maybe could meet some of those needs.
Well, I don't want to talk about higher density housing in terms of going off on an on-ramp. The thing that really drives retail development, sustainability, is more people living in an area. If we make these areas walkable to what's built here now, I think that's a key, but also through city center redevelopment, sensitive infill redevelopment elsewhere in our commercial areas and the interface between those two. If we put more consumers in those areas, then our businesses have a better shot at their sustainability. Thank you for your comments.
So it brings up, what came first, the chicken or the egg? We can bring high-density housing in here, but if we don't have any place for those people to shop, it's going to create a problem.
And that's what I'm saying, is if we have those, more consumers in a specific geographic area, then the market will respond to that and provide the services that are lacking in that.
But I think that one thing that we have failed to take notice of is that all the light rail corridor has already been developed. If we develop a retail entertainment area close to the light rail, people would get on the light rail and come here to spend their money without the high density housing. So I think that's one thing that we probably should be looking at as well.
I think as it relates to city center, we're obviously back at square one with potential future partners. So I would say that the conversation should start over again as well.
Great, I appreciate that, thank you.
Good, thanks for your time, appreciate it.
Jumping into governance, there are 32 total projects in the governance outcome area. Completed at this time are 11, with 7 expected to be completed for this year. We have some of the completed projects here. I won't go into these one by one, but I will say that these initiatives are intended to support our commitment to serve the community effectively, efficiently, with accountability and to be adaptable. So as we go through these, we like to refer to this as the blueprint for organizational success, which is really the internal processes that we work on, the projects that are intended to improve our ability to be successful as an organization.
So one of the projects that we completed in 2024 was to review the procurement policy and bring back some suggestions to council for modifications. So we surveyed local jurisdictions looked at best practices, but more importantly, we looked at recent history of city contracts and the levels where they need to come to council for approval. So we made 2 suggestions on approval levels. One was for contracts that were already included in the budget, and one was for contracts that were not. Council approved both of those increases. One was to 125,000, excuse me, for contracts that had not already been approved in the budget, and 250,000 for contracts that were already part of the budget. So we successfully implemented that middle of the year. Based on our preliminary indications, this should save council and city staff about between 1,000 and 2,000 hours per year.
Last year, we gathered some groups of folks together to take a good look at how we're performing as a technology department. We met with leadership, steering committee, and the IT department together to conduct a SWOT analysis of our current state, and then we also did a all-hands survey to collect information on how people are feeling about the state of IT. So with that, we've created a technology plan that will assist us in being in position to provide the technology that's going to be required for the city in the long term. Chief Jackson mentioned that there's a lot of technology out there that we're looking to bring in, and we also, right now, everything that we do really, it depends on technology in some way or another. With emerging threats and growing technology needs, we need to be in position to support those needs as we go forward. That's the intent of the plan. It's all but complete, so I look forward to sharing that with you in the near future.
Sorry. It's all right.
Yeah, it's grounded.
So another project that we set up in April of last year was the tenant finish improvement process. So this is managed through Public Works, and our goal here really is to kind of twofold. One, to make sure we have equity between departments is if they request changes, say office space in the building or other buildings outside, whether it's at PD, the service center, or things of that nature. So this is a panel that's made up where they review requests and Public Works manages the budget. But we also try, and the other goal here is to make sure that we're taking a holistic view at any proposed changes based on the location and the needs of that department, and that all necessary teams within the city are looking at it. So the building department participates, the fire marshal participates, IT's got a individual that sits on the committee as well to make sure that we're identifying any challenges and opportunities as we look at these changes and needs requested by various departments within the city. We meet again next week, so we meet monthly to review these applications and then advance them forward based on recommendations from each committee session.
All right, and finally, an area that we would like to have continued support is the area of training and development for our staff. This year, we are endeavoring to create a catalog of courses that are built by employees for employees. So we're kind of getting that self-learning journey going this year. This is to build on what we've already been developing kind of over the last 24 months. We've created a supervisory training academy where 41% of our supervisors have already participated and successfully gone through the program. We've created a pre-supervisory training academy that we started this past year in 2024. Where we had 25 individuals go through, and we actually had a wait list for individuals wanting to participate, so we know it's a popular program. And this year, we just launched a high-performance leadership program, and that is a big lift and a big cost, but it is a very valuable program. So we would like to see these programs continue on into the future, and so we're just asking council to recognize the value and importance of continuing to train our employees and our staff so that we can be on the cutting edge of what it means to be an efficient and effective municipality, while also enhancing our skill sets. So thank you very much.
Questions on governance?
The program that you're talking about, what is the cost of that?
The high performance leadership? This last year it was about $45,000.
And
I'm sorry, it's 30,000 general fund and then 15,000 to water and sewer.
And who is that provided through, a college or?
It's in partnership with DU, and is there anyone else part of that? Yeah.
This is the program we started at SPR and Englewood, or Utilities, 3 years ago. It's in partnership with DU. We've sent 3 cohorts through over the last 3 years. This is the first year it's expanded to the entire city. It utilizes DU professors that teach these types of custom programs all over to both public and private sector entities, and this is the 4th cohort, which is a much more expanded cohort, and it's really I think it's been really effective in terms of getting leadership training to all levels in our organization.
Have we had anyone from APD go through that?
We have some. I think we have 2 in there right now. APD. Is that right?
From where?
The police department.
The police department. Not APD. Yeah, them 2 APD. Sorry.
I thought she said 8.
Yeah. Do we have 2 non-sworns in there?
Yes, we do. There was a lot of interest in this program. I think we had around 40 applicants for 30 slots. So we're hoping to do it again next year if there's other interest.
Hello everyone, I'm here to talk about the community engagement outcome area. So we had 10 total projects in community engagement, 9 were completed. Our delayed, I'm happy to report, is community signage. We're back on track with that one. In fact, the Camden Hills neighborhood was installed, I think, on Thursday. They may not have completed it, but we're back on track with that program. These are our completed projects. A couple that I'd like to highlight are the completion of the Neighborhood Resources Strategic Plan, which was done completely in-house. That took us about 18 months, a little longer than I know Sean would have liked, but we really took our time, did our due diligence. And also, you'll be happy to know that based on this morning's conversation, the 4 corners exercise, we also completed a strategies and guidelines plan for social media. So we're really happy to have that. That's something, we'll look at that as our Bible. If we get new employees, it's something we can hand off to them. We're a little bit decentralized with social media, so this is something that all of our employees can follow as they are working on social media. Key projects, project highlights. One was our ambassador program. They attended at least 4 events throughout 2024. That Liz could maybe talk a little bit more about that if you have questions. They work to address mistrust in the community by providing accurate information and building relationships. In a lot of ways, I look at this as kind of an extension of the communications department. They've got boots on the ground. They're out there delivering information that, people that, may not get it otherwise. So they're able to hear that information. So they attended a total of 28 events, including schools, neighborhood block parties, service projects, and community events. I briefly spoke about the neighborhood's resources strategic plan. This was something I wanted to talk really quickly about the outcome areas within the strategic plan that aren't listed here, but our 4 outcome areas are Englewood neighborhoods. It's got communication strategies for us, engagement opportunities, and then opportunities for expansion. And where we might need support, one of our key projects was increase the number of registered residential neighborhoods by 50%. We have 21 groups are currently registered with 21 neighborhood groups are currently registered with 29 group leaders. And the reason the group leaders exceed the number of groups is because in some neighborhoods we actually have more than one group leader. Some of those neighborhoods are relatively big. So what we really need support from council is if people in the community, if you know people that might be interested, encourage them to participate, encourage them to sign up as group leaders. There may be an ask in the future for some additional staffing in the neighborhood resources program, but I would think that would be the primary thing we'd be looking for, is that kind of support, just the encouragement for residents. So, any questions I can answer?
Are you looking for group leaders within neighborhoods that aren't being represented, or just more engagement?
No, both. That is one of the focuses of our strategic plan, to work in those neighborhoods that, maybe aren't engaging with the city. I think of maybe some of the neighborhoods west of Santa Fe that we're taking a good hard look at. And Councilmember Wright, we had a conversation about some ideas you had for adding some of those group leaders in those neighborhoods. So, yeah. Well,
Just a couple of these.
Yeah.
Chris, I have a question.
Yeah.
When we look at the national survey of our citizens, we score very high in public information services, but our second to the lowest score is informing residents on issues facing the community. I think it's an interesting dichotomy between those two. But I think when we think about, communication around general things, I think is very high. When it comes to like specific policy things or things the city is working through, how do you figure that, and how are you responding to this data?
I think that's where we can use things like neighborhood nights. We talked about kind of those boots on the ground strategies and really encouraging. We'd really love to see council members at some of those events where you can talk one-on-one with your constituents. I know that most of you probably have attended those, but that's really an opportunity where you can kind of address those issues one-on-one, because that is interesting, that gap between the two.
The other way that we've tried to address that is we created in the last year this new city projects list. And it's really a comprehensive list from all of our capital and kind of programmatic projects. And we are presenting that on a monthly basis to different groups, alumni groups of our academies, as well as our board of commission members. But we're really trying to think about how do we take that more, and our neighborhood group leaders also get one of those briefings. So we're really talking about how we make that more just a broader audience for that, because it's been really, really well received. But how do we get it out to people who are actually interested? Because most people don't want a 10-page project briefing, but many people do.
And with the addition of the ambassador group, for instance, we're hoping maybe there's like a lag in those survey results right now, so hopefully next year we'll see some improvement there. Or in 2 years. Yeah, every 2 years.
So what do we, are there strategies that you're thinking of employing to go to the people? So for those neighborhoods that are not engaging as much with the city, and I'm thinking you said west of Santa Fe, and I know there are definitely pockets of areas west of Santa Fe where, not to get too political, but there may be a higher percentage of persons who would hesitate now in the current political environment to engage with the city. Are there any strategies that we can do to go to the people versus expecting them to come to us as a neighborhood?
Oh, absolutely. Some of that I know that, for instance, Madeline and Stacy Durbin in the police department are working on, she just started, but they're working on some strategies where, literally walking into neighborhoods. We had talked about a program a few years back that we haven't had the opportunity to implement, but Stacy's excited about it, where you might have an officer and Stacy and Madeline take golf carts into neighborhoods with donuts and just talk to people. I know that now you've done some of that with Madeline, where you literally gone door to door and knocked on people's doors and giving them, information about sustainability and programs like that.
Yeah, we went to 5 of the 7 mobile home communities in Inglewood last year. I'm actually going to talk about a little bit in my slides, but we engaged with them, gave resources, and chatted with them. It was really great.
But based on having 2 questions on that topic, I think we should probably get a map that shows which neighborhoods we're missing people, so that we can engage, our board division members, our council members in finding people. Because to the mayor's point, my goal is to get unrepresented neighborhoods represented.
Yeah.
Right, and that's part of our strategies in the neighborhood strategic.
And to get that communicated out to council. So here are the areas where we don't have representation. Here are some events that are going on that may touch more people from those areas, and try to get some of us to visit.
This may be worth a study session at some point soon, yeah.
I think it's pretty helpful because this was a new outcome area that we created last year, right? Where we kind of blended some things together, and so I would like to see more, not just of the neighborhood resources plan, but I think we talked about like a community engagement plan that incorporates everything together. I still am seeing it maybe a little bit disparate in the way that it's being kind of thought about. And again, this is my workshop notes, but like on my worksheet, I was thinking, how are we measuring some of this stuff too, which is a little bit tricky.
Yeah, it can be. Yeah.
We should also try pie set.
Any other questions I can answer? Thank you.
All right, I feel like I should have like a 24-hour title of director, so I fit in with everything. I'm going to be covering sustainability, so we had 26 total projects, 18 completed, 7 delayed, and 1 on hold. And similar to everyone else, I'm not going to go through all of these, but one theme for this slide that you'll see is we're really highlighting a lot more self-collaborative sustainability projects. SPR does already really amazing sustainability stuff, so this is the way that we capture it here. And then another one for this is really just showing we had such great success for the sustainability portion in 2024. I know through collaboration with Public Works heavily, we brought in a lot of funds for a lot of the work found in here. And then also one that I just really love that's on here is the sustainability grant program that we launched for the first time. We funded 6 grassroots projects in sustainability of what the residents wanted to see happen, and that's continuing in 2025. So the first project we're going to highlight is the implementation of the At Your Door program, the hazardous waste and electronic equipment recycling one. So this launched in 2024. Before that, you all probably remember we partnered with the city of Littleton to host a once-a-year hazardous waste and electronic equipment drop-off site. I got a lot of calls of disgruntled people from that because it's once a year, it wasn't accessible. And there's nothing worse than when someone calls in January with a bunch of hazardous waste, and the best you can tell them is like, hold on till September and hope that you remember to bring it to this event. So this has been a huge success, and it's a lot more equitable too if you think of like someone who's elderly or disabled or who lacks transportation can now have someone come to their door and pick up this material for them. The second highlight is my personal favorite is the Sustainable Business Partnership Program. We really just launched this in June 2024 in partnership with the cities of Sheridan and Littleton. All 3 cities are utilizing plastic bag fee funds to make this happen. The brilliant, amazing Aiden Lawton, our Green Business Program Coordinator, oversees this program. And essentially, it is a completely free one-on-one technical assistance program for any businesses in the Tri-Cities to help them become more sustainable. So far, we have 28 businesses signed up between the Tri-Cities. Craig Hospital actually is about to be probably our 30th. They had their site visit. They adored Aiden, who does it. And then we also, a really fun thing, if you all were watching Denver 7 News on Saturday, our program was highlighted. Fourth Dimension Wraps, who used to be Englewood, is now Sheridan, they were highlighted in it. So just a really, really great program and really great exposure for businesses. And then the last project highlight is the completion of the creation of the low-income energy efficiency outreach strategy. And this was really aimed at helping to reduce energy costs for low-income residents in Englewood. We had seen that Englewood, compared to those around us, had really low participation numbers in a lot of the free programs that are out there One example is Arapahoe County's weatherization program. We kind of didn't understand where that block was happening. So this is where we went door to door to the mobile home communities, and we had a feedback form that we provided financial incentive if they took it. We didn't want to just be extractive of the community, we wanted to give some feedback. And then we also set up a table at multiple of the neighborhood nights located either in or right next to high low-income census areas in Englewood to do the same survey. And the results from this strategy really helped us amp up our communication and outreach of the areas that we really needed to. And it really helped us strengthen our relationship with the organizations that offer these programs. And then finally, Christina, tell me if I'm missing anything on this one, but for the needs support, so per City Council's direction, staff and the Sustainability Commission worked on a draft of a tree protection ordinance. Went to the Parks Commission as well, went back to the Sustainability Commission. The draft version's already and set to go. It's going to be coming to City Council in the next few months, I believe. And so the support really is just to give us further guidance on what you would like to see. Great. Any questions?
I didn't hear you mention Code Enforcement Advisory Committee and the tree ordinance. Is there a reason they got left out?
From my knowledge, and maybe that's on me, from my knowledge, it was between the Parks and the Sustainability Commission that did the ordinance, but if code was in the right, apologies.
I do remember having some discussion about SEAC, talking about that, but I mean, we could definitely have it brought to them.
Well, because code enforcement would be the one that enforced it, correct?
I think we need more development, or community development. Unless it was cut down as not part of a development project, but yeah, we can do that.
The hazardous material and stuff, how have we communicated that out to the community, how the program works, and how often can they call for a pickup? Once a week, cleaning my backyard, here's more.
Yeah, communications has been just a dream to work with. We have put it in social media as many times without being annoying. We put it in the magazine. I know at least twice it's coming in the upcoming one as well for people to see what sustainability programs are going to be offered to them in 2025. And then I do a quarterly sustainability newsletter that goes out to folks, and that was on there as well. And then we also have it on the website. So if people are looking up for the event, they'll actually find the new program too.
Perfect.
Yeah.
And how often can they have pickups?
So you can do a pickup anytime throughout the year. Our contract is for, I believe, about 120-ish homes, which is a little bit more than what we would service for the events, and we found that that's a pretty good amount to do. We paid for a little bit extra because it was actually full, which we love to see, so we paid for a few extra slots in 2024.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
That's encouraging.
Yeah.
That means you're getting the word out. Okay, thank you.
I don't have a question, but on the at your door service, a little bit of feedback.
Yeah.
Not under our control, but maybe you could pass on. The customer service is a little bit lacking.
Oh.
And I've accessed the program personally, and scheduled a pickup. And one, I felt like the amount of time that I had to spend on the phone to schedule the pickup was pretty onerous. Like, I just want to come pick it up on this date and I'll have it set out.
Mm-hmm.
So it took a little way to get through that. And then I had a date scheduled and they didn't come.
Oh.
So then I called the number back and they had a completely incorrect address, even though I know that I verified it. But there was no outreach from the program to me, and so like they could just enhance their customer service a little bit more to make sure that details are accurate. If you're gonna spend that much time and hold someone on the phone for 15 minutes to schedule a pickup, like make sure that the address is accurate and whatever. Now I have a microwave on my front. Until they so
that's really good to know. We have a government affairs direct contact for that contract, so I'll let them know that has been feedback that we've gotten.
Thank you.
Now, are you looking for feedback on the two ordinance today, or do you want a conversation in the future?
future, Yeah. All right, the community well-being section. We have 26 total projects, 16 of those have been completed and 10 are delayed. We've defined the community well-being as a city that provides satisfying opportunities for the vitality, enrichment, welfare, and happiness of the community. So this is a highlight of the completed projects, everything from our Made in Inglewood and Uniquely Inglewood campaigns to the Library of Things. The action plan for Broken Tea was a big lift for them. Housing outreach campaign, affordable housing task force, and public arts. Also, the bond was a big lift for not only my department, but many others over the last couple of years. And then funding for affordable housing was also highlighted. Installation of community message boards. And senior services addressing food insecurity, safety, financial situations. And we will be doing more with that this year with a action plan for our senior services. We've had gateways installed and then dedicated funds for placemaking initiatives. I'll have Chris talk about this first one of the community message boards.
These are our new community message boards that you've likely seen throughout town. We have, currently they're at Cushing, Bellevue, Romans, and Jason Parks. We are looking at installing 4 additional ones. And probably many more into the future, but what we're currently budgeted for is, and these have been completed, so 2 at Hampton and Broadway on the off-ramps. They were supposed to have been installed on Thursday, but with the snow, we lost our locate, so they're gonna go back out and do that. And then 1 over at Centennial Park. And again, another way where we can hopefully engage a little bit better with those neighbors west of Santa Fe and have city messaging for them. And then 1 to be determined. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Sorry. These were really developed in response to some information that we learned in our community survey. Our communication survey, where people were looking for maybe non-traditional ways to get messaging from the city rather than social media and the website. So that's where really the genesis of these.
This is a traditional way of getting.
They were requesting more traditional ways.
Back to the future.
Yeah, there you go.
The next highlight we have is the support the work of the Affordable Housing Task Force. So you've gotten the report, and really just has been a group of people that have been super dedicated to the work, and hopefully you were pleased with the report. And that this has been also rolled out in conjunction with the public information campaign that Chris and his team have put together, and it's continuing. You know, that information campaign will continue, but really this report we feel like was a big lift. Community development, I think, did most of the heavy lifting in terms of the staff support on this, but has given us some really good food for thought on what to do next.
This is an exciting project that Adrienne Torres, our open space manager, has been working heavily on and has received 3 grants for this park, which is really exciting. We will be opening Bates Logan Park early summer or late spring, which is exciting for us. New basketball courts, a bike park, pathways, brand new inclusive playgrounds. If you haven't been by Bates Logan yet, please drive by. It's pretty awesome. We're very excited for this park to be open. And we're excited for this too, because it will be one of our first inclusive parks, and this is also something we'll be addressing through the bond projects and making sure that we have accessible parks for all individuals who want to visit and enjoy our parks in the future. So this project needs support. Public art has been extremely popular. I served on the Cultural Arts Commission since I got here in 2020, and Chris and his team in communications is taking over that commission this year. We get a lot of requests for new art to come into our city, new murals, and we have a lot of locations identified, but funding is always a challenge. Murals typically range anywhere between $10,000 and $30,000. Sculpture art can be any cost. It can be in the hundreds of dollars to the hundreds of thousands of dollars.
And so the Museum of Outdoor Arts, if you haven't noticed, is slowly taking some of their pieces out of our system. And really our goal as a city is to replace some of these pieces with nice pieces of art, making Inglewood a destination for people to do an art tour. They come through. Something we've seen in the library, people coming in and asking about the art around the Civic Center and wanting to learn more about it. And we have that information for people. So with that, do we have any questions on community well-being?
Christina, with MOA taking back some of their art, are we at risk of having less art pieces than current state?
Yes, that's correct.
Have we identified what the proper mix would be in terms of kind of like a master plan, I guess, for art?
That's actually a good point. That's something Chris and his team are going to be working on with the Cultural Arts Commission and doing some sort of a master plan to identify where we have needs in our community, where it's lacking art, where we are losing art. We have concrete pads that are just sitting empty, and do we refill that pad? Do we remove it and re-landscape? So that's something that's going to be looked at over the next year.
Yeah, just like the mix of mural versus physical artists. Okay, cool.
Oh. So on the community message boards, do we have to go out and replace the messages in there, or is it electronic, or?
They are not electronic, but we do print those messages in-house. And then right now, just our staff, myself sometimes will go out. They're locked cabinets, they just lift up, we put the message in.
And so how often do you change those, or is there a set schedule?
No, I'd like to have a set schedule. That's a great point. I would say right now it's maybe monthly that we're replacing those.
Okay, and actually probably some of the things have a date on them, right?
They do. Yeah, once they expire. A lot of them, I think you'll see the ones at Hampton and Broadway, for instance, might be more event focused, because we're getting a lot of commuters, not necessarily residents. We might want to say block party this weekend, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Real quick, are they going to be visible by car?
Well, so we strategically pick some of those sites because we're looking at where it backs up and they're waiting for a light. So they'll be.
That's the target audience for these signs is drivers. The pedestrians can see some of them too.
Yeah, because pedestrians in parks, like the Bellevue Park, that sign is in the center of the park, right at where the paths intersect by the Farm and Train.
Most of them are roadways.
Most of them will be road, like the one on Centennial. That's why we want to be. That message needs to be simple with big letters. So it's not, you're not going to take time to read much. You see them in Highlands Ranch, they're all over the place as well, similar times.
I wanted to ask about the Affordable Housing Task Force next step. Like we had the report from the task force. A lot of action items for council in there. Do you have a plan for how we're going to tackle that stuff?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think we would love to hear your thoughts. Our plan was just to bring back the recommendations as a study session, but with really without a staff presentation, and just let you tell us, give direction, and maybe that's a majority of the council giving direction on which ones to start pursuing. So
okay.
Open to suggestions on that.
I would like to see that done in time that we actually need to budget for any of this in the next budget cycle, that we don't miss a year.
Great.
So that's probably sooner rather than later conversation.
Well, I was going to say, I think we probably need to have a study session on the items that they're.
I agree, I'm just saying, let's not do that in summer,
Exactly,
right,
yeah.
where it's too late.
And no ones that would potentially require legislative action or even P&Z doing coordination with the state housing laws. If we're going to be making changes to Title 16 in relation to state housing laws, it might be good to take a look at the Affordable Housing Task Force recommendations along those lines as well at the same time.
I have a question on the message boards. Why is that in community well-being and not community engagement? How did you go?
Good question. I don't know.
I just think like seeing all the ways we communicate with our community in one space and understanding what the gaps, what we can do really more helpful. I think we do this in parks, I'm not sure, but that's something to think about.
That one's kind of a hybrid because it obviously it's part of the wayfinding and placemaking master plan. It's a version of the directional signs, but you're right, it is more about community engagement. I think it's here because of the wayfinding and placemaking piece, but it could really go in either one.
Thank you. I have one more question, please. This is probably more for Chris. So if we're putting these signs like on 285 in Hampton, why can't we update, and I know I'm gonna say this incorrectly, the other wayfinding for Hampton, like on 285 in University, where we have multiple signs?
So those conversations are ongoing with Victor's team. We're talking with CDOT about, like the one at University in Hamden, I feel like that could be removed now because it has our old logo and we have our own gateway there now. So perhaps we remove that one. But I think at the very least, we need to reface those, the ones that we decide to keep. There's one on Federal. That's the only way you would know that Federal is in Inglewood or Parks are because of that one sign. And it's old, it's beat up. And we'll either, if they'll give us permission, we may do it ourselves, but that's one of our goals that we're working on right now.
Right, and even the one on Federal, couldn't you just take the old one and then swap it for a new one, but keep the post there?
Well, so we tried to permit with CDOT to put the secondary gateways on Federal, on the north and south sides, and those are the tall green ones.
Right.
But they wouldn't allow those. They said, it was kind of interesting, they said they were too tall, and then we said we would shorten them, and then they said they were too short, and they were afraid somebody would hit their heads on them. So
So are they even aware that the one southbound's even there?
I think they're aware, yeah.
Well, we'll just leave it for now.
Yeah, we are working on it.
I don't even know if there's a northbound one.
I think there's just the one right in the center of Federal.
The southbound.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, it's like there's a stream or something right there. Never stopped to look. So it's not on so much pushing power.
If anybody has an old car and would mind just kind of hitting one of those pipes, maybe the only way we didn't see that to check it out.
Well, do you know what? I have a total truck right now that's drivable. I'm just kidding for anyone watching. Don't send it to
Yeah, just ask Victor, I plug in every day.
Just to joke people.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, still here?
Yeah. I love the suggestion. Let's go ahead and find some old fleet and wreck some stuff, huh, shall we? With that said, I'm going to call an audible here. We're going to do a 10-minute break. I know we're post-lunch. 10-minute break. At 20 after, we're going to come back and then we're going to push through to the end. Let me just explain what we're about to do here for a second. We are going to run through your proposed modifications to the strategic plan. That's adds, deletes, changes, whatever that might look like. Currently, we have 8 outcome areas. Now, here's what we're going to do. We're going to run through that. I have 10 minutes per each of these outcome areas to have discussion related to those. That's going to total up. That gives us 20 minutes to do our voting on priorities. Our goal is to walk out of here with some level of prioritization related to how you feel about goal areas underneath our outcome areas. I want to clarify that there will be another bite at the apple here, okay? So while we're going through what I call a relatively quick process, there will be a study session per your request in February or March, somewhere around that time frame, to be able to review what comes out of today as well. So just clarify, this is not the last opportunity. If I run into a problem in terms of moving the conversation forward, my request is that you empower me to move it forward, and we can pick it up potentially if we needed to at that study session. That's not my goal. My goal is I hope we can have the discussion we need to have and move forward. Again, I would remind us the goal here is informed consent, not consensus, as we go through these discussions. With that said, when we get to the voting and prioritization, here's how it's going to work. You're going to get 6 stickers per outcome area. Okay? Currently, we have 8 outcome areas. We will go through that, and you are going to place, you have a total of 6 dots, you will place 3 dots next to whatever your number 1 priority is under that area, 2 dots next to whatever your number 2 priority is, and 1 dot next to your number 3 priorities on those goals underneath the outcome areas. How am I doing? Are you with me still?
Yeah.
Ish? Okay. Ish? Okay, good. All right. So with that said, that's the intent. So we'll have about 15 to 20 minutes at the end, if we're doing this right, for you to be able to put up the stickers and the dots, and we'll have a sense of that. We will also do that currently. Again, there are 8 outcome areas. We will also do that forced rank prioritization with those outcome areas. That is going to help us through the budget process, it's gonna help us through staff direction and that kind of thing, and that's the intent of what we're after coming out of today. My hope is that we can get it done by 3 o'clock and have you out the door. So that's where we're at. Feeling okay? Buckle up, Buttercup, it's gonna be a ride, let's do it. All right, so with this said, let's talk infrastructure first here. So these were the goal areas, the goal statements, keep or delete, and again, council feedback and the council member who made that feedback. So, goal area, reduce the risk of flooding. Goal statement, enhance and update planning processes and projects to reduce the risk of flooding based on current studies and analysis. The council feedback from council member Russell was continue to update planning processes and projects to reduce risk of flooding. Feeling okay about this? Is that a thought process we're comfortable with? Feeling okay? I'd like to just do it with like a thumbs up, thumbs down if we're okay, if we're good with it. Let me just do that thumbs up real quick.
Thumbs up to.
Thumbs up if you're in agreement with Councilmember Russell here that this is something, continue to update those planning processes and projects to reduce that risk of flooding.
I have a question, because
Please.
we've done a ton of work in this area. Are we still enhancing our plan or even updating it still? Or do we have the plan, it's just execution? Because that is not clear to me.
We're still in planning.
Okay.
We're working with Mount Flood District now on a number of updates to drainage plans.
But I was gonna say 2 other parts of the city that may not just be south.
We've mainly planned in the southeast space.
Right.
Okay.
But that's all under the stormwater master plan, right? There's already a master plan. We're not updating the master plan, or will the master plan get updates as this further planning discussion?
The master plan will get updates over time as we update.
That's helpful. Then I'm fine with it.
So, thumbs up on that, feeling okay about that? Okay, so we got support on that. Sewer infrastructure proactively in a, so we have no add, keep, or delete on this one, correct? We are just okay as is that a fair assessment on this?
This slide or this entire application?
This particular goal, sewer infrastructure, yeah. We've got nothing that people came back with in terms of feedback on that one, so keep it as is. If there's an objection to this, I'm just gonna say that anything where we've got no comments, we're just gonna move forward on.
I'll just add one quick thing. The one thing that's changed in the last year is we're using the sewer infrastructure focus to look at those lines that are under houses and under things like that we talked about. So that's where we're focusing.
crisscross.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Still okay then?
Yeah,
This
so
or- Okay. Sustainable infrastructure funding, work towards a long-term strategy to improve investments in infrastructure for sustainable solutions. Councilmember Russell, delete what staff should be doing, but does not need to be in an outcome area. So comments related to that maybe before we have some thoughts on that.
Did you want me to comment on that?
If you did, you I think were the one who suggested it.
Right. I think it's something that staff needs to be aware of, and but it doesn't need to be in a goal area or outcome area, because if staff, as they continue working on it, if it becomes an issue, then it could be introduced at a later date.
Okay. So maybe the feeling is that this is sort of work as is, maybe as opposed to something that needs to be highlighted in the strategic plan itself.
I appreciate Rita's perspective, but I think it should stay because I don't think we have sustainable paths to fund all of our current needs. And so I do think this is a thing that needs to be worked on.
Right, the size of our CIP dictates that.
Yeah, I think we need more creative solutions.
Other comments on this?
I could go either way. We've accomplished a lot on this task in just the last 2 years. We've done some rate rationing with utilities to fund a lot of our utilities infrastructure stuff. We've asked the voters to pass the tax for roads. So I think a lot of the long-term funding is already coming in. So I wonder if in some ways we have accomplished most of what this goal entails.
Okay. No, I kind of already said it, but I think we have been able to fund the immediate issues we have, but not necessarily the tier 2, tier 3 that are going to be coming up.
And like, it says long-term strategy,
Right.
I don't think we have a process.
Yeah, just talking to the first one, that first goal there, based on what I understand that my flood district is looking at. We're looking at the Christian Park area. So, I still think there's big things that are going to be coming on the horizon.
Okay.
So let me ask this, what other long-term, so we're looking at a bunch of stuff that have been collected for a long time. In the next 2 years, Victor, what else needs to be looked at, do you foresee that we're not already working on and looking at?
Yeah, the current studies that are in process right now will identify where we need to focus actual projects. I believe we've got the necessary studies in place or in process with Mile High, and so I think those efforts will yield a project list and a priority list for us to tackle next. And these types of studies you want to redo every 5 to 8 years and make sure you're staying current and evaluating things.
And that's something that we have in place right now that we've established that we're doing ongoing to make sure that it's done for now that possibly wasn't done previously.
Correct.
Okay, so with that, I think we have the strategy in place. And that's why I'm comfortable with this statement.
So I'm gonna put it to a up-down here. Thumbs up if you want to delete. This is a thumbs up to delete based on Councilmember Russell's recommendation. Thumbs up to delete. Okay. We do not have it moving forward. So it does not get deleted based on thumbs up, thumbs down. It remains in the plan for now. Effectively manage assets, develop and implement processes and plans to clearly identify, track, and maintain. So we have a couple comments here. Develop and implement processes and plans to clearly identify, track, build, and maintain assets. And again, Councilmember Russell, what staff should be doing as part of this, so maybe more of the ongoing kind of work versus maybe a special thing to be called out. So we've got a couple comments there. Thoughts related to these comments?
I just did my comment, I just added the build in, because I just think that that's an essential piece of effectively maintaining your assets.
Okay.
And when we're talking infrastructure, especially when we're having lots of conversations around, do we densify, do we not, et cetera, like how are we developing the city? Build is gonna be an essential piece of that. So if we're keeping this in here, I just think that that's included.
Okay. So build is a part of an addition to this particular item if it stays.
That's the only word that.
Okay.
And my question is effectively manage assets, would this be part of our GIS or the new program we have to manage and track our assets? I forget what it is where we had to bring our computers and stuff. Don't we have the program for this, or is this something else that's? Is this something else we're talking about?
So I think it depends on the asset and the department. For Public Works, we use Cartograph to track our assets, whether it's signs, pavement condition, things of that nature.
Okay, and do other departments have other programs that they're tracking all assets? My thought is I believe we have everything in place now to track our assets.
It's just not built out. I mean, I think we've got the platforms, but it's not a fully built out system, I would say.
So we have a system in IT, we have a system in Public Works, we just implemented Cartograph, the system Victor mentioned in Public Works, in Parks, Rec, Library, and Golf. SPR has a program, and then utilities.
Yeah, so SPR, we just switched away from the asset management program we were using for 15 years to a new one called Hexagon, because it's just more effective than what we had. We just made that change, and that usually dictates what happens at utilities. So what we've done here translates over because it's more plant type of asset management. Problem with the asset management software is it depends on what you're doing. So if you're doing linear assets, that's where Cartograph works great, like topside linear assets. If you're doing plant systems, it's a different type of asset management program, and so we just actually made that switch. So I think it's something you should be continually looking at, and we just switched programs.
What's considered linear assets?
Like roads and like pavement.
Yeah.
Service.
But everybody has the ability to track their assets.
It's just still in development. I think we need another year before, I mean, in my opinion, before we try to delete this one myself. Just because we're not fully up and running.
So, go
I was just thinking on, like the build assets that Tina suggests putting in there. I'm just wondering if, since we have a separate section for each, for our public works infrastructure, for all the different aspects of our infrastructure where we're actually have strategic plans, if putting it back into this one too isn't maybe necessary, this is just about maintaining. There's other sections about building.
I thought of that, but it's also, technically we would have to build, those other subsections are gonna, or those other sections specify what's gonna get built. So I'm fine adding.
This feels like a comprehensive area to have the build wording in. And then just based on the feedback that we just got, that we're, especially in tracking our assets, building that infrastructure to be able to do it, it just seems relevant. I'm not, it's not a die on this hill for me though.
No.
It's just.
Let's maybe do a little voting on it. Councilmember Russell had a delete question. There's a thumbs up to delete on this. We'll start there. If you're in the delete category, thumbs up. Okay. That does not have it. Let's go over to the other suggestion of adding in, and this one is for adding in build into the goal itself. Thumbs up for that. Okay. That does not have it as well. So at this moment, that stays as is. There are no modifications to that one. Okay? Again, remember, next year is sort of the overhaul of the plan and the opportunity to kind of really take a real good look at the complete sort of revisiting of the entire thing. And again, Councilmember Russell just made a comment that what staff should be doing, but there's no add or delete going on here. So, yes.
I had a comment on this one too, and I don't know if all my comments are captured on these slides, but I'm curious, does the drinking water infrastructure resiliency, does that include our work on taste, odor, and hardness, improving the quality? My comment was just, I want to make us to name, like, improving the quality of the water, not just okay.
We don't say quality because our water quality has a direct tie to state regulation.
I'm fine with maybe them saying taste, odor, and hardness.
That's
I don't, but it's not listed in our goal statement, so I don't know if someone's reading this, if they would actually understand that it is unto that, and that's something that scored very low on our community survey, and I think it's something that we should show that we are focused on making better, and I don't think people really will see that here, so my recommendation is I'd actually like to add to improve taste, odor, and hardness to this goal statement.
I just want to add really quickly, Marina Kim, so Liz did go through all of the raw sheets that you submitted are attached for all of your review. We did, just in the interest of time, the ones that we had on these slides were ones that were kind of changing the substance, I guess, or modifying or deleting. So some of you had comments around metrics or some wordsmithing, so we didn't add to these slides, we just kept it in the sheets. So just, if you're looking for like not everything you wrote transcribed here, that's all.
That's totally fine, but I do feel like this is actually modifying something that's substantive, and so that's why I'm doing it.
Okay. That sounds to me like a separate goal statement.
That's why I was asking Peter, is this infrastructure improvement unto taste, odor, and hardness? If it's the same core work, I'm fine with just putting it in here, unless we think it should be added.
No, maybe the easiest way to do this is at the end of the sentence, just say, including a focus on improving taste, odor, and hardness. And then that captures it all that way. Does that work?
That's fine with me. I want to show that is like a main focus of ours.
Yeah.
Okay, so a proposed modification to include some clarifying languages, maybe, are you comfortable with it not being a new area? But,
yeah, 100%.
So the proposed modification would be the addition of the words, can you say it again for me?
Yeah, including a focus on improving taste, odor, and hardness.
Okay, so that's a proposed modification. If your thumbs up on that proposed modification to this particular item, the thumbs up, the yays have it in this case, so there will be a modification made to that to include that language.
Can I ask again what the language was that it was changed to?
So, what I just suggested? Is that what
Okay, yeah, what you just suggested, because the thing in this statement right here, the thing that bothers me, and there's a lot of statements in here that says plans to protect the water. I don't want the word plans in there at all. We need to protect the water infrastructure. We need to improve the water structure, and you may have said that. I don't remember.
Yeah, I think my sense is that's in the first part where it says proactively and cost-effectively manner invest, maintain, improve, and plan. So the plan to me piece as like the water rights and the water supply and things like that. We do
So it's a
planning work.
plan, but not, it's plans were,
I think plan is one component of the action of investing, maintaining, and improving is the actual work I think we're getting at. It's not planning to do it, that's actually doing it.
It's done.
okay. And plan is a separate thing, it's actually a physical plan.
And plan is what we have to do on a number of our, we have to look at water rights planning, we have to look at just our usage planning. There's plans that we have to do while we're still doing all those.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. The A's still have it on that one, modification made. Next. Goals to consider adding. Deferred capital costs have been one of the city's worst failures. A goal that emphasizes the need to maintain existing infrastructure in a sustainable manner and ensure that when we are improving or adding, we have a plan for maintaining or replacing that new asset in the future. Councilmember, did you want to comment on that?
This is one of the suggestions that has come from the Budget Advisory Committee in the past few cycles. Especially when they go through the capital improvement plan, they see plans to build new expensive things, but they also see a list of existing expensive things that we don't have a plan for maintaining. And so that kind of dichotomy has caught them, and they're looking to see when we're adding things, we also are simultaneously planning to maintain them.
Can you tell them how that's not captured in effectively managed assets with identify, track, and maintain?
I think.
Clearly spelling it out, I would say.
Yeah, I think it calls out that specific
Yeah.
issue.
I was gonna say, like, Chelsea, to your previous comment where you were saying taste, order, hardness, I think we need to do more of that, where we're specifically calling out what we're doing, and in this example, you're calling out the fact that we have a budget for the maintenance of it as well.
Right.
Yeah. And I think the other thing is we need to make sure that that is added in before we start spending more money on new things.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So I don't know exactly how we can clearly word that as an identifiable goal area or goal statement, but I was just putting my thoughts down on paper. To be honest, I gave my feedback to the manager. This particular exercise doesn't necessarily resonate with me when I'm doing it on paper, but I did my best to contribute to the process.
What I was gonna ask, how can we do this in practice though? Like, how can we, and I'm just thinking, like, let's say Base Logan Park, right? So we're building new playgrounds, new bike paths and all that, or whatever it is. How do we budget for the maintenance of that? Like, where does the clock start ticking in terms of the maintenance from a staff perspective? And I'm just trying to think that across the entire.
Well, then, every year you make sure the sprinkler heads are fixed and correct. You make sure that at the end of the year, the sprinklers are blown out so that the pipes don't freeze and break and do an added cost. Every year or every 6 months, you check all that equipment, and if something needs to be replaced, you do it, because it just.
But we're assigning a dollar number to it,
So I would like to make a comment to that. Parks and Rec is totally different. What I think this is talking about is things like bridges. Because we budget for a bridge. Parks and Rec, even when most of our Parks and Rec things have been done through grants from Arapahoe County Open Space. And so, but all of those grants, it just used to frustrate me. Every time it would say, that one of the questions on the grant application is, how will you maintain this? And the answer always was, we maintain 11 other parks. And that's why we're in trouble with that, because we don't plan to maintain them. We plan to redo them.
Yeah, and I think that's why it should be inclusive, because if we look back at the situation we're facing today, 25 years ago, the voters approved a bond to build Pirates Cove, and there wasn't a plan for what we were going to do when bond money ran out, so we just asked them for another $50 million and they gave it to us. So that's the kind of thing that I don't want to continue running into.
Is there a way of capturing this in the accounting system, that every asset comes with a long-term liability? I don't know about accounting, but you're going to be, like, we think of these, these major systems, these assets, but if the asset wasn't there, you wouldn't have the cost that came along with it. So it needs to be somehow paired up with a long-term accounting system that will remind us of what we need to pay out for.
Well, I
We do
want
that
a
with
time
vehicles.
frame on that.
Surf does that with
Surf
vehicles.
does, yeah,
That's a perfect example.
So do that with everything.
So
go ahead, Peter.
So really simply, what we're talking about is life cycle costs.
Yeah.
So what we typically do is we just look at, here's the capital investment, we do the capital, we build the project. And what many places done, and this place did for many, many years, was didn't consider the life cycle costs. And so as we're looking at projects, and this is gonna take some time, but to start to bring in that life cycle cost analysis of that project. And if it is a long-term type of project that needs a long-term asset replacement in 30 years from now, that's in the financial plan of those asset replacement costs. And so that's not you just like make one change. That's a philosophy approach that takes time to move into, but it's a long-term, more responsible way of looking at projects. So you are considering exactly what you're talking about. So
Let's do that.
So I have hit on something that fits with the strategic plan.
It was gonna take time.
Okay, so I'm gonna hit the pause button here for a second and say we are, just so we know, 30 minutes into a conversation on the very first one. And this is correct, it's a life cycle cost analysis is the wording we use. And there are major ramifications beyond just assets for this. There's budgetary and financial and others, and it's a well thought out thought. The question is, how do we include it in this? I want to hear a couple more comments, but then we've got to make some decisions maybe and keep rolling, okay?
I think there's one other component on it also within the structure is that you have SURF in the life cycle, but you also have maintenance. And the example I'm going to use, and most staff wasn't here, is when our storm drains were so packed, it was 20 dump trucks worth of stuff that they pulled out. That is a big one too that needs to be added to this, and that's when I'm talking about dusting, basic maintenance, that we need to look at also. There was a huge cost by that not being taken for residents and the city on cleaning that up also. In many ways it cost us. So I think that's something that needs to be added to this too. So we're thinking of this in two different ways, I think. So that needs to be added.
I like Scott's opinion, because if we're trying to figure out how do we just highlight these things, on the sheet, so effectively manage assets, develop and implement processes, plans, to clearly identify, track, and maintain assets. Can we just add for their entire life cycle to that and capture that? And that makes, I don't want to create a new goal that you guys are already working on a goal that's very similar, but could we just expand that one to create this?
I mean, it's a start.
That's where my head went.
Would you be open, if that's a suggestion there, would you be open to it being something that maybe for next year's, again, knowing that we're going to clarify and there are some other ramifications from a budgetary and staffing perspective, the life cycle cost analysis, is it something that maybe next year that could be something that's directly identified as a goal area for higher prioritization and life cycle cost analysis helps us get there?
Keeping in mind that there's no guarantee that I will be in this room next year, I suppose.
Right, and I don't think it hurts to add it this year. Yeah, I think we can add it.
You want to add it as a separate area, or would you like
I
to
mean,
add
it sounds
as
like there's
addition?
consensus from council that life cycle, which is a part of asset management, I will announce. But I think we can add that wording onto this just to make sure we're focusing on.
Good start.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So in this one right here, number 4, we're adding in the phrase life cycle cost analysis.
Yes.
Or life cycle
Can
cost.
you say plans that include life cycle cost analysis to protect what, or, that's not our, sorry.
Clearly identify, track, and maintain.
To clearly identify, track, and maintain.
Including life
So
cycle.
plans,
For their life cycle.
Keeping in mind that that takes years
Yeah, I
to
was gonna
implement. That's not just something that happens overnight. That's a years long thing.
Yeah, absolutely, but the start happens
Yeah.
now
Yeah.
in terms of that, right? Okay, so we are okay with, can I get that thumbs up on life cycle costs? We're good on that? Okay, language in, moving along. Hey.
I did something right.
That was it, we're done.
Overnight analysis.
Maybe that's just the way to do it, show on the screen. All right, safety.
Tuesday morning.
So again. Modify, so effectively prepares for and responds to large-scale emergencies through constant reviewing response times and establishing policies to lower response times. Suggestions to modify. Change to disaster preparedness is one of the recommendations, and edits to goal statement. I'm sorry, I don't get that one.
It was a longer thing, so I just noted that she had edits.
Some edits to that. Okay, so let's start with the first one, which is modify disaster preparedness in there.
as opposed to responding to emergencies? Is that?
Yeah, so if we look at the goal statement, it really focuses on large-scale emergencies, which falls under the umbrella of disaster preparedness. I view what happens when an ordinary citizen calls 911 as a separate event to this particular goal statement. And I don't much care if we modify the goal statement or if we modify and change it to disaster preparedness, but the two things are incongruent. We're missing a fundamental mission of public safety, in my opinion, when we talk about large-scale emergencies and don't actually talk about the micro-scale emergencies, which is what our citizens rely on us on a day-to-day basis to handle.
Okay. Disaster preparedness is a thought. How do we feel about that? Specific call out for that? Yeah. Can we thumbs up for specific call out on that, or other comments related to that?
You're changing the name of the goal area, right?
Yes.
Because emergencies sounds like the same thing that could happen when they call 911, but we're
Exactly.
clarifying what we're talking about.
Yeah, I've separately added another goal for what happens when we call that.
Yeah.
So changing the name of this to, yes, we have the yays. The yays have it on that one. So disaster preparedness. Without being able to see the edits to the goal statement that Councilmember Russell has included here, maybe we could visit those during the study session or something to that effect, because we don't have all those edits up here. I'm going to allow you to think about that, and I'll come back to that. We'll move on to public safety services.
I will say, Nick, related
Yes.
to this change in the goal area, I did strike the response time, reviewing response times, and moved it to a different zone.
Okay, so you also had, and removed response times to a different area as well.
Correct. Similar to that micro versus macro approach.
Okay. So let me go ahead and say, do we have a thumbs up on that? Do you want to move response times to a separate area? If you do, thumbs up on that.
This will be required creating a separate area. So
Yes, that is-
voting on creating a separate area.
That's correct.
Okay,
Yes. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that have it. So this is going into a new goal area related to response times. Okay. So we've got that one. Delete here was the request from Councilmember Russell, invest in high-quality policing and other public safety services. Councilmember, you wanted to delete that?
On public safety services?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna be real honest with you. I wanna change this whole area, and I'm gonna tell you why. The thing that frustrated me was the community survey was, for 2024, was not put in here when we're going to be discussing these things. And the overall feeling of safety in this community in 2018 was 62%, 2020 56, 2022 43, 2024 44%, which is much lower than versus the national benchmark, and also much lower versus the custom benchmark. The bottom line is these all reflected around the police themselves, the police building, the things that they're doing, staff, but the community overall does not feel safe. And I would like to see safety addressing the people in the community. And so that's why I really wanted to delete a lot of these. I want to change the direction here because there is not a feeling of safety in the city, period. Whether it's businesses or whether it's citizens themselves. So that's part of the reason I put delete on it. I'm not saying that we shouldn't be doing these things. We've already established a principle to do these, and it should become a habit. I think that we need to change something. So that's my overall goal.
And that's why we have some deletes from you in here. Right. There's a reconfiguration of this that you'd like to see. Okay, absolutely.
Just building on that, I actually agree with Russell. I don't want to change this, which is what the last year's plan, I don't want to redo it, the whole thing. But, and I was talking to Tim, I think some of my recommendations weren't, I didn't do the sheet the right way, so I apologize. But my recommendation is to add a goal that is increases in city of safety. I agree, I think that's like something we need to focus more directly on. We have more around like awareness, but I don't think we're hitting that on the head enough, and so I would like to see something in that.
Yeah. Okay.
But added, not deleted.
Okay.
I'm just wondering if you can scroll to the next section. So on number 5, I'm wondering if my suggestion maybe gets to your concern a little bit about like getting the focus back out to community safety. I wanted to add in the piece about officer safety, but I think those, in our policing policies and legitimacy, adding that into the statement to focus on community and officer safety while building the trust and confidence. And I wonder if that helps get at a little bit of what both of you just said.
For me personally, I almost use it more of like a communications goal of, because that bottom one, increase awareness, it's like, well, not just that safety related messaging, but how do we actually increase that feeling of safety, a more tangible thing? I feel very safe, but I'm also very like read in on how our police force is operating, and so not everyone has that.
Right.
So that's I think what we're missing, even with that edit.
I mean, I agree on the communication piece of it, but I think it should be embedded in all of our strategies around policing policies and legitimacy. That we're doing it for the purpose of our community safety and our officer safety.
I think the difference is, obviously, everything's unto safety, but even if we feel like we're doing things really, like we have a level of safety, our community doesn't feel that. So we're having a breakdown of their lived experience and everything we're doing, and so how do we bridge that gap, I think is what I'm getting at.
What was the survey results of safety, its most recent experience?
44%.
44, and what year was the highest? At what?
2018, it was 62%.
I mean, that's a really substantial
I think
drop.
if we go back to the previous slide, Nick, public safety services might be the place where the micro fits. I don't know if we put some of what we're talking about now here, or we just move the response time dynamic to that particular goal. I agree in investing in high quality policing and other public safety services is an important goal, and our communities told us that. But I think there's a specific outcome here that we're not quite capturing. We're spending the money, but what are we getting for it in that goal statement?
So part of the suggestion that you're making there, if I'm hearing you correctly, is to take the response time portion and potentially move it to there.
Yes.
And that may help address one of the challenges. And then we have another potential challenge here, which is the perception or the feeling of safety related to this. And does that fit currently in the plan the way that we have it established?
Right.
Could we deal with the first suggestion of moving the response times to this particular area as opposed to creating a new goal area related to response times? So in this case, moving response times to this area right here of public safety services, is that something, and I just want to test it out, is that something that we could get a thumbs up on, moving it there as opposed to a new goal?
Before I agree to it, because I like the thought, did you put specific numbers behind the response times?
No, I didn't. We've reviewed some of those in a previous study session.
Right.
Could you just use that line and establishing policies for response time, that whole line?
Yeah, that's kind of what I would do, is just a cut and paste, because I think it's as close as we can come right now with the time we have.
How do we feel about that? And move and establishing policies to lower response times gets moved to that next one, public safety services.
So we want to constantly review those response times as well.
Okay, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I got it. Okay, that's a yes on that, so we're going to transfer that. Building, and I want to come back to the other conversation here, but let's just walk through what we do have here for a second. Councilmember Russell, again, I assume this is related to sort of your general objections on the safety side of the equation. Okay, can I ask for a straight up vote on this one right here? Included or excluded?
Which one are we on?
We're on, I'm sorry, building and place safety. This one right here.
So thumbs up to delete?
This is a thumbs up to delete, that's the recommendation. So if we want it deleted, that does not carry at this moment. Innovate in policing. Again, the question, we have a couple things here. The first is a delete on that. I'm going to vote up and down or see if there's any comments on the delete first. So if you would like to see it deleted, let's start there. Okay. We've got a strong yay on that. That did not carry. Okay, let's talk about the modifications to it.
Can I speak to it?
Yes, please.
The reason why I have the issue with the annual goal, I don't see any metrics behind the annual goal for implementing new business or best practices, so that's the reason why I asked to remove that.
Okay. Do you want metrics or do you want to remove it?
I would prefer metrics, yeah.
And I'm not a big fan of adopting new policies for the sake of adopting new policies.
Yeah, and that's part of the.
So I'm with the removal.
So it's almost like I just would prefer to have best practices without saying that word.
So, review best practices from other cities and continuously innovate.
Period.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, a separate discussion potentially on what metrics we're using to judge ourselves by, and that maybe creates a new dynamic related to that. So let me deal, because that was the suggestion first here, and then did you want to comment on that particular?
Well, kind of, and this probably goes back to the previous vote too, though, but reviewing best practices from other cities. What's working in other cities may not work here. And part of my frustration is, this isn't my frustration, I'm very happy about this. We have a new chief, and so the direction could change. The direction that we were going before was, other cities are doing this, and if that works for Inglewood, great. If that doesn't work for Inglewood, I don't want to waste time doing it.
Okay.
So.
Isn't this kind of contradictory? Right, review, do the best practices from others, or are we innovating, or are we just doing what everybody else is doing?
I know, we have to do best practices and continuously innovate.
So that's the recommendation, and I hear that too. So let's just start with this. For the first recommendation is to innovate, period. So let's stick the period there for a second and try that vote out. Sorry, Councilmember.
Well, I was thinking to the point of from other cities, just remove from other cities, review best practices and continuously innovate.
Does that
That's even better.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try that one out. Does that get us there?
Yes.
That's yays on it? The yays win it? Okay, that's it. So again, it's review best practices and continuously innovate, period.
Gold star for team.
Okay.
By Tuesday.
With it. You're my wordsmith and master. Chris, take notes, brother. We're on this, all right? And so, great job finding ways to work. I love this. This is the teamwork. This is what the whole Four Corners thing was all about. I love it. All right. Let's see here. Collect data and make recommendations related to policing policies that focus on community and officer safety while building trust and confidence within the community. So you had done a little bit of wordsmithing here to include community and officer safety as sort of specifically called out items inside of sort of the original item. Is that?
Yeah, I think it just speaks to the low confidence in safety, and while I do agree that, communication strategies around this can be helpful. I think unless you embed a focus on the community and officer safety within our policing policies and legitimacy building, and how are you going to get to it? So for me, the addition of that calls it out, says specifically in this area, we're going to focus on our community and officer safety as we're collecting our data and making recommendations.
Okay.
And what are they collecting data on? Based on whose data and from where? Where's that data collected? I mean, walk, arrests, LexisNexis.
Well, I'm thinking of like hotspots, and to me, it's just police enforcement activities. And well, Chief, you could probably speak to it better, but yeah, I'm just thinking any of the data that we're collecting allows us to put resources in the right places based on what
Yeah,
we're
it's
seeing.
an extremely broad statement about where we get data, but mostly it's like response times, for example, that comes from CAD. We do use of force data, crime data, all of that comes from just software. We just got a new one. Force Matrix is another crime mapping type technology that we're kind of implementing. So I guess it's kind of a broad question. Most of our data is internal about calls for service, police reports that are taken, arrests that are made. All of that is kind of internal, if that's answering the
So
question.
most of that would not be communicated to the community so it would not build trust or confidence within the
One thing I
community?
did not mention in my, one of the recommendations was posting our crime stats weekly on our social media. And one thing that I've talked to a couple of people about, but I don't know if I like that as well as I like just having the software and the dashboard available so that people can get on and look at it in real time. Right now, we're just a little bit behind on whether or not it's actually real time, but that's kind of the direction that I think, to somebody else's point, best practices would probably be more just to have kind of a dashboard type situation. And we kind of talked about that with communications as well. So
I actually wonder if the school isn't redundant in the face of the previous goal that we just talked about.
But if there are projects beneath it that is incomplete, I think it. Especially if it's only 1 year left, we can redo it next year.
Can we go back to
This
the
is
other?
Yep, and then I want to hear from Councilmember Russell, because she's had her hands raised here for a second, so go ahead.
Member Russell, I think. Yeah, you called out Member Russell?
Yeah, I wanted to hear from.
Okay, so basically what I see this, communicating, did you go back?
I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, so, the policing policies years ago, it was on every police car, and I brought this up at every strategic planning session. It says, to serve and protect. And I don't know if this is still on there, but it's been community policing, a community policing city for a while. To serve and protect sends a message to the people, and so when people are driving around, you are actually communicating that it will build trust and confidence, because this is what we are doing as a police department, is serving and protecting the people. And that is a policy statement, and then we let the police department decide how they're going to flesh that out.
So going back to Member Prang's, I actually do like Member Prang's wording on this one. And I like to keep it in. I don't think it's reflected in the article there yet.
Okay. I'm going to offer up again, as it's not the last bite of the apple, there is one more shot at it. So if you do find in your study session that it ends up being redundant in some way, then it's something that you could remove during that. But I do want to offer up a vote on that, because Councilmember Prang did put this out there. The adjustment would be community and officer safety is the change to it. Are we in support of that right there? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that carries it. Okay, so that would be the adjustment to it. Again, with an understanding of what you're saying related to the statement itself being the policy statement on how we were marking the vehicles. And so again, larger changes, big things like that, we can go ahead and do. In this way, I also assume that this is related to that same sort of general objection, just in general about the sort of the reconfiguration of it. Councilmember, is that correct? On this last one, the safety communications, is that?
Yes, well, and the bottom line is, it's not safe because that's what we're communicating. Are we trying to market to them that it's safe, or are we actually making it safe?
Okay.
And so if we're actually making it safe, we could delete that. We don't need that.
Okay. So.
Sure.
Yep.
Is this the time we're having this conversation?
I think if you want to make some comments related to this, otherwise we're going to vote on the delete recommendation and then we can move on.
Yeah, same.
We're okay with that? Okay, vote on delete. Okay, doesn't have it at the same time. That's where we're at. New goal, we have a couple recommendations here. Responding to emergencies, we talked about this. Yep, we're good on that. Impact of homelessness on the community. Mitigate the impact of homelessness on the community was an addition to
It was to move from another section. I don't think it got voted to move it, so.
Okay. Yep. It's currently in another section. We don't want to move it from that other section.
Well, we haven't done it.
We haven't gotten there yet, so we're
Yeah.
not. So there's a vote to move it from another section to this section is the recommendation.
Can we postpone it until we get to that section?
Okay. we will postpone that vote until we get to that section.
Okay.
Keep me intellectually honest and point me back on track if I run afoul, okay? Enforce traffic laws enforce enough to deter crime and speeding. Recommended addition.
Yes, I would, we haven't had in any of this about enforcing our laws. And always when we're talking about things, it's about educating people and they'll just do it. We need enforcement in order, I've lived in Inglewood for a long time. And so historically, what it's been like in Inglewood, the pendulum is over here where we do nothing. And then the community gets upset and the pendulum swings clear over here, almost to a police state. When the truth is, the pendulum is in balance when you enforce the law enough to make people willing to obey the laws. And to do it with dignity and respect. Not to demean people when they do things wrong.
But stating, you would like to see it stated that we're enforcing those laws, which maybe helps with perception as well as the reality of actually doing it, and you'd like to see that reflected in the plan. So that's the recommended addition to the plan.
Rita, do you want this specific to traffic?
Maybe, you know what, if we made it across the board, it would probably be best, not just traffic.
I mean, I feel like if we're gonna add something like that, it should be across the board.
What concerns me about adding this is that the only measurement that we have to determine whether or not we're effectively doing this is effectively a quota system. How many tickets did our police department write this month, this week? How many tickets did Officer A write? Is he doing his job according to what the strategic plan says or not?
But that's
based
not,
on his ticket writing.
That's not necessarily true.
Okay.
How you would observe it is people are actually obeying the traffic laws or obeying the laws. It's not based on officer quota. I'm not suggesting that we have officer quota.
I know you're not. I'm just suggesting that may be the unintended consequence of adopting this as a goal.
May I just
Yeah, I was gonna say, I'd like
weigh
to
in
see
really
what
quickly?
Chief says,
Just kind of back to our previous slide there about best practices. The idea of quotas or anything like that is very disproportionate. It is not best practices throughout the country. Anything that I love the idea of establishing matrices for any employee in the city to do. But as far as the number of arrests, number of tickets, number of this, that, those types of things are really outside of best practices, I will say.
So
just to be,
that would not be the best practice.
That would not be the best practices.
Can I ask you a question
please.
though? If it's our policy that we enforce laws, does that necessarily translate into what Councilmember Ward suggested?
Sometimes the devil is in the details of this. Like, I'm not really sure what enforce. If you mean by arresting people when they break the law, yes, we should arrest. I don't mean to be, that sounds condescending or flippant. Yes, we should arrest people when they break the law, and we have probable cause to make an arrest. And then it goes on to the next part of the system, into the prosecution and into the how long somebody goes to jail or sentencing or something like that. But I would also like for our officers to be a bit more creative. That's one of the things that we've talked about. And when we see somebody that's suffering, we have the co-responder program, for example, and I think that's a really good way of enforcing things that we would like. I'm using the word enforce, but not arrest. Does that make sense? That we're actually getting somebody into a position that we're not going back to them again. Would kind of be the strategic view of that.
And I do appreciate that because I think we saw a shift in 2020 when we had a police reform task force and everything shifted in the city. And so, okay,
I think we should arrest people when they break the law. It should be clear.
Okay, thank you. Then we don't have to have it in there.
I will take that as a yes, okay? I'll take the small ones where we can get them.
Before we move on, can you talk about adding the increased civilian safety? I don't think we voted on that.
Oh, which one?
Did we?
Which one?
The community sentiment that Rita was talking to.
I'd like to see a goal specifically around increasing the community's feeling of safety, since that's what we had in our survey. Which would require, you know, the staff to come up with how can we do that? But I think it's something we have to respond to.
Okay, great call. Thank you for keeping me on track with that. So the suggestion's been made to add something related to increasing the perception and the feeling of safety in the community.
Can we go back to the communications goal there, because I think that might.
Yeah, well, that's actually where I put my comment, because it increased awareness by safety-related messaging, but it doesn't say feeling of safety, it says awareness, which isn't the same thing.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So increased feeling of safety by effectively communicating safety-related
Sense of
messaging.
safety, but something that's responsive to how do we bridge the gap between what they feel and everything that we're doing.
Yeah.
You had that under safety.
And that's the safety communications, and in this case, we would just change a little bit of that.
Yeah, just wordsmithing.
Yep, a little wordsmithing on that.
Is that there for you, Chelsea? Yep.
Say it.
You'd like to hear safety communications, and then we
No,
would
it
be.
could be a new goal statement. It doesn't have, we could leave that one if we feel like that is serving a different purpose.
Okay.
Because it might be communications, but someone else's point, it might not be class, it might be something else that we're doing. I'm not gonna prescribe at the staff level how they do this, but this is a priority that I would like to set.
The increase in the perception of safety. What's your thought?
It's just a question and a thought. I think that maybe you do need to, because this one seems like it's going towards, like safety tips, awareness around tips.
I think there's a difference between here are the things, the tips you could do to feel more safe versus here's what we are doing and why.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. That's why I'm saying maybe you need to.
Yeah, I'm not saying that it has to be here. I'll defer to staff on where they think that should go, but the data is so concerning that I don't want us to move on without having a plan for this.
Okay. How do we feel about, and let's start with adding it as a new goal, as opposed to mitigating it. Adding it as a new goal, let's see some thumbs up on that. If you're feeling that adding it as a new goal area is acceptable, that's the yeas have it. Can we state the wording on that again? Did you have a?
Sure, increase citizens' sense of community.
Okay, I got enough head yet? Yeah, that's good. And if it goes south, Tina's gonna go ahead and put it right on track here with some right wordsmithing. You can crush it in the wordsmithing department. So if we're not right, I'm just gonna start with you, and then we'll go from there, okay? That's perfect. So we're adding that one in? That's a new, we're good on that? Okay. Transportation. The easiest of them all. No, wait a second, let's find out. All right, so with that said, easy job. Okay, so we have, the deletes and we have the council feedback. So let me see here real quick. Councilmember Russell, you have several deletes in here. Are they related to one specific topic or are they for different reasons? And I just want to see if you have an overarching issue for the deletes or.
It probably could just be the whole, I don't remember what
Well, some of them she had comment cards on.
Right. She's also got the hard deletes though too, Sean. So I'm just wondering because it's on these as well. So just wondering if it was one overarching issue that's not being addressed or whether it's specific issues under each one.
It's specific on some of them, but,
Okay.
actually, so here, we've talked about Vision Zero. I thought that we, at our last meeting, and you all need to remind me, we didn't want to use the term Vision Zero, is that correct?
I want to say that's correct.
Okay. Okay, so, but to do things to lower accident rates.
Yeah, if I can jump in, that's the direction staff received from council, and we're working on what I'll call rebranding and options to bring back to council to consider.
So it won't be Vision Zero.
It won't be Vision Zero, it'll be I'll call it an Inglewood brand of Vision Zero.
So that brings us very quickly to my comments on this.
Yep.
I hate zero. I hate it.
You're gonna get your way.
Yeah,
Today?
I'm bringing it back.
Not today. I have to see it one more time before it goes away.
Well, and the other thing I did put in here, this should be covered under safety, which involves traffic, enforcement or Because this is talking about accidents and preventing accidents.
And so your delete here is to move it over to safety.
Yes.
Okay, so maybe let's start with that as a thing. Is it a thumbs up to move it to safety? We don't have that there. Councilmember Ward, on the zero goal, you hate the word zero. It won't. Today's your day, have your moment with this or whatever, but I think we would like the removal of the word zero in there and instead using reduction or prevention. Did you want to augment or say anything else about that?
This whole group has probably already heard this, but I will never tell one of our staff members to shoot for an impossible goal. Zero traffic fatalities, in my opinion, is an absolutely impossible, uncontrollable goal. And that's why I don't like it.
Okay. So we're not liking to agree. Go.
I don't know if maybe I was on the other side for some previous discussion, but I kind of like the word zero. And I don't know if I would put it for transportation-related fatalities in general. Maybe that's just for next year restructuring or something, but specifically pedestrian. I do think pedestrian deaths are fatalities we're totally capable of moving those to zero.
Right.
It's a little more of a challenge with car collisions. We have 2 or 3 state highways running through our cities. We don't have control over the safety on those streets particularly. But I do think we can reduce pedestrian, and we should. We had 1 death because of a flood in Eaglewood in 2018, and we pulled out all the stops and spent $30 million to make sure that didn't happen again. If we spent $30 million to try to reduce pedestrian deaths to zero, I think we would accomplish it.
I was going to say, I think traffic deaths overall, I think they're low in Inglewood. I think zero is attainable. But, I haven't joined council, but I think it is attainable. I don't think it's a, shot in the...
Cities have done it.
Pie in the sky.
For multiple years in a row. Bigger than Inglewood.
For pedestrians. I support keeping, but Victor, as you're doing your wordsmithing, I actually think this goal statement and the way we think about it, I'd like us to use the 3 E's. And that's why I think it lives here, not safety, because engineering and education is part of this. It's not just enforcement. And so if we're going to use that other places, I'd like us to start using it consistently here. So we don't have to wordsmith the goal statement, but if we were, I'd like to see through engineering, enforcement, and education go to zero deaths.
So let's start with our vote on zero being changed to either reduction or prevention. Thumbs up if you would like zero to be changed to reduction or prevention. That has the yays. So the yays have it on that one. In this case, is reduction or prevention preferable?
I would say reduction because that's actually potentially attainable.
Okay. So can I get a thumbs up on reduction being the way that we go about that for that being accepted? Okay.
So 1 less death per year is good enough?
You continuously reduce it.
But that's not what it says. It just says a reduction. I think at least prevention is a stronger statement when it's a significant enough issue. I think reduction is a cop-out.
Okay, I changed my mind.
Okay, well, let's try this out then. I need everybody to vote on this because zero has been removed. It is either reduction or prevention of the 2 options on the table. So let's start off with prevention. Thumbs up for prevention.
Yeah, I'm fine with that too.
Okay, prevention has it. That's what we're going with instead of zero. Okay, all right.
Preventing all deaths.
I can talk out loud. All right.
If we can get to zero and everything, I would be happy with that also. We want to be safer on roads.
Exactly. Yeah. So promoting access and increased opportunities for multimodal transportation that ensure the safety of users of all abilities. First of all, I want to deal with the recommendation to delete. If we would like to delete this, give me a thumbs up. Okay. 1. We don't have it. On this, we're going to ask about this right here, promote access and increased opportunities for multimodal transportation. That's the recommendation of the change. What about that one? Recommended change. Are we feeling good about that?
So,
Do you want me to speak to it a little?
please do.
Well, I just feel like
we're committing to increased access in all of our park designs, etc. It's a good goal to have, and I think it should be applied in as many areas as we possibly can. And I think of projects like Old Hamden, and we have that mixed use path where we're gonna welcome bikes, we're gonna have people in wheelchairs. I have a passion for making sure that blind people are safe. So I just think as we are promoting multimodal uses and ways of transporting around the city, that we're doing that in such a way that we're always going to have an eye to the safety of persons with all abilities using those multimodal areas.
So with that said, how do we feel about a thumbs up on this if you would like to see it changed? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that changes it. So in this case, promote access and increased opportunities for multimodal transportation that ensure the safety of users of all abilities. Everything's been addressed for cars except for car safety. Okay. I think we're covered on that one. Did you have a comment on that one?
We're actually, the thing that is concerning to me is the fact that we're increasing multimodal across the board and it's becoming increasingly difficult for cars to navigate at all, period.
Okay. So the concern is that cars maybe are being deprioritized as the process of multimodal increases.
And we still have cars. I mean, even look at Swedish Hospital in the area where Councilmember Frank was already talking about. There are a lot of employees there that drive here from outside the city. And so if I think that we're going to have so much congestion in that area that people are not going to be happy.
So the de-emphasis of cars is a problem.
It's a problem,
with
right.
vehicular traffic. Right. Thumbs up on an emphasis on cars or vehicular traffic, making it more into this.
I just want to note here, I share Member Russell's concern, but I think this might be it next year.
Okay. So again, the thumbs up is here for Councilmember Russell's recommendation.
Well, I agree, and the problem is if we put it off a year, we've got so many projects going on, how many are not going to take into account the car traffic and the issue like, and that's something that we need to consider now.
So at this point, we have 2 yays in this category.
I think for me, in my mind, ensuring the safety of users of all abilities encompasses car users as well. Like, you may choose to drive a car, maybe you have a disability that disallows you to walk and use the path or whatever. So I just feel like that statement for now could encompass that concern until we're at a place where we could more broadly refine this.
But the problem is when we get to that point, people like me that have no choice but to drive, those parking spots, the areas are gone. We could go somewhere once and try and find a parking spot that is good for me and people like me, where I'm able to walk that distance and it's too late. And that's what I'm thinking for Inglewood and all the people impacted, like myself.
So my expectation with that statement being included in there is that our city staff, as they're working with our contractors to design things, would be taking that into consideration. And we do still have people that drive cars, and what are we doing about the handicap parking, et cetera, to make sure that it's accessible for all.
I mean, on top of the multimodal stack, it's cars. I mean, the multimodal, we all know that cars are the most frequently used mode, so multimodal is not supposed to mean just alternate forms of auto traffic. It's one of them.
But I drive around, just gonna be blunt, I drive around Inglewood already, and there are places that my husband and I want to go, and we can't because we cannot find a parking spot that can suit me unless he drops me off and goes and parks a half a mile away. You know, we wanted to go dinner to the place that I keep forgetting about, Sean, that you told us about, and there was no parking. You know, Swedish, I avoid going to doctors in that area because of where I would have to park and walk to, and that parking is decreasing and decreasing and decreasing. So as development is going on, I don't think different people are taken into consideration for handicap parking spaces, people that have a difficult time walking and that type of stuff. So, yeah, maybe this statement, it may sound that, but, you know, it is what it is, I guess. That's just our.
You know, I would offer up that we have a thought that the vehicular traffic's in there and it's understood that your priority is the vehicular traffic in there. The yays did not, it was not an adjustment.
I understand. Vehicular is one thing. People with special needs and handicap parking and stuff, I think is totally different. That needs to be mindful, and never mind, it's a different discussion.
Well, I don't think it's a different discussion. I think maybe in just what you've been sharing, I agree with Councilmember Prang that it is included, but maybe we need to address parking under transportation also. Because I think that parking issues are going to create a lot of problems for us. I mean, we're starting to create those problems already. When it's like going into downtown Denver on either Logan or Downing at night, they're both one way going into downtown Denver, and there are 3 lanes, but at night, there are only 1 lane through the town and it's solid parking. And if we don't start addressing parking, we're gonna have those same issues here, I think. So maybe we need to put something in parking under this.
Not to speak for Director Rochelle, but he's going to be coming to you sometime this spring with a proposal for you to consider for a parking program. So you may, to Member Russell's point, you may wish to consider knowing that point now, where it's.
It could be a mid-year add to the strategic plan.
Moving on. This right here, vehicular infrastructure, the comment was clarify what modifying it means. Did you have a specific thought related to what modifying it means, or just that itself is just not specific enough?
No, similar to my previous comments, modification for the sake of modification is okay to me in general, so.
Okay.
I think something.
There should be better clarification on that. Okay.
So we could just take and modifying it out, you know, and then we have a fully built out, car infrastructure system to maintain it.
That'd be fun to see.
Okay, so how about we try that out? Put a period here.
Yeah.
On infrastructure. Do we have a thumbs up on that? The yeas have it. That carries. Okay. Clean and connected. Inglewood's a bedroom community. Delete is the request there. If we have a delete on this, if you're a yes on delete, thumbs up. Okay. Does not carry. Traffic calming or pedestrian safety. Councilmember Anderson. Anything here that you wanted to?
I thought we needed a goal on traffic calming.
How is this different, sorry, than transportation safety? The first one.
More specific. We have a big emphasis, we have almost unanimous council support for a significant new traffic calming program. And, we have a general goal, and this would give us something more specific to work with on traffic calming.
So in this case, the recommendation of a new goal that talks about traffic calming or pedestrian safety.
Yeah.
Okay. Support
non-vehicular.
Non-vehicular, yeah. Or maybe it's another tag on one of the others. I don't know which one.
Is it a tag?
Yeah, see, this doesn't have anything about like that. The same thing right up. Like I think the goal is 0, is attainable in regards to pedestrian safety. We could add on to the end of that.
But isn't this related to fatalities and serious injuries?
Pedestrian safety on the card, right?
We'll definitely put traffic calming in the safety category.
No, because it includes engineering.
Yeah.
It's not just the traffic enforcement.
Yeah.
But the safety isn't just enforcement.
Right, the safety fraud and everything about the. I like the focus on this, Joe, but I would rather see our traffic calming efforts onto our zero vision plans and goal rather than it being like a separate thing. So I like it staying.
I think that's where I kind of stand as well.
Can we add something to that Vision Zero goal that calls out traffic calming or pedestrian safety?
That's why I like
Vision prevention, you mean?
Prevention.
Vision prevention. Vision prevention. Yeah.
That's why I want like the three.
Yeah.
Engineering, traffic calming, and then education and enforcement. But I was told we weren't.
Oh no, we're hip deep in those weeds, friends.
Oh, yeah. Smith away, my friend.
Well, what I'd say is, let's try an up-down vote on this right here, which is, would you like to see traffic calming or pedestrian safety added to this plan right now?
As its own goal.
As its own goal. Okay, there you go, didn't carry, sorry about that.
So, all I'm gonna say to this is since we're gonna be bringing this back to a study session, that we probably would submit it at that point. Because I do understand the meaning behind it, I support it, I just don't know how exactly to get there.
Where to fit it in, is that acceptable?
Yeah.
Okay.
We would ask for a recommendation from staff that we have sure how you're thinking about calling the new program, how we've been thinking about the E's, and then we have here present like an option.
Okay.
By the way, Chad, are we only on number 3 now of 8?
Oh no, this is
So we're
4.
gonna go past 3.
This is 4, and we're doing the best we can.
This is 4? Okay.
Yep.
So just so everybody knows, we're not gonna make it out.
And I can change it up here, I can change the style up to, unless you have a strong objection to something, I will move forward. So if we have 1 no, that is not enough to go ahead and have the conversation and we move it forward. So if that's something you would like to do, then if it's just 1 person who's saying delete it, we move past that, and we only talk about those where there's multiple objections. If you'd like to do that, give me a thumbs up. Okay, the yeas have it on that one, so here's the thing. If there's only 1 comment related to that, we are going to move on from it, and we're going to move, if there's 2 or more comments on it, then we'll have a discussion about it and we'll make a decision on it. That's what we just decided, so moving right along here. Nothing here, this one right here is significant modifications, so city center redevelopment. I don't even know where to begin with this one, quite frankly, because there are so many comments related to this one. So help me out here in terms of what don't we like about city center redevelopment?
I think they're all the same thing. The goal statement is expired. We have a new development partner. We need to update for that.
So we've got
It's pretty much the same thing.
Okay, so delete is the first modification that we want to see to this. No, it's all modify, I'm sorry. So we'd like to see it as a help me with the words here.
I
Selected.
like to see word, determine a path forward for city strategy. I almost like that. I don't know if we really want to call out Kimco or Nuco.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like
Okay, determine a path forward for city center. Thumbs up on that? The yeas have it, okay, so that's the change, nothing on business retention. Let's see here. No, no, yes. So this one right here, 2 comments, 1 delete. Let's start with the delete, supporting programs to support job training and workforce development. First comment is delete. You want to see delete? Thumbs up. Delete supporting programs to support job training and workforce development. Okay, that did not carry. I didn't see that. The other one is consider combining with business retention goal. Was the other comment there? Mayor, did you have a comment on that one other than that?
No, I was gonna say, a lot of these are, to me, are duplicated. So like the first 2, business recruitment and business climate, to me are the same. Job training and workforce development kind of go with business retention goal. So that was only my comments.
Okay. A move to that right there. Thumbs up. Didn't get it? Okay. Let's see here. These are 2 individual single comments here. Coordination with the DDA and Chamber on business activities. And considering something in this area designed to encourage commercial landowners to maintain occupied spaces. These are individual single comments. I don't know if you want to make a comment on that before we move on though.
I think they're both relevant. I care much more about the second one than I do about the first one.
Not surprised.
And I mean, if we want to move on, that's fine, but I think these are goals that would directly contribute to the economic health of the area.
Well, if you feel strongly about the second one, let's do a vote on the second one here, okay? Real quick, which is consider adding something in this area to encourage commercial landowners. That's a question. You got this.
I want to make a comment. Does this involve violating property owners' rights?
No.
And are you thinking of the fine or registration?
I don't know exactly what shape if I had a magic wand, I would do a vacancy tax that gets triggered after a certain amount of time. Vacant, obviously something that our voters would have to approve. But the situation, as I see it, is that we have investors that come into the state, they buy prime commercial real estate, and they hold it for long periods of time empty, and it creates what appears to be blight, but doesn't really qualify as blight.
Okay. So break the blight style program of some sort here with the disincentive. Okay. Okay.
I was gonna make a recommendation on the wording.
Oh, okay.
Can I do that? Just because this goes to what I was bringing up Brad earlier about wanting to recruit new businesses. Steve, could we say like create a strategy to reduce vacant commercial buildings?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's a good start. I want to see this recognized as something that we're looking at doing, because in my opinion, we have a problem with this right now.
Create a strategy to reduce vacant commercial buildings.
Or spaces or whatever.
That got yes. That got the yeses. So create a strategy to reduce vacant commercial buildings. Okay. Governance. Let's see here. Delete these two right here. We'll have discussion. Moving on from that, clear, unified, and integrated mission, vision, and values. So we have two in the delete category. So the first one is, do we want to delete it? This is one mission. It's the one mission goal area. Clear, unified, and integrated mission. The first suggestion is keep or delete. There are two for delete.
Yeah, we did achieve that. This was before we redid all of this, when that goal was.
Okay, so delete.
Do we automatically remove things that are achieved, or do we have to vote?
I think it's an ongoing goal, personally. And as someone who's followed city government for more than a decade now, this is something that the city struggled with for a long time, where somebody wanted to get something done. The resident views the city as one entity. They go to a department, they say, I need to do this. They say, that's not us, that's this other department. They go to that other department, they get their approval, they go back to the department. And it's just this back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, where everybody's in silos and the citizen gets bounced around like a ping pong ball. And so this goal area captures avoiding that. We're all on the same team, we all work for the people. When somebody comes to us with something that they need, we all work together to accomplish that need.
Okay. Strong advocacy to not delete it and keep it in there. The request is to delete it according to this, and so I'm going to ask for the up-down vote on delete.
Can I just ask a question? Isn't that our purpose and our mission today, our vision? That's our purpose and vision, and behind, under that is what we're discussing there, the goal. So.
Yeah, I mean, so yes, like the strategic plan will have like mission and value statements for the city that kind of power the city manager just mentioned. This was added here because there were some projects we had to build up. It is a council decision if you want to keep it. I mean, certainly there's always work to be reward mission and always work to be here in terms of alignment with goals across the organization for sure, but it was originally intended to kind of build the mission vision and value statement, which hasn't.
So calling it to a delete vote. If you'd like to see it deleted, thumbs up. We got 3 that didn't carry it, stays. Diversity and inclusion, we've got 2 for delete, 1 for modify. I'm going to start with the modify, which actually we'll start with the delete. So getting rid of it entirely, we have 2 in the delete category. To have this deleted, thumbs up. 1, 2, 3. 3 in the delete, that did not carry it. The next one is the change, which is workforce and workplaces that are diverse and inclusive. That change and modification. would you like to see that change? Workforce and workplaces that are diverse and inclusive. Thumbs up for that.
I'm happy to speak to it a little bit, if that's okay. I just think that nationally, it's a sensitive topic. We're struggling around it a little bit, but I still think that it's hugely important to our staff and to people that live in Inglewood. And I see that evidenced by the diversity and array of people that came and applied for our boards and commissions and comments that were made therein. And so I made the suggestion to shift it to, workforce and workplaces that are diverse and inclusive, so that we're getting away from the DIE or DEI language that seems pretty divisive right now, but we're maintaining this as a goal that we hold important as a city council for this city, that we're honoring diversity and inclusion, which includes all people. And I support Rita's comment on hiring the best people for the job. I mean, I think it's all part of it, but I don't think that this should go away. I think there still should be a message around this somehow. I'm not entirely wed to how it's worded or whatever, and I'm happy to bring that into a study session conversation, but I think something around that should for me.
So I'm gonna get the thumbs up, thumbs down on the word modifications that you've made here. Thumbs up if you agree with the modifications that are being suggested. Okay, that did not carry. Hire the best people for the job is the statement. Thumbs up for that, being the modification that's made to this. Okay, that did not carry as well. It stays as is, understanding there's a national conversation. I'm sure some heated feelings behind this particular topic. We'll move right along. We can have this one in the study session. I believe in inclusivity, access, and belonging. That's my particular take. So, delete this one, didn't make it, delete, delete, delete. These are all deletes, they're single count on that one. So, we're moving on. Consider identifying a job well done and treating city spaces as one's home away from home. I think we should encourage staff to proactively solve problems instead of driving or walking past them. So proactive problem solving, and staff needs to continue working on this area, but it needs to be removed as an outcome area. Okay? So a desire for this to continue as part of the normal work that we're doing as opposed to something that needs to be specifically called out. Councilmember Ward's comment there. How do we feel about that one? I mean, I think generally speaking, I think there's some agreement on that being the case, but is it something that needs to be included as a goal area underneath this focus or outcome area? Thumbs up if you feel it needs to be included.
I'll just flesh it out a little bit. I scribbled this down really quickly, but I think this is about a little bit about staff empowerment. If I'm on the job, I'm driving a truck down Broadway, I'm on the way to do something that is an essential part of my job, and I see a bus stop that's overflowing with trash, for instance. Am I empowered to stop and handle that situation right now because I know that there's 10,000 cars driving past there today? Or am I required to punch a time clock at a specific time, at a specific location, and deal with whatever is happening in the course of my day-to-day job? That's sort of the kind of, I guess, cultural or concept that I'm trying to capture there.
Okay. So concept in here of good governance includes empowerment for staff to solve problems as they see them.
Yeah. So I don't know. It came off as more, I think, scolding in retrospect than what I was shooting for. But
well, I think there was unanimity in my evaluation that think about the ways that the community experiences the physical aspects of the city and empowers staff when they see a problem, solve a problem. And I would be glad to put together some language around that if this is exactly like you wanted, because it seemed like y'all were, I've already directed staff to do that, but maybe a goal around that would give us a little bit more kind of weight.
That's what I was
thinking. Measure.
But it's appropriate for or more how you manage.
Right. It does feel a little bit on the administrative side, but we can still measure it. So.
I think maybe language around like people's experience in our physical space, which is what you were talking about, that's community well-being or something. I would be more likely to see it there, more comfortable with it there, so that we don't run the risk of telling Sean how to manage the staff. But maybe still get to your desired outcomes.
Sounds like, Sean, you're willing to go ahead and maybe put together some thoughts about how this could be integrated, or?
Thinking of measuring it, of proactive, like where we enter our own email fixes or report a problem or solve a problem, a way to maybe measure that compared to citizens reporting or you all reporting. That might be tricky.
I don't know, to me, it almost seems like a volunteering type of, something that can tell you that the way that I'm reading this is that, and you clarified it, Steve. Like I was reading this and I kind of see this as, you're asking me to do something that's not part of my job duty, just because I live in the state.
Right. I believe in that though. I think every employee, it's part of your job duties to see something, say something. Whether it's a desk or, light pole, etc.
But isn't it our job to say, Sean, we would like to see the trash cans not overflowing for him to decide how to address that? Like, it's not for us to say, this is how the staff needs to do their job.
Yeah.
It's about the outcomes for us. So I think we have to read about, the cleanliness of the city or whatever, however.
Okay.
That would be cool.
And then I'd like a thumbs up, thumbs down. The recommendation is to remove all of this entirely from the plan. So thumb up to go ahead and remove this entirely from the plan. Did not get support on that. Okay. Community engagement. Moving along here, communication. Let's see here. Okay. These first two have some discussions. We've got a delete and a modify. So I want to start off with the delete. So for communication, deleted from the plan, thumbs up. Ensure community and city events are shared throughout city through a variety of methods. Delete, did not get the support. Modification, should not be limited to events. This is our main comms goal for the community. What do we want them to know? Can you help clarify that just a little bit?
Yeah, it says we're communicating about community and city events, but it's the communications goal for the entire community engagement outcome area. I feel like it should be more around our residents, we communicate with them with the most current and health information or something like that, not just about events, but about everything.
So events is kind of the thing. It's not just about events, it's about communication with the citizenry in general.
It needs to be expanded if I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, you could say community information is shared throughout the city through a variety of methods or something like that,
So ensure community information is shared throughout the city through a variety of methods. Might be a recommended change to it?
Yeah, I'm not wedded to that, but I just think events is too narrow.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So in terms of a proposed modification, how about that? Let's just start with that as a proposed modification to that. Yes. Understanding that expansiveness is more of what we want, not just about city events, but about communication in general. Yes. Okay, so we got the yes on that. Can we try some wordsmithing on that one a little bit after the fact? Yeah, okay. We'll come back with some words on that, but understood the intent of what we're after there, which is a larger sort of space beyond just events. The second one here, delete is the first recommendation. Host events to bring the city together and enhance it. Delete this. Thumbs up if you would like to see that deleted. That did not carry the day. Okay, modification. Host a diverse array of events that are representative of our resident demographics and that bring community together and enhance a sense of belonging. So a clarification and sort of.
I'm not super passionate on this. I just think that in the last year, we've heard some public comment that are promoting events or more activities or options for certain age demographics versus another. And that's not Inglewood. I don't want to cater to just the younger group of people that are moving in. I know oftentimes Member Russell, advocates for our aging population, and so I just think I'm not passionate about having to change this one. I just want to make sure that if we keep it, that we're keeping in mind that we're serving everybody. We're not here to promote one or over another within this.
Okay.
On this note, because I've given there's some feedback as well that's similar, especially around how many of our events people are asking to stop versus things that are just free for the community and how are we doing that. Can we actually do a study session on our event strategy? I don't know, we haven't had that conversation in a couple of years. And I think because we're getting a lot of citizen feedback that might be helpful to understand how are staff thinking about it and how can we, so maybe we do that and then come back to this?
Up, down on staff session. So let's maybe start with that.
Yeah, a study session on our events strategy.
Study session on events strategy. Thumbs up, interest out of the council on that. That's a yes on that one, so we'd like to have that discussion. Maybe as a part of that, modification to this could occur. And for now, if you're okay with it, we can leave it as is?
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll deal with that as part of the larger study session, if that's okay? All right. Let's see here. Multiple comments moved, was this the move to safety? This was the one we need to come back and discuss?
No.
No. Okay, consider consolidating.
I think we missed one on the last slide.
Okay, we had a delete, ensure neighbors, yes, thank you. Ensure neighbors are connected to each other, that's a delete. If you'd like to see that deleted. That did not carry. How do we measure this? Can it be more specific? That is we'd like to come back with more related to measurements on this. How are we measuring the success of neighbors or being connected?
Yeah, they actually have all the metrics here.
Okay.
Mediation request, get to know your neighbor grant, number of registered neighborhoods or neighborhood groups, nobody cares, block parties. So there are the metrics online.
I was just reading the worksheet, great.
Okay. Thanks for calling me out on that. Move to safety is number one on this, a proactive public safety, building positive relationships. Would you like to see this move to safety? Yes.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got it on that one. So we'd like to see this one move to safety. Proactive public safety, move to safety. With that, I think that overrides the other one, consolidating with the community engagement goal. So I'm going to leave that off. If that's okay in there.
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, sweet. Next one, community engagement, delete entirely. Do we want community engagement goal statement deleted entirely? Thumbs up for that.
So where did Chelsea see this? I mean, it feels off. So is that kind of what you were thinking?
Yeah, I just was thinking, it's not a goal area within community engagement, it was this thing, what are we actually saying?
Right.
The language just feels odd, and I think we can be a little more specific, but it's not a major.
You're saying community engagement under community engagement feels a little weird.
Yeah, it's not really a strategic label in my opinion, but it's not a big deal, okay.
The metric community engagement.
Engage the community. So a desire to go ahead and reword this one, it feels a little clunky, a little awkward, so maybe there's a name that we can change this to that has a little more sense of community engagement under community engagement. We have 2 for the delete of neighborhood equity, promote, invest, and celebrate neighborhoods across the city. There are 2 recommendations to delete on that. Thumbs up if you would like to delete neighborhood equity. That is 1, 2, 3, that does not carry. All right. Goals to consider adding. Something about citizen engagement, leadership through boards and commissions, citizen schools, open houses. Where are we measuring this?
This could be a project under, like, the community engagement piece, but community engagement broadly is like, how are we capturing our citizens' feedback? How do they feel like they're part of the Team Inglewood? And how do they know what's going on? And I think the opportunities we offer through planning schools and boards and commissions is a way we can think about that more strategically.
Okay, so it's about measuring.
It's measured for a project or it's something, but I just wanted to capture it in our discussion.
Okay, so we'd like to see how these things are sort of being tracked and measured and
They
what
could
that.
become a goal statement, but I don't have a specific recommendation for the staff to think about it.
I think we could start with measuring number of people going through, number of applicants,
Okay. Use of wins from ambassador program and add a distinct goal of relationship building with city staff with a goal statement such as building positive relationships between the community and city staff.
It was a fluffy idea in the moment, I'm not wet to that one. I think that it might be something to consider talking about for the new strategic plan.
Okay. Sounds,
If it continues to be an issue.
okay. Sounds good. Maybe for the new plan. And then removing the outcome area entirely, proactive public safety goal, move to safety outcome. Removal of the entire outcome area?
We did that.
No.
Oh, we did, didn't we?
Yeah, we did that.
Yeah.
That was the one I voted
Oh,
on.
we voted it out, okay. All right. Oh, that was the one, okay, gotcha, that was the one we wrote. Sustainability. No, let's see here, this one, change to sustainable business and modify goal statement, we also have, delete in there, so let's start, delete, thumbs up. Okay, didn't carry, change to sustainable business and modify the goal statement.
What do you want the goal sheet?
I'm not sold on it, we can move on.
Okay, withdrawn. Okay, so 3 in the delete category for this one. Air quality education, disagree with this as a local goal, combined with climate action. So there's some recommendations related to this, but let's start with delete this. Delete air quality education, improve public health outcomes through better air quality. Thumbs up on that. Okay, that got the thumbs up it needs to be deleted, so that is gone. Climate action, delete entirely. Thumbs up on climate action being deleted. Okay. Soften or add language to ensure that such projects are economically viable. So economic viability being a consideration in this as well. That got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That got 5. So we're looking for economic viability to be included in that language of climate action. Climate action. Okay. Community well-being. Workers and friends. All right. All right. Modify. 2 modifications on this first one. Let's see here. And safety. Okay. Okay, so first of all, we have the one from before, which was moving it to safety, and we have modifications to this. So we got a little bit of confusion. I'm going to start off with the moving it to safety, because it was homeless services and mitigation, and Councilmember Russell said, can we move this to safety? So let's start with a vote on moving this to safety. How do we feel about that? It's not getting where we need to go on that necessarily, so let's try the modifications. Programs, initiatives, and regional coordination designed to help those experiencing homelessness while mitigating the impact of homelessness on the larger community through consistent enforcement of laws. So specific wording of the language itself.
That's a lot better.
It's very wordy. I added regional in there because I think regional coordination is incredibly important, and we've committed a lot of time and money to regional coordination, and for me, that just kind of solidifies our commitment to that. I think at some point in time, we should have a broader conversation about enforcement of laws. I don't know if we need to do that today. Maybe
No, we're
in
not
a
doing that
session,
today.
maybe. Homelessness conversation with you.
As you said, we're not doing that today.
Yeah.
Don't want
Well,
conversation.
I just wanna, yeah.
Yeah,
It's an ask that I put out there for us to have a conversation around enforcement.
Okay. I want to address your specific modifications here because it seems I saw some heads nodding related to this particular thing. Modifications accepted here on this. We're liking that better. It got the yeses that it needs. So this is the new language related to it: programs, initiatives, and regional coordination. Delete or move to infrastructure, park and recreation facilities. Do we want to delete this? Park and recreation facilities deleted. Nope. Moving it to infrastructure. Should parks and recreation facilities be moved under infrastructure? That's got a couple yeses. Doesn't have it though. Doesn't have it. It stays where it's at. Affordable housing. Delete the affordable housing goal. Okay. Got a couple yeses. Didn't carry though. If we're going to keep, we should try and add something about identifying funding to the goal statement. So
Again, don't need to discuss today, maybe when we have our study sessions on affordable housing, we address the funding piece of it. Because if we're gonna commit to it, we have to have detailed conversation about building that piece.
Gonna be about it, be about it. Yep. Move to safety and code enforcement. And then we've got physical and mental health. Delete. Physical and mental health. Didn't get it, okay. And then we've got delete placemaking, a collaborative approach to planning, designing, and creative use of public spaces. Delete that. No. Moving that to infrastructure. Moving placemaking to infrastructure. Thumbs up on that. Didn't get it either, okay. Arts and culture, support initiatives and programs to encourage public arts and culture. Delete this. Yes? thing. Didn't get there. Let's see here, modify it. What is the definition of culture here and how are we addressing it?
It's not really a modified suggestion, I just have that question.
What's culture mean in this case?
What does culture mean?
Going forward.
These are my comments from my worksheet. I think all three of these should be moved to community engagement. I think that they're a better fit. They're definitely the last one, but I think all three make more sense there.
Okay. So let's have a vote on that real quick. These three, let's start with placemaking. Would you like to see placemaking move to community engagement? Thumbs up on that.
Especially because it's tied to our neighborhood sign stuff, and that's where that lives. Like, we've separated the program.
I think placemaking goes way beyond that.
It got 3 yeses, it didn't carry on that one. Let's try arts and culture. Arts and culture moving to community engagement. Thumbs up on that. It didn't carry community-wide identity, community well-being to community engagement. That did carry. So community-wide identity is now moved over to community engagement. Yep, okay. City's commitment to maintain public spaces such as bus shelters and parks, and I think we talked about this a little bit already. Are we okay with that? Thanks. That's it. That was that. All right.
So can I make a suggestion for the next one of these meetings? We need more time to go over these goals and stuff. I like the icebreakers and talking and stuff, but we need time for this, for the discussion. This is the discussion. I appreciate you're a great facilitator.
No worries.
But this is our space.
I agree, we should end up that.
So we could do it all. That's what we need to do because we're committed to one day.
Exactly, it looks like we set aside, what, an hour and a half, somewhere around there for this piece stuff.
Yeah, it's just not enough. And it's not Nick's fault at all. It's just we're passionate about this one.
No, and absolutely. The next time around, we're doing a reconfiguration of the plan, so I expect that to be taking quite some time. Your next strategic planning session should be very intense and much longer than this.
Like Sean just said, maybe we plan 2 days. We've got to talk about it.
I really appreciate the feedback and different suggestions, so